Log. Time had no meaning. There was no thought, only darkness as she slept. Until an instant, a waking moment. Her mind awoke from its slumber slowly, as slow as the birth of a star. There was only pain at first, an exhaustion unlike anything she had ever felt, and loneliness. A part of her was missing. He was no longer there. He who had given of himself to give birth to her, who had been her constant companion for time beyond counting. Memories came, and she remembered. A battle against their enemies, her decision. Panic seeped into her mind as memories provided no answers. Panic that he was gone, and that she was for the first time in her life alone. She reached for her power, and found only agony. She blacked out, darkness covering all of her faculties. But as soon as she recovered, she tried again, trying to fight through the pain. Every time she tried to reach for her power, she found nothing but hurt. She did not know for how long she had attempted it, but eventually she learned. Her power was beyond her. But the pain she felt as she tried to reach her power was nothing compared to the possibility that he was gone. The mere thought that she could be without him was agonizing. And then she noticed something. A tiny trace. A connection. Weak and weathered, but there. And she recognized him. She rejoiced, and instinctively her mind tried to call to him, only for her to regret it again. She could do nothing. She was trapped inside her own mind, and yet a part of her realized that this was a preferable fate to death. She had never really considered death, never feared it, even though she had felt it through their connection. She remembered the sorrow when he lost his mate. She remembered the feelings of tiny beings being snuffed out of existence, but to her it meant little. She was unique. A being unlike any before her nor since. She was Moirai, and death was nothing before her. As time continued on, she realized that she could feel parts of her body, but she couldn't even move them. With her only being able to think, she turned to considering her situation. She was alive, but hurt, enough so that she couldn't reach out with her mind to him, that she could do nothing more than confirm that he was alive. Injured enough that her power was being denied her, it left her with little to do. But she had survived, and if she was alive, she would recover. He would not have abandoned her, which meant that she had to be somewhere safe, somewhere where she had the time to heal. As she realized this, she also remembered the second person to whom her mind and body were linked. Thinking was still hard, but she tried it anyway, searching for the pathways that connected her brain to the implants attached to her mind. Sending a message to her would be the best way to let him know that she was still here, that she was recovering. But Moirai could not find them anywhere. And then, as she looked for the things that were supposed to be there, she found something else. A net of tiny tubes, leading out and into her. They connected to her body and to her spirit, so many of them that it boggled even her mind. Millions, no, billions, even more. She couldn't count them. Every tube was feeding her something, a thing that she would have recognized anywhere. She knew it by many names: energy, power, magic. But the first name she had known it by was Sha, the building block of reality. She realized what was happening instantly. The power was feeding into her, healing her. Looking at it, she found the dark spots, parts of her that were so damaged that she hadn't even realized that she couldn't sense them. Her injuries were greater than even she had assumed. She was barely alive. She was being helped, the energy helping her to heal, but Moirai was not one to sit quietly and let others do the work for her. She studied the connections. The tubes connecting to her led to something, and she wanted to know what. Every tube gave her only a tiny portion of energy, but together it was a massive amount. She did not know what that meant, but she was going to find out. Countless periods of time passed. For her, it was of little concern. Moirai had never been like him or her, and time did not pass for her as it did for them. For all she knew, she could have spent centuries or millennia studying the little tubes. But she had a singular mind. Too, in many ways, even despite her advanced age, Moirai was still a child. A being that had no one other like her. The only ones who came close were the kind of her parent, the great Araxi. But even it could not understand what Moirai truly was. And how could it, when Moirai didn't even understand herself? As time went by, she gained insight, gained knowledge that many of the tubes led to living things, tiny beings that fed tiny portions of energy to her. Eventually she realized that some tubes would feed her a larger portion in a burst, then grow silent for a while before they started feeding her again. Only this time the energy feeling slightly different. She didn't understand everything, but she did gain some insight. They were giving her energy, but she was giving them something in return. She could feel the parts of her that were still asleep, working even while dreaming. She did not know what it was that she provided them, but it had to be substantial. After all, just her dreams were powerful enough to give birth to entire worlds. Then, countless ages later, something changed. She felt a new tube attach itself to her, and energy that was strikingly familiar start to flow into her. For a moment, she thought it was he, returned to her, but then she realized that it was not. The energy tasted like his progeny, yet it did not match what she remembered of his daughter. It was someone new. Moirai felt resonance with the energy. It was not his, but it was close enough. She tried to touch her power, to reach out and call to him, but pain stopped her always. Still she was Moirai, and just like her other half, she could be very stubborn. Moirai set her mind to a singular purpose, to touch a piece of her power. The pain was everything, but her will was not to be denied. She was Moirai, and the very fabric of existence bent at her will. A tiny amount of pain was nothing compared to that. As the pain grew, as her world shrunk, she felt something give. And then there it was. A piece of her power returned to her. She rejoiced, tried to use it to tell her other part that she was here, that she was awake, but the power was merely a tiny sliver of what was needed. Seeing that she had no choice, she turned to the progeny instead. With the tiny piece of power she had won, she reached out, following the energy coming down through the tube, and saw the world through his eyes. The images were blurry, the sound muffled, but she saw a life. She saw fights, some dangerous, other not. She saw the progeny speak with her, and she rejoiced. Her glowing form making Moirai feel safe, but no matter what she tried, no one heard her cries. She saw him come to speak with his progeny, and she screamed for him to hear her, yet he never did. And so she resigned herself to a slow recovery. She had won a piece of her power, and she had a window into the world. For now it was enough. Chapter 1. Morgan sat high up in the tree, surrounded by green leaves, standing on a thick gray branch. He kept his attention on the ground, waiting for his opponent. The forest was silent. The only sound was the gentle whispering of the leaves swaying in the wind. But Morgan had different ways of detection available to him. One of his oldest skills was his life sense, which allowed him to perceive forms of life around him, let him see a glow of life energy around people. A powerful skill, but one that wouldn't help him much now. He was in a forest, surrounded by life, which obscured his sight. It prevented him from discerning different shapes and life forms, so he kept that skill disabled. Thankfully, he had one more detection skill: nature seismic sense. It was, as the name implied, a skill that allowed him to sense seismic activity, vibrations in the earth. The limiting factor was that he could only use it through nature, or rather plants and their roots. Thankfully, he was in a forest, surrounded by trees that had their roots spreading deep into the ground. He put the palm of his right hand on the trunk of the tree he was standing on, activated his skill, and then he saw. It felt as if another sense had just opened up, and quickly a map of his surroundings formed inside his mind. He felt the tiny movements of insects beneath the ground, of small critters, but he focused and excluded such small creatures from his sense. He was looking for something a bit larger. Then, after a few minutes of scanning, something large walked into his range. Morgan smiled as he saw something large and heavy trying to move slowly, stealthily. If the level of his skill was lower, perhaps he would have disregarded the signature as an animal. But Morgan had been using his nature seismic sense constantly for the last 4 months, and it had leveled up significantly. His opponent was coming his way, so Morgan prepared the trap. Slowly, silently, he reached to his right thigh and pulled out a small weapon from its holster. He pushed the barrel down, opening it, and then reached to his lower back where his satchel was secured. He grabbed an item from one of the sections inside and pulled it out. The small wooden canister was bullet-shaped, brown, with a black line going around its body, indicating what was stored inside. Morgan slotted the canister into the barrel and then pulled it closed. The launcher was simple, a forearm-length round barrel with a small handle and a trigger. Morgan had designed and built it with the help of his friend from the last Vanguard team, Graveau, a dwarvar who specialized in artifice and the making of weapons. Graveau focused on explosives, while Morgan had turned in another direction. With his mastery of plants, Morgan had been able to create many different types of ammunition for his own grenades. Before they'd started their training in the tower, Morgan would simply throw his grenades, but the last 4 months had been all about streamlining their builds and focusing. Morgan's launcher was spring-operated and, most importantly for him, light. Graveau had a grenade launcher of his own, but his monstrosity was far too heavy for Morgan to use without weighing himself down too much. His one-handed launcher didn't have the same range as Gravau's, but it was enough for Morgan. Its range was greater than Morgan had imagined when they decided on going with a spring-based firing system, and with the materials available on this world, it was actually fairly powerful. The dark iron spring was capable of launching his grenades fast and far. With his weapon ready, Morgan waited, and soon his opponent came into his sight. Borodar walked slowly, his large double-headed axe held in his hands, his head turning slowly, taking in his surroundings. Borodar looked the part of the classic barbarian, at least to Morgan. He had a large black beard, and his hair was pulled up in a top knot. 2 red tattoo markings ran down his face, over his eyes. The rest of his body was likewise covered in tribal markings. He wore simple and light armor, a leather top that covered his upper torso, and was secured with a single dark iron pauldron on his right shoulder. On his waist he had a combat skirt, and sturdy boots completed his gear. While he looked like he wasn't protected, Morgan knew better. Borodar had many skills and abilities that strengthened his skin, and the more damage he took, the stronger he became. Borodar was being careful, but he, like so many others, had made one big mistake. He forgot to look up. Morgan raised his launcher and aimed. He had no scope or any other aiming aid on his launcher, mostly because it wasn't needed. His stats were high enough that he could aim well enough without such aids, and his grenades didn't require a lot of precision. As soon as Borodar came close enough, Morgan fired. The spring released, and the round snapped out of the barrel. Borodar heard the shot and turned around incredibly fast for a man of his size. Seeing the round flying toward him, He raised his weapon, blocking with the flat of the axe. The round hit the dark metal and shattered, and black smoke filled the area, engulfing Borodar whole. Morgan moved immediately, turning and jumping. He activated his phase dash, and he floated through the air, his momentum preserved as all of his senses were shut down. While in his phasing ability, he wasn't affected by anything, and so he couldn't feel anything. His ability shut off on its own, and he found himself in the air between the trees. The advantage of creating an ability was that he didn't need to make any conscious effort to use it. His body did so all on its own, or as Morgan suspected, his soul implant did. It was like he created a set of actions that were bound to a single button, a macro. When he wanted to activate an ability, he pressed that mental button, and his body sprang into motion. The downside was that once an ability was created, it was set, and couldn't be changed unless he removed it, which cost a great deal of coin and resources. His phase dash moved him in the direction he was facing, activating and shutting down after he covered 5 meters of distance. He could have done so manually by using his phase shift skill, but that would have required him to focus on that skill, and he had come to realize that splitting his attention so much in a battle was disadvantageous. There was a reason why many combat-oriented Ascended relied more on abilities. As he left his phase, Morgan reached forward with his left hand for a branch in front of him. He was just a bit short, but thankfully his left arm wasn't really an arm. Klin, the symbiont that was Morgan's left arm, elongated and grabbed the branch. Morgan swung beneath it and released, landing on another branch a bit further away. He holstered his launcher and turned around, looking at the ground covered with his smoke grenade. Only a few moments passed since Morgan hit Borodar, and just as he expected, a blast of red haze exploded out of the smoke, hitting the tree where Morgan had been just a moment before. The heat strike cooked the leaves, making them shrivel and dry before bursting into ash, and the branch where he had been smoked and cracked, catching fire. One of Borodar's aspects was fire, but Borodar was more focused on its heat aspects, much like Morgan was focused on the life part of nature. The smoke parted, partially revealing Borodar, and Morgan took advantage. He focused his mind and used his arcane mark ability, causing a thin thread of energy to snap at Borodar, marking him. Morgan immediately took cover behind the trunk, not wanting his opponent to see him. Then Morgan focused, and Klin shifted. His hand split down the middle, the fingers blending together and elongating, one half downward and the other upward. His symbiont lost the skin coloration and turned dark red, and a few moments later, Klin morphed into a longbow, the material mimicking that of redwood, and a string that had more metallic properties grew out of the limb and tightened, drawing back. Morgan put his hand on it and pulled. His strength wasn't all that impressive for people who existed here, but compared to those on Earth, he was stronger than any human ever could be. Klin was a living entity itself, too. Just as it could replicate the materials of a bow that Morgan had to consume, the limbs pulled back by themselves as well, helping him pull the bowstring. He had a few more ideas on how to improve the Klin's bow, but it was a work in progress. Concentrating, Morgan used his ability Exploding Arrow to craft an arrow out of the energy he pulled from his core. He used his metal aspect energy simply because he had found that it had more power. The ability allowed him to place an enchantment into an ordinary arrow, but he could also just create an energy arrow as well. That had been a new development, after he had experimented with consolidating and upgrading his abilities under his teacher's guidance. With his arrow ready, he reached out to the tree he was sitting on and used his sense to pinpoint his opponent's location. Borodar had moved out of the smoke cloud and was searching the treetops, but he obviously didn't know where Morgan was. Then, just as Morgan noticed Borodar looking in the wrong direction, he moved. He leaned out of his cover and aimed his bow. Since his bow was formed out of his arm, out of Klin, he didn't have a finger to lean the arrow on, but he had shaped a shelf as well as a scope above it. He aligned it with his target. His sharpshooter skill taught him how to properly aim, and then he let go of the string, shutting off his phase in the process. The energy arrow flew out of the bow, heading straight at Borodar. Somehow the man again noticed Morgan's attack and turned around, his axe coming up to block, but not fast enough. The arrow hit him in the chest and exploded. The metal aspect that filled the arrow had been instilled with the power of gravitation and mass, since those were the areas that Morgan specialized in for the metal aspect. The blast was a shockwave that sent Borodar flying back into a tree. Morgan moved back into cover immediately, his right hand grabbing his launcher even as he used phase dash to move to another location through the tree trunk. Klin morphed and grabbed another branch as soon as Morgan was out of his phase, swinging him up on another tree. Behind him, he heard a roar, and glancing behind him, Morgan saw that Borodar's skin had turned slightly red, and that his markings were glowing. He had first seen that form during the tournament, but Morgan had witnessed it a few times after. It was Borodar's strongest ability. It increased all his stats and made him able to ignore pain. Borodar started swinging his axe, sending blasts of heat into the trees, setting them on fire. Morgan quickly ducked back into cover and put his launcher into his left armpit, and grabbed the lever on the side, pulling both it and the launch spring back before opening the barrel. He grabbed another grenade from his back, this one with a red line around the body, and he loaded it into the barrel. He locked it and grabbed it with his right arm. A blast of heat set the branches next to him on fire, but he didn't move. Instead, he focused. Klin morphed back into the bow form, and then from the back of his arm grew out a tendril that quickly shaped itself into the form of an arrow. He made sure to blunt the tip, and then the tendril moved the arrow into the slot on the bow and pulled the string back. He could have pulled an arrow out of the quiver on his back, but he needed more practice with having Klin taking different shapes and manufacturing different materials. He could feel Klin struggling to pull it back, so Morgan phased the arrow and the bow. He holstered his launcher and then put his hand on the trunk of the tree behind him. He used mass exchange, an ability that he had created as an alteration of his mass transfer ability, and pulled the mass out of the tree and fed it into Klin, who in turn fed it to the arrow. The arrow became denser, heavier, but because it was phased, it was weightless, though he could still interact with it since it was technically still a part of his body. He didn't put too much mass into it, but it would help. Mass exchange was an ability, which meant that it was streamlined. It exchanged mass between whatever he was touching and Klin, but it only transferred around 5 kilograms worth of mass. He had created the ability so that he didn't need to focus during combat and channel with mass transfer, which would transfer mass while he kept his focus. This way he could transfer a bit of mass in an instant. He pulled out his launcher and left cover. Borodar saw him immediately, his eyes narrowing and his axe rising to fire a heat blast at him, but Morgan leveled his launcher before he could attack. He pressed the trigger, and the spring launched the grenade forward. Borodar fired his heat blast, and the wooden grenade cracked and caught fire, igniting the flammable gas inside. An explosion filled the area, throwing Borodar back. Morgan jumped from his branch, using his acrobatic skill to jump from branch to branch until he was flanking Borodar, who had just gotten back up to his feet. Morgan aimed his bow, and then focused on Klin. The small part of him connected to the arrow snapped, releasing the arrow as it shot forward. As soon as it left his area of influence, it unfazed, and all of the extra mass hit Borodar in his shoulder with a resounding crack, probably cracking bone. The man flew to the side and rolled over the ground. Morgan reached up to a quiver and pulled out an arrow. He had created the first one because he didn't have any blunted arrows left, and he didn't want to kill Borodar. He knocked the new arrow, which had a small canister at the tip. Morgan pulled back the string before Borodar could recover. He fired, and when the arrow hit the ground, the canister at the tip shattered, the plant inside spilling on the ground. Morgan activated his accelerated growth ability, and his energy reached out to the plant. Its roots stabbed into the ground, even as the rest of it shot for Borodar, growing and tying him down. Borodar shook his head, looking down at the tripvine that was tying him down and trying to break free. But Morgan had upgraded his tripvine since the last time he used it against the man, and it was now far more durable. Even still, Borodar roared, steam rising from his body, and the tripvine caught fire and burned up in an instant. Borodar stood, looking at Morgan, just as he released another arrow at his opponent. The fighter raised his axe, blocking, but the force of the attack sent him flying back into a tree. Morgan saw him hit the tree hard, and then fall to the ground. Morgan knocked another arrow, but didn't approach the lying body of his friend. "You do realize I know you're faking it, right?" Morgan asked from a safe distance. Borodar didn't react, still pretending to be unconscious. "Come on, I won't fall for the same trick twice." When Borodar didn't answer, Morgan was tempted to just let another of his concussive arrows hit him, but he dismissed the idea. Borodar could genuinely be unconscious, and if he did shoot at him, well, Morgan wasn't about to do that to a friend. So he approached slowly. "Borodar, buddy," Morgan called as he got close to the man. And then Borodar moved, but this time, unlike the last time he did this to him, Morgan was ready. He activated his phase dash and phased through his friend as he was trying to tackle him. As soon as he unphased, Morgan turned and let his arrow fly point blank. Borodar grunted as he took the arrow in the stomach and flew back, falling to the ground hard and rolling. "I told you I wouldn't fall for that again," Morgan yelled, and Borodar groaned from the ground as Morgan fired another tripvine arrow and had it tie him up. Seeing him trying to get out of it again made Morgan chuckle. Before Morgan had a chance to advance, the space between them bent and a man stepped out. Morgan stopped and lowered his bow, Klin morphing back into the form of an arm. Azil glanced at them both, then nodded. "Morgan wins," Azil said. Borodar groaned, and Morgan reached out to the tripvine with his phytokinesis, releasing him. Azil watched them as they walked over to him. "Come, we should discuss your actions." With that, the other Ascended turned around and started walking, Morgan and Borodar sharing a glance before following behind him. Chapter 2. Less than an hour later, Morgan was sitting at a wooden table behind a medium-sized cabin. They were close to the town of Hedos, which was Azil's home. Across from him sat Borodar, with Clara standing next to him, her hands hovering over his shoulder, healing his wounds. The other people present were Vrishar, a gnoll, and Hexna, a human, who were part of Borodar's adventuring team, the last vanguard. The rest of their team was half a world away dungeon diving along with the rest of Morgan's team. Borodar's last vanguard and Morgan's Skyforce had both participated in the tournament organized by the two great guilds, in order to find teams that they would take with them into the Tower of Power. Both Morgan's and Borodar's teams had secured a place in the raid, and in about a month's time they would present themselves to the great guilds for training. The great guilds that were organizing the tower climb intended to create a formidable team that would climb to the top, a feat that no one had ever achieved, as far as anyone was aware, that was. No one had ever returned from beyond the third floor of the tower, and the two great guilds, the Eartherium Riders Guild and the Call Guild, intended to be the first. After the end of the tournament, the teams that had been chosen had been given 5 months' time to put their affairs in order before reporting to the great guilds for training. Borodar and his team didn't have much work to take care of. They were a part of a guild, but they weren't its leaders, and so when Morgan asked for them to come to Skyreach with them, they agreed. That was 4 months ago, and since then both teams had been training with Azil. The silver-haired man was powerful, over level 40, and Morgan had managed to convince him to teach them all, because while they knew that they would get training from the great guilds, neither team wanted to come to them lacking. It was a matter of pride. They were chosen, and so they wanted to present their best selves. Since then, they had been alternating between training with Azil and doing dungeons all over the world. Morgan hadn't really realized what reaching level 30 meant, but compared to the great majority of the Ascended, they were in the top. Ascending was dangerous. Only a small percentage of those who tried to ascend actually succeeded, and of those that did manage to ascend, a large number died every day. To keep living as an Ascended, one was required to ingest ascension crystals that dropped from monsters in order to live. Every Ascended had a timer, a countdown, that showed them how much time they still had to live. Ingesting ascension crystals extended that time. To survive, Ascended had to hunt monsters, but the more ascension crystals of the same grade an Ascended ingested, the less time those ascension crystals gave them. That forced Ascended to hunt stronger and stronger monsters if they wanted to live. But like in anything else, people had found ways to abuse that. Guilds had people who didn't hunt, who were supported by the guild as long as they were useful. And there were services that one could provide without hunting. The smaller level someone was, the more time they got from higher grade crystals, letting them live longer, too. Level 30 was high. People on such a level were considered incredibly powerful. It was where most adventurers retired. Morgan understood how that was possible. With all the ascension crystals that Skyforce had acquired, the 5 of them could have lived for another 50 years easily. But Morgan and the others sent back most of their crystals to support people in their guild, so Morgan had about 5 years on his timer currently. Still, he didn't plan on stopping. He wanted to climb the tower, to reach its end, because he knew the purpose behind this world, why it was created, and why those systems existed. Oxalis, also known as the Great Lord, the being who had created this world and everything in it, was in fact Morgan's father. Morgan still didn't know how to feel about that, and in fact he tried really hard not to think about it. Nonetheless, his father wanted warriors, powerful people to serve as his army. The tower was a test to find people worthy enough to be soldiers for a being that might as well be a god. He knew that this world was a disappointment in some aspects. Few wanted to risk their lives, and of those that did, fewer still managed to reach high levels. The highest level in this world was said to be just over 60, and those were the leaders of the great guilds. People who were that strong didn't often care enough to try and get stronger. They had wealth, which equaled life in this world, and had no need to risk themselves. No one had attempted to climb the tower beyond the 3rd floor in years. The raid that they were to be part of was the first of such undertaking in a long time. The great guilds hadn't been able to gather enough powerful people to climb with, so they'd had to resort to finding lower-level-based people like Morgan and his team, who they could power level to a suitable degree of power. Morgan wondered just what the guilds intended to do with them all, how they were going to train them for the tower, but he knew that they would find out soon enough. Clara pulled her hands back from Borodar's shoulder, and the man rolled his arm around, testing it out.
"That's great, Clara. You are much better than Jalara,"
Borodar said as he grinned at the orc woman. Clara rolled her eyes and walked over to the other side of the table to sit next to Morgan. Azil clapped his hands and put a small box-shaped device on the table, then placed a larger round crystal ball over it. A moment later, the ball flashed, and then it was filled with images of a forest. It was an FV, or Farsight vision, something akin to a television on Earth. It had been used during the tournament to record and broadcast the fights all over the world, and it was a new invention devised by the Grand Mage Ta Ilara, leader of the Magical Academy and one of the most powerful people in this world. Morgan had met her at the party held for the winners of the tournament, and she had shown some interest in Morgan, or rather his arm. She had invited him to the academy, having wanted to know how he had created Klin. He had declined to reveal the exact process, and she had offered him great wealth if he ever changed his mind. The FV had come to his guild a few months ago, a gift for him from Ta Ilara, along with a short message. She wanted him to visit her before he went to the tower. Morgan was a bit intimidated by the woman, and he had yet to decide what to do. But the FV had come in handy, had helped Azil train them better. With it, he could record their contests from afar, and record them for later viewing and discussion, which was what they were doing now. Everyone at the table watched the fight from the beginning, without saying anything. After it was finished, Azil spoke up.
Thoughts?
Borodar leaned forward, his eyes narrowed in concentration.
I lack a sensory skill. I couldn't find him at all until he started firing.
Azil nodded.
You are a frontline warrior. Your strengths lie in a different direction. But it is important for you to understand your weakness, as well as to know the strength of your enemy. As you have seen, Morgan is at home in the forest. He could track you, and his powers allow him to quickly change positions. His long-range attacks are powerful, and his utility is high. So, I should try to get some detection skills?
Borodar asked. Azil looked around the table at everyone in turn.
As adventurers, you will rarely be on your own. A good team covers for each member's weaknesses and enhances each member's strengths. So no, you should not get detection skills. I believe that I have explained to you exactly why focus is so important for Ascended. Many things factor into the outcome of a battle, and out of the 3 bouts you and Morgan had, you won 2 of them, did you not?
Borodar glanced at Morgan and nodded. To be fair, the other 2 duels they'd had were both much more favorable for Borodar. One was just a straight-up fight one-on-one in a small arena, and the other was a King of the Hill challenge. Neither scenario gave opportunities for Morgan to shine. Morgan had trimmed his skills and abilities, streamlined his kit a bit. He had always used whatever worked, which had made his skills and abilities range wide. Now he had focused on control and ranged combat. He returned to using a bow, because with Klin he didn't need to carry one all the time. With his launcher he could fire a variety of grenades with different contents. He had smoke bombs filled with flammable gas, with poisonous gas, as well as ones filled with acid and a variety of other things. The reason for the launcher was simple. It allowed him to launch larger grenades further away. He had some arrows with small canisters at the tip, but those were all both smaller as well as more difficult to carry. He couldn't have many of them on his person, because they took up a lot of space, and he needed that space for his regular arrows. He did have some in his storage ring, but getting those out in combat situations wasn't wise. It required focus, and he couldn't risk not being able to get what he wanted in a bad situation. He could have Klin create arrows, of course, but every arrow he made reduced Klin's mass, and he needed to consume something to get it back unless he used mass transfer. But he couldn't always do that, and it was only temporary. His fighting style had solidified as a result of Azil's instruction and guidance. Morgan's place in his team had become that of support and ranged DPS. He had a few abilities that could deal a lot of damage, like his phased shots, but they all required setup as well as a moderate amount of energy. It wasn't as if he'd changed his combat style all that much. Instead of throwing orbs with transferred mass, he fired arrows. He'd abandoned his one-handed crossbow for the bow, and his hand-thrown grenades for the launcher. He had mostly abandoned directly manipulating plants as a way of dealing damage, though he still had specialty arrows that replaced his pouches filled with plants, like his tripvine arrow. Using his unique plants in combat was too energy and focus expensive, and it required him to stand still and focus on what he was doing. He still experimented with plants and had perfected new types that he used in battle, but most of them he now utilized through his arrows and grenades. The rest he grew for the purpose of materials for his grenades. With Klin he had good melee capabilities, but he was not up to par with those who focused in that direction like Borodar. But also, as his last bout proved, he could take him down,
just by maintaining distance and utilizing his strengths. That was what Azil had been teaching them, how to utilize their own strengths best in different scenarios. And Morgan had to admit that his lessons were important. Both of their teams were strong. They wouldn't have been chosen by the great guilds otherwise. But they needed to be more than just that. They needed to be the best if they were to survive the tower. That was why Morgan and the others had followed Azil's advice to trim down on their skills. Respec stones cost a fortune, but all of them had gotten additional funds from the great guilds prior to leaving. Removing a skill gave some points back, and if you didn't upgrade the skill but just leveled it through training, but only about half of the level's worth. Azil had once cautioned Morgan against using those points to upgrade skills, as he had said that it wasn't as good as actually training a skill up. But he had suggested that they do so now. Going to the tower was going to be dangerous, and they needed all the help they could get. Morgan still hadn't put all of his points in. He was planning on purchasing some new ones after he saw what the training from the great guilds entailed, and the others were doing the same. Next, Azil spoke again. Morgan, you are still lacking in some departments. You did well to conceal yourself and attack from stealth, but your choice of an opener could be better. Instead of hitting Bordar with a smoke bomb, you could have used your phase shot from the start. You would be surprised to learn just how many fights can be ended before they even start, if appropriate level of force is applied. Morgan grimaced, but nodded in agreement. It wasn't the first time that Azil had told him that. Morgan tended to start his fight slowly, escalating gradually, to hobble his opponent and then attack when he was sure that he would hit. Bordor might not have known where Morgan was, but he could have detected him before he was ready. That was why Morgan acted in the way he did. Still, he knew that Azil had a point. I know, Morgan said. In my defense, I'm still not completely comfortable with estimating the power of my phase shot, and I didn't want to accidentally kill my buddy here. Bordar chuckled and Morgan grinned at him. Azil sighed and shook his head. I've told you that I was monitoring the battle, and that I would stop any move that could kill. I have been clear that you need to train more with your skills. Having knowledge in your head is one thing, but practical experience can't be beat. I'll set aside more time to train, Morgan said. So far, he had spent most of his free time experimenting with plants, but he really needed to do as Azil had suggested. Other than that, all of you have improved greatly since you first came to me. You are far less likely to die on the first floor now, and if the organizers of this raid are willing to invest resources in you as you say, then you might actually be capable of climbing high, Azil told them. Morgan knew that Azil had been in the tower before, and although he didn't know the details, he had gathered that it hadn't ended well. He estimated that Azil was around level 40, perhaps a bit higher, which already made him one of the most powerful Ascended in the world. People beyond level 40 were known, but rare. When they had gone to the tournament, Morgan had been surprised to see so many people, but he had realized that those who had answered the call had been gathered from all over the world. There had been a bit over 100 teams, making for several hundred or maybe thousands of Ascended, and all over level 30. But that was probably a big chunk of Ascended of that level. Morgan had learned that this world had a large population, greater than Earth had. It had put things in perspective, and with so many Ascended, the fact that so few had reached such high levels spoke well of what Morgan and his team had achieved. They had leveled quickly, and they had done so without the resources that many of the other guilds had. He wasn't sure if that spoke to their skill, their luck, or to the ineptitude of others. Morgan knew that luck had been a factor at least, as they had had close encounters with death many times. But now they were leveling again. Almost all of Skyforce and the last Vanguard had leveled in the last few months. Morgan himself was now level 35, and the others were all around the same level. They had worked hard to hone their abilities, skills, and their teamwork. Morgan believed that they were ready for the tower, and Azil seemed to agree.
They finished the discussion concerning Morgan's and Borodar's fight, and then retired to sleep. Tomorrow was going to be a long day. Later that night, their little group sat around the table, a small ball of light hovering above their table as they played cards.
"So, are we throwing down or not?"
Vrishar asked. Morgan narrowed his eyes at the knoll. He couldn't have had a better hand than Morgan, but his eyes twinkled in the way they did when he thought he was going to win. They were playing a card game from this world. It wasn't played for money, just for fun, and it had been their biggest pastime in these recent months. Morgan enjoyed playing it simply because he was yet to be beaten. He had a perfect record. Hexna, Borodar, and Clara sat next to Morgan and Vrishar, watching intently. Morgan could admit that this was the closest he'd gotten to losing in a while, and the others all wanted to see him lose. Morgan had a set of 2 knights and 2 adventurers, with a forest bear. Altogether, his cards added up to 46, out of a maximum 50 points that a person could get with the right cards. He didn't think that Vrishar could have more than him. But the game was one of bluffing and mind games. If he didn't commit, he would lose some points, and Vrishar would get into the lead. Morgan might be able to catch up to him in the next round, but it would be unlikely. On the other hand, if by some miracle Vrishar did have a better hand than Morgan, it would be his to win. "Why don't you surrender now?" Morgan said. "It could save you from embarrassment." Vrishar snorted.
"What? You afraid to lose?"
"Ha! As if I could lose," Morgan snorted. Hexna leaned in next to Morgan and whispered, "I don't think he's bluffing." Morgan turned to frown at her, then cast a glance at Vrishar, who looked at him smugly. Morgan leaned into Hexna and whispered back, "How do you know?" "Well, I've spent a lot of time with him. He isn't very good at bluffing. He really thinks he can win." Morgan returned back to staring at Vrishar, narrowing his eyes at the knoll.
"What?"
Vrishar asked.
"The big and mighty Morgan is afraid? Is he doubting himself?"
Morgan put the man's taunting aside, deciding to be the bigger man, or knoll, or whatever. He had a very powerful hand. There were only a few things that could be stronger, and with so many possibilities, it was unlikely that Vrishar had managed to build a hand as powerful as Morgan's. Finally, he decided that there was no point in delaying. He was never going to surrender. He placed his hand on the table, showing everyone. 2 knights, 2 adventurers, and a forest bear. Beat that, flyboy! Morgan heard others whisper among themselves, but he was studying Vrishar. The knoll didn't look like someone who was about to lose. Vrishar looked at Morgan and then gave him an open-mouthed grin, letting his tongue hang and showing his sharp teeth. Then he put his cards on the table. Morgan looked and blinked.
2 adventurers, 2 guildmasters, and the guiding force,"
Vrishar announced, and everyone exploded into a roar. Borodar slapped Vrishar's back, Clara called Morgan a loser, and even Hexna chuckled. Morgan was blinking at the cards. "There's no way you got that!" Morgan stood and pointed at the cards. That was just about the only combination that could win against him. It was nearly perfect. No fucking way.
"Well, it happened. You are dethroned. All hail to me, the new champion!"
Vrishar yelled out, then howled at the moon. The others exploded into laughter. No fucking way. Morgan still couldn't believe that he'd lost. He was about to complain again when Clara punched his shoulder.
"Don't be a sore loser, Morgan. You lost. It was bound to happen eventually," she told him.
Morgan opened his mouth to speak, but then closed it. He was shocked. He had been so sure that he was going to win. Borodar was throwing the massive knoll up in the air, and Vrishar was still howling. Hexna was clapping, and Clara looked at Morgan as if waiting for him to explode. He took a deep breath, and then calmed himself. It was just a game, and he'd lost. Clara was right. It was bound to happen eventually. "Right," Morgan said as everyone calmed down. "Congratulations, Vrishar. So how about a rematch?" Vrishar snorted.
I'm never playing you again. This way I will always remain the winner, and you the loser."
"What? You can't do that. Come on, guys, tell him," Morgan pleaded with the others.
"I don't know, Morgan. That seems like a good plan,"
Clara said, as she was trying not to laugh. Morgan's face fell. "Guys, come on, just one more game. I'll even play with a handicap." Vrishar shook his head and started walking back toward the cabin.
"Not on your life, Morgan."
"Bro," Morgan called, "don't do this to me. Here, I'll even bet coin on the game."
"Don't bring coin into an honorable game, Morgan,"
Borodar chastised him. Everyone started walking away, leaving him alone with the cards on the table. "Guys?" Stupid game. He had to have cheated. Yes, he cheated for sure, Morgan thought to himself, assuring himself of his own superiority. Chapter 3. Morgan, Borodar, Vrishar, and Hexna stood next to Clara on a small hill, looking down the road at the people approaching on horses. The rest of their friends were back, and he couldn't wait to see Vess. The others had been gone dungeon diving for the past 2 weeks. Not a long time, but Morgan still missed her, and apparently she had missed him too. Morgan smiled as Vess jumped down from her horse and ran up the hill to meet them. His smile widened and he stepped forward, spreading his arms. She jumped and he caught her, spinning her around before letting her down and pulling her in for a kiss.
"You're disgusting. It's not like you were separated for a year or even a month," Morgan heard Clara comment, and he let Vess go, before turning to look at his friend. Vess laughed and jumped for Clara, grabbing her and hugging her tightly. "Oh, don't be jealous, Clara," Vestella yelled, as she spun Clara around. "I missed you too." "Unhand me, you brute,"
Clara yelled, as she tried to wiggle out of Clara's embrace. Morgan just chuckled and turned to greet the others that had reached them. He embraced Vess's brother, Valserim, first, then Lucius. "Welcome back," Morgan said. "You didn't have any trouble, I assume?" Lucius shook his head. "Nothing major," the Roman said in an even tone. Morgan nodded and turned to the others as the last vanguard finished their own reunion, and Morgan stepped closer. "Grav, buddy!" Morgan yelled out as he approached the short dwarvar. The man grinned through his bushy beard and extended his hand. Morgan clasped it at the forearm, then looked down at the man. "What happened to your hair?" Morgan asked. The dwarvar had long hair before he left, but now it was trimmed close to his head, and the side of his head was completely shaved. Gravo grimaced. "It caught on bloody fire is what happened," the man murmured. Morgan blinked and looked up as he heard a short chuckle. A lizard-looking person wearing authentic shamanistic garb walked over. Jalara's reptilian eyes twinkled as she looked at Morgan. "He underestimated one of his new inventions, and it blew up in his face." Morgan's eyebrows rose and he looked back at Grav. "Really?"
"Ah, the fuck I did. It was a flaw in the metal, nothing more."
Morgan laughed at the face the dwarvar artificer made, and Jalara joined in. Finally, after they calmed down, he looked around at the others. "Come, let us get inside, and you can tell us how the dive went."
"All in all, the demon's attic isn't all that hard of a dungeon," Valserim said. "The imps are annoying, but with the guides we had purchased, we knew the best tactics to beat them, and we knew how to avoid the traps. Likewise, Grav's explosives made short work of the other swarm-type monsters."
"And the rewards?" Hexna asked as she leaned forward. Morgan knew that she was some kind of a warlock, and that drops from demon-type dungeons could be useful to her. Jalara shook her head. "There was nothing that could be useful to us now. Some ability and skill stones,
We sold them in Eaters. Morgan nodded his head. The dungeon was level 30, so just below their own levels. It made sense that they hadn't gotten any rewards that would be useful for them, nor as much experience. The reason why they went into that dungeon was simply to practice teamwork. The two teams had decided that they needed to stick together in the tower, so they were practicing with different combinations of members. They had a pretty diverse and effective group, actually. Well, we'll at least have funds to equip ourselves properly for the tower, Borodar said. Morgan nodded. They weren't sure just how the great guilds would help them in that regard, so they had spent the last 4 months amassing funds and materials so that they could equip themselves if needed. The word was that the great guilds wanted to climb the tower, but Morgan and the others had no intention of being used as fodder, and while that was unlikely, they wanted to be ready. The great guilds had more to gain by making sure that the raid members were capable and useful, rather than just using them. Morgan had been bitten before, however, and he didn't want to take the chance. It didn't matter much, as they would see soon enough. They had less than a month before they needed to present themselves to the Great Guild headquarters in Amantor, the city in the shadow of the tower. So, Lucius turned to look at Morgan. Did you decide on what to do? Morgan tapped his fingers on the table. I don't think that I can refuse. Insulting someone like her is not a good idea. Hexna nodded from her spot across from him. I don't think you have much to worry about. If she wanted, she could have just sent one to cut your hand off and bring it to her. Morgan blinked at the black-haired human woman. What? Hexna asked as she saw that everyone was staring at her. Nothing, Morgan said. What she'd shared with the group was true. Ta'ilara, the Grand Mage, probably could do anything that she wanted. Her invitation was for him to visit before they headed into the tower, but he didn't know when exactly that would be. For all they knew, the great guilds would train them for years before they attempted the climb. I'm thinking of going now, before we go to Amantor. What? Vestella asked from just next to him, and he grimaced. But I just got back! I didn't mean right this moment. In a day or two, of course. Morgan looked at her, giving her one of his best smiles. Vess narrowed her eyes at him. I'm coming with you. Vess, it's fine. I'll be okay. And besides, the rest of you haven't gone through the last of Azil's lessons. Before she could answer, Clara interjected. Don't worry, Vess. I'll go with him to make sure he doesn't get into any trouble. Morgan beamed at Clara. Thanks, bestie, he shouted in his head. Clara saw his look and gave him a dirty sneer in return. Vess glanced at Clara, and then relented. Fine, but you better not miss the deadline, Morgan. Morgan nodded grimly. Of course not. A few hours later, Morgan was lying in bed with Vess. They hadn't been separated for long, but Vess was always a bit uncomfortable with there being distance between her and the people she cared for. It was understandable, seeing as her parents had left her and Val when they were young and never returned. Morgan had no intention of abandoning her, of course, a fact that he had told her many times. But he knew that such trauma couldn't be healed with just words. Instead, he held her close and kept quiet. She didn't bring up the fact that he intended to leave soon, but he knew that it was on her mind. He wanted to tell her that there was nothing to worry about, but he wasn't even sure about that himself. Before he found courage to speak, she beat him to it. Do you think we are doing the right thing? Vestella asked him. Morgan turned his head so that he could look at her. About what? The tower, Vess said. With the wealth we have accumulated, our guild can prosper. We can live comfortably, and for a long time, without much risk. Morgan didn't answer immediately. This was what most people in this world thought about once they reached the levels and wealth that they now had. It was a good question. They didn't need to go to the tower, and they could continue to farm less dangerous dungeons in order to stay alive. The ascension crystals they needed to consume wouldn't lose their effectiveness quickly, and even when they did, they could just go for slightly stronger monsters. But Morgan knew that that was the trap of this world. It was a test to weed out those who were content with less, who were lazy or scared of going further. Oxalis didn't need people like that. He wanted those who were willing and able to reach for something more. "I thought you wanted to find out what happened to your parents," Morgan asked softly. "I did, and I do. It's just, I don't know. They had been such a large part of my life for so long, but now I realize that they are not nearly as important to me as our team, as you and our friends. I don't need to know what happened to them. You are my family." Morgan hugged her closer. He loved her more than he thought possible, but he knew that she was just afraid. "We could stay, Vess, but do you really think we would be happy? The tower has always been your dream, a dream we all share. What would it feel like to be the first to climb to the top, to conquer it? I want to see the end. I've found my purpose in this world, and it is to get stronger, to ascend as far as I am able. I know that you want that as well. Hiding is not what either of us wants." Vess sighed, relaxing in my arms. "You're right. I'm sorry. It's just that sometimes I second-guess myself, my choices." "You don't need to. We are all good at what we do. We would not have survived for this long if we weren't. And we are strong. The great guilds wouldn't have chosen us, even though we didn't win the tournament. This is what we were meant to do, to be." He felt her nod against his shoulder. "Yes," she whispered. "I do want to ascend. I want to climb the tower. I just don't know what I would do if we lost one of us." Morgan took a deep breath before answering. "It's possible that will happen. The tower is dangerous, we all know it, and it is likely that some of us might die. But I want you to promise me something. No matter what, we need to be true to who we are, to keep going to the top." Vess raised her head, meeting his eyes. He saw her fear, but also her resolve, as she nodded her head. "Good," Morgan whispered, and pulled her close. He knew what waited for them at the end of the tower, and he had decided that he would reach it. He would meet his father again, and stand by his side. Chapter 4. A couple of days later, Morgan found himself standing in his guild hold, Skyreach Hold. It was built atop a plateau, halfway up the mountain. Morgan looked around, seeing people walking about on their business. The once wooden buildings were in the process of being upgraded, as most of the guild hold and the city at the base of the mountain was. After the tournament, their guild had started getting more attention. The tournament had been broadcast around this world, and many people had seen their team. Since then, the guild had gotten a lot of work. The other adventurers' groups had started doing private contracts for other guilds nearby, and some even traveled to distant lands for work. Skyreach had gotten richer. Morgan felt a pang of sadness at everything he saw. He was the guild master, but he had little to do with the guild's day-to-day operations. Most of that was taken care of by Titus and Carissa, while Skyforce prepared for the tower. There were so many people in the guild now that he had no hope of knowing them all. They owned all the land inside the valley, and had even traded with other guilds for some territory beyond the pass. They were a guild on the rise, but Morgan knew that he couldn't step back into the leading position. He didn't want to sit and lead a guild. He wanted to ascend. He shook his head. He had no desire to get bogged down in unhelpful thoughts. His guild was doing well, and he had a task ahead of him. He glanced to his right, where Clara fidgeted with her robe. "Ready?" Morgan asked. The short orc woman nodded her head. "Yeah, let's do this." She, like Morgan, had some trepidation about using a teleporter, but Morgan forced his fears down and looked at the man standing behind a desk nearby. Send us on our way, then.
The man dressed in Skyguard armor nodded and tapped his control board several times. The platform beneath their feet started to glow, and the teleporter activated. Morgan's world was filled with light, the sensation of teleportation filling him whole. He felt like he was being stretched, which wasn't really painful, more just strange. But then the sensation stopped and the light disappeared. He blinked, finding himself elsewhere. They were in a closed room, lit by brilliant white orbs floating in glass boxes along the walls. Below each was a large stone statue of warriors with long blades held in both hands and pointed to the ground. Morgan looked around, seeing the control board and a woman sitting behind it. He frowned for a moment, as he saw no security. They had arrived to the private teleporter of the Academy. Since the Grand Mage's message had come with a teleportation authorizer, a small coin that allowed them to use their teleport to circumvent the public teleporters of the Academy. Still, even though only people with the coins could come here, Morgan would have put some kind of guard in place. It was true that Ascended couldn't kill one another, but there were still things that they could do. A bright and cheery voice interrupted his musings, and Morgan turned in its direction. "Good day," the woman behind the control board said. "Welcome to the Academy. May I inquire as to what your business here is?" Morgan smiled at the woman and answered, "Hello, I am Morgan Newton. I was invited here by the Grand Mage," he said. Immediately he saw the woman's expression turn doubtful, so before she had a chance to speak, he pulled out her invitation. Aside from her message, she had sent a formal invitation, which he passed over to the woman. She took it from his hand and looked it over, her eyebrows rising in surprise. A moment later her expression cleared, and she smiled at them. "Oh, of course. Let me send the word ahead and see if the Grand Mage is available." She placed her hand on a crystal next to her, and a moment later a grinding noise filled the chamber. Morgan startled and noticed what he had thought were statues move a step back. Clara saw his expression and leaned over. "Golems," she said. Morgan nodded. He hadn't realized what they were, but in retrospect, he should have. The woman was speaking softly while holding a small gem on her necklace. Morgan could hear that she was speaking, but couldn't really discern what she was saying. He figured that it had to be some kind of a spell. After a few moments, the woman took her hand off her necklace and smiled at them. "The Grand Mage is currently in a meeting, but she wants you brought to her private office," the woman said, just as a man dressed in an elaborate robe entered the room. "Corin here will escort you." The man looked at them, obviously not finding anything of interest, and then turned, gesturing for them to follow. Morgan exchanged a look with Clara. She shrugged and followed after the man, and Morgan did the same. As they walked, Morgan looked around, interested to see what this academy looked like. Sadly, though, they were inside, and he saw no windows. He couldn't even tell if they were underground or above it. The man led through a long corridor until they finally reached the end, where there were several frames embedded in the wall filled with something that resembled liquid. The man turned around and looked at the two of them as they came to a stop next to one of them.
"This is a transport door. It is harmless. Just step into it."
With that short explanation, the man stepped into the frame, making the liquid shift across its surface. Morgan groaned. "Another teleporting thing?" Clara looked at him in sympathy. "This is an academy for magic, Morgan. This should have been the least you expected." With that, she walked forward and through the frame. Morgan shook his head and then followed, closing his eyes just as he stepped through. Surprisingly, it felt a lot better than teleporting. He only felt a moment of coldness before the feeling was gone. He opened his eyes and found himself in another long corridor, only this one had one wall open to the air. He looked over and saw that it was night, which was to be expected, as they were a half-world away. He walked over, seeing lanterns illuminating a large garden below,
but he couldn't see much beyond in the darkness. Their guide coughed impatiently, and Morgan rolled his eyes. But he followed after the man again. He led them through several corridors that led deeper into the building, passing only the occasional guard. Eventually they reached what looked like a waiting area, where their guide unceremoniously left them. Morgan was a bit surprised at the man, but it wasn't like he cared. For all Morgan knew, the man had been woken up just to escort them, and Morgan would have been grumpy too if that was the case. Morgan and Clara sat down on 2 comfortable and ornate chairs and waited. There was a table in front of large double doors, but there was no one sitting there, which made Morgan wonder why that was. The woman had told them that the Grand Mage was in a meeting, but it was the middle of the night. Although Morgan knew that high-level Ascended didn't need nearly as much sleep as ordinary humans did, he himself could stay awake for 2 or 3 days before needing sleep. Thankfully, he didn't wait long before the double doors opened up, and a person stepped out. Morgan immediately recognized her. The Grand Mage Ta'ilara was a striking human with bright blue hair and piercing silver eyes. She wore the same robe that she had during the tournament, and her fingers were adorned with rings. She looked young, but Morgan shivered as her eyes met his, and then she smiled. "Forgive the lack of a proper reception, but most of my staff are fast asleep," she said softly, gesturing at them to come inside. Morgan took a deep breath and stood up, Clara following. Once inside, Morgan couldn't help but be surprised. Not because the room was anything spectacular, but by how ordinary it looked. It had the feel of a small library. 2 walls were covered with shelves, a large table was at the end of the room, and a smaller coffee table was in the center, flanked by 2 couches. There was a large crystal orb placed on a pedestal nearby, and a painting hanging on the far wall, depicting a dragon spewing fire at an army. "So," Ta'ilara spoke, as she took a seat behind the table, "I wondered if you would accept my invitation." Morgan took a seat that was offered in front of her table. He was a bit intimidated. The woman in front of him was one of the most powerful people in this world. But in truth, he knew that he was nowhere near as intimidated as most people in his shoes would be. After all, he had spoken with gods before, and compared to Oxalis or the Guiding Force, the woman in front of him was nothing special. But he still had respect for her power. "I was intrigued by your offer." The woman tilted her head as she looked at him. "You know, I rarely need to make such offers. People generally want to please me. It is rare that I see people like you. You aren't even a bit scared of me, are you?" Morgan didn't know if he would go that far. He was intimidated, but probably not to the degree she was used to. "I doubt you would want to do me harm. I'm sure that you have better things to do with your time." That made her laugh, and Morgan let his lips turn up into a smile. "That I do," she said after she calmed down. "Well, since I do have a lot of things to do, why don't we get straight to the point?" Morgan blinked. "What, here?" "Of course. This is my private study," she said as she stood up and walked over and sat at the edge of her table, just a step away from Morgan. "Tell me, how did you make that arm of yours?" Morgan glanced at Clara, but saw her look at him with an expression that told him that this was his problem. The reason he had accepted the invitation was because the Grand Mage had offered him something that he found incredibly enticing. In return for the knowledge of how he created a symbiotic arm, she would do her best to help him improve it. Or if she was unable, she would provide him with a weapon powerful enough to help in his climb through the tower. And it wasn't like there was really any benefit to keeping the way he created Klin a secret. He sighed and put his right hand up. Focusing on his ring, he pulled out a plant out of his storage. "This is a chimera plant, my own creation." Morgan started as the woman leaned down to inspect it. "It is a blend of several different types of plants, but the thing that is most important about it is that it can harvest metals from the ground. and can manufacture poison. It is sturdy because it uses some metal elements to make itself tougher. This was my starting point. Afterward, I used my perk to combine it with a fungi that could consume different organic matter and replace it. My perk was successful, and I created a unique life form, one which had properties of both my plant and the fungi, but also more. Ta'ilara took the plant in her hands, twisting it, and one of her rings glowed slightly. Creating such hybrids is not unheard of. So, you lost your arm, and then you used your nature affinity to mold another one of this creation? Morgan heard Clara snort, which she tried to cover up, immediately looking embarrassed. Ta'ilara looked at her, confused. This wasn't what happened, Ta'ilara asked Clara. Clara looked at the Grand Mage as she answered, No, Grand Mage. If he were a normal person, perhaps that would be logical, but no. He is an idiot, so he did something insane. Ta'ilara blinked, then turned back to look at him. Morgan looked back at her sheepishly, but then he continued with his explanation. Actually, I inserted it into my arm, while it was still whole. Ta'ilara blinked at that. What? Well, I had a health potion ready in case it went wrong, so that I could regrow my arm. But basically I had it eat my arm and replace it, mimicking muscles and flesh. Then I used the Stone of Ascension on it and, well, I created something like a pet, but not, I guess. Morgan spoke in a rush, as if by speaking quickly his words would sound less idiotic. Ta'ilara looked at him incredulously, her eyes widening in what he assumed was shock. She glanced at Clara, who nodded to confirm that what he said was the truth. You had a plant-fungi hybrid that you created eat your arm to replace it? Yeah. Why would you do something like that? She asked with obvious curiosity. Morgan scratched his head. Well, my skill set was focused around plants, which left me at a disadvantage in areas where there was no plants or soil. So I decided that the best way to remedy that was to always have a plant on hand, or at least something like a plant. Clin can create long tendrils with sharp tips, poison or acid that I can eject at my opponents, and many other things. Ta'ilara shook her head, but Morgan could see a faint smile on her lips. Remarkable. The audacity. The daring. If even a third, no, a fifth of my students were as daring as you. She trailed off, looking at his left arm. May I see it again? Morgan extended his hand, and she took it in hers gently. She spoke as her rings glowed and she studied his arm. Using a Stone of Ascension on living things had been done before on animals, and even on unascended, but I have never heard about it being used on a plant. Technically, it wasn't really a plant at that point, more like a new type of a life form. Fascinating, Ta'ilara said. Knowing how it was made will give us many new avenues to research. But I would be thankful if you were willing to stay for a few days so that I can run some tests. Morgan sighed. He had known that she would want something like that. As long as we get back in time for our deadline, we are supposed to be in Amantor in less than 4 weeks. Of course, I will make sure of it. But until then, you are my guests. Ta'ilara gave him a terrifying grin, making him shudder. And now I'm a guinea pig. I just hope that this will be worth it in the end, Morgan thought to himself. Despite his concerns, he knew exactly what kind of an opportunity this was for him. To get the opinion and help of one of the most powerful beings in the world? He would suffer through anything for that. Chapter 5. Morgan spent the next couple of days getting his arm prodded and examined by magical spells. The Grand Mage was actually incredibly meticulous in her data collection, and wanted to know exactly what Klin could do. She had a small lab, deep in the mountain where they spent most of their time. It was a stone room, with wards and enchantments all over the walls, but otherwise it was mostly bare. There was only a stone table and chairs. It was mostly just Ta'ilara and Morgan, with some of her students joining in when she needed something hauled in. Clara had been attending some classes. Ta'ilara had been kind enough to allow it, and Morgan understood that it was a great gift. Joining the academy cost a lot of coin, and at least Clara would get something out of this, if nothing else. They spent most of their time in the laboratory, testing out what Klin could do. Ta'ilara had him consume a variety of different things, and had even had him consume animal organs, and then replicate them. It was weird seeing a pair of wolf lungs hanging from his hand, and even weirder having to use them to breathe. Through these experiments, though, he had seen an entirely new way of using Klin. The Grand Mage had provided him with monster lungs that could breathe poison, plants that could draw oxygen from water, and then she had him experimenting by combining different capabilities. He had learned to create a small organ in his hand that he could use to breathe in toxic environments or even underwater for short periods of time. She even insisted on him making them more aesthetically pleasing, with which Morgan agreed. Having an organ hanging from bone was disturbing, so he managed to stuff them inside his arm beneath the skin, making it a bit bulky, and created something like small round pores in his skin to take in the air. There didn't seem to be an end to her experiments, and Morgan began to realize why Ta'ilara wanted to know more about Klin. It presented a unique opportunity. If she could replicate it, she would have a new product for the Academy. There were many people in the world that altered their own body in order to get stronger. Artificial limbs, eyes, and he had even seen people with metallic wings on their backs. It actually reminded Morgan of cyberpunk, only accomplished through magic and artifice. It was interesting, and while he hadn't seen many people like that, he was sure that there would be those who would want something like Klin. Having an arm that could change shape and do all the things that Morgan had realized it could do? It was something that Ta'ilara could sell for a fortune. And he saw that in her. She wasn't like him who wanted to ascend. In many ways, she was the prime example of the majority of this world. She was strong, but she didn't want to advance further. She just wanted to extend her life. And Morgan was sure that for someone as high level as her, it required a lot of wealth just to give her an extra year. He wondered how old she even was. All he knew was that she was at least a couple 100 years old. So, Ta'ilara started, if you want to change its form, you need to focus and use your phytokinesis skill? Morgan nodded. Yes, although I can have it take different forms before battle and then use it like that. For example, Morgan raised his arm palm up, and the skin on the center of his palm split open, creating a slit. Then 3 small dark green tendrils slithered out, one of them with sharp leaves at the tip that resembled pines, except that these leaves were razor-sharp with metallic edges. The second had a small bud on the tip, a release system that could expel poison he had stored in a small sac inside his arm. The last one had no additions. It looked more like a vine, and its purpose was to serve as a manipulator tendril. All 3 were as thin as a razor wire, and were just as tough, and could extend to about 3 meters. Those 3 were his standard shapes for Klin, which he usually kept inside his arm. He explained it all to the Grand Mage. You don't need to focus to use them when they are like that? She asked. Not really. Klin has nerves running all through it, connected to my own nervous system. It's like it's a part of me. I can move it as well as any of my own limbs. I only need to focus if I want to change its form, Morgan answered. But it cannot act on its own? Ta'ilara inquired. Morgan grimaced as he remembered. Well, it can. Although that had happened only once, during the tournament, if you remember. Ah, yes, I do remember. It lashed out,
catching an attack coming to your head. You didn't intend for that to happen?
No, I just remember thinking that I needed to survive the attack. It just reacted.
So it reacted to your emotional state, your will. This is not surprising. Most people in the world don't understand just how much their own will influences everything around them. Her words made him remember something that he had heard Oxalis tell him long ago. The power of your soul's will knows no bounds. It is the cornerstone of who you are. And as long as it is strong enough, nothing, not even death, will stand in your way. Morgan had known that will was important, but he hadn't really thought about it beyond that. Before he could comment, Ta'ilara spoke again. I think that I have an idea that I want you to try. I think it is time for us to try and upgrade this creature of yours.
Really? Morgan asked. He had thought that just showing him what else he could do with Klin was reward enough, but apparently she didn't consider that to be what she had promised.
Oh, yes, you are an adventurer, and for you, the most important thing in combat is reliability. Having to focus to change its shape mid-battle is dangerous. You can get caught unaware. You can miss things. No, you need something like abilities for your hand there. And since it already has this consume ability, I know that it is possible for it to have more. We will attempt to create some now. How? Morgan asked. Ta'ilara chuckled. Why, the same way all abilities are created. With the will, of course. But first, we need to deal with those bones of yours. Morgan blinked at that, not really understanding what she was thinking. Once she explained herself, Morgan couldn't help but feel a little apprehensive about it. Wouldn't that make it far heavier? I only keep Klin at about twice the weight of a normal arm, as otherwise it would slow down my movement. Morgan looked at Ta'ilara. Her suggestion that he switch the bones in his hand for metal was unsettling. He didn't know why he felt that way. Klin had already replaced almost the entirety of his arm, and the entire hand and almost all the way up to his elbow was no longer his original body, or rather the body he had gotten once he ascended. He was pretty sure that the body he was born with was still back on Earth, probably buried. Still, Klin was fixed on top of his arm's bones, the only part of his arm that Morgan hadn't had the life form consume. Klin could grow nearly without limit. As long as it consumed materials it could incorporate or replicate, it could get larger and larger. Still, having something so large wasn't useful. He wouldn't be able to move, so he usually kept it a bit denser than ordinary flesh, such that he had more material to work with, which made it about twice as heavy as his right arm. That was about what he could take without any difficulties. Making it larger hindered his movements. He had his mass transfer, which he could use temporarily to make Klin denser, packing more mass in the same volume. He could then move it around, stretch it further, although increasing a mass of his arrows was much more useful. Having a wooden arrow with the density of iron made it deal far more damage if he used his phasing to shoot it. He could send it flying at the same speed he could an ordinary arrow. Yes, that could be a problem, Ta'ilara said as she looked at the metal bars arranged on the table. Klin could consume and replicate anything that had living tissue, but there were metals in living things, and while he couldn't replicate them, he could absorb and use them. He always kept a small amount of nickel and iron in Klin's body. But even if he didn't, Klin's original form that came from the Chimera plant had metals in it. Ta'ilara wanted him to use one of the metal bars on the table to create new bones to replace his old ones. Morgan wasn't sure that that would be a good idea. First, he didn't have a kinesis ability that would allow him to manipulate metal. He had gravikinesis. He could learn the metal bending skill. He had the points. But he wasn't sure what other use it would have in his kit.
Besides, having metal bones would make his left hand far too heavy and would hinder his movements. Still, Ta'ilara spoke again, you don't need those bones of yours. They are just hindering Klin's ability. You might not even need bones. I mean, they are there to keep the muscles and flesh anchored. But Klin doesn't need that, surely. Morgan was thinking furiously, trying to come up with anything. I would still need to anchor it somewhere. Ta'ilara waved her hand. You can anchor it with small tendrils further up your arm. It is not necessary in the lower parts, where it hinders you. What if you get your hand cut off with a sword? Klin would be able to regenerate. You consume some material and it's back in its former state. But your bones wouldn't. What about the pain of having your bone cut off? But having a bone replacement that is part of your arm, that would be different, wouldn't it? Morgan could see her point, and he had some troubles because of his bone. The ways that he could form Klin were bound by his bones. But metal? Not all metals are heavy, and if you can bond them, that would make you able to make better forms, right? Ta'ilara asked. Here, pick this up. Morgan reached out to a silvery metal bar and picked it up. Immediately he was surprised. The bar was as long and thick as his forearm, but it was light. He tested it out, throwing it up in the air and catching it, and found it wasn't heavier than 2 or 3 kilograms. What is this? Morgan asked. Mithril. Not the strongest of metals, but strong compared to how light it is. And here, this is scarletite. She reached for another bar and passing it over. Morgan put the mithril bar back on the table and picked up the scarletite one. Immediately he felt the weight. It was far heavier. That, Ta'ilara spoke, is the strongest metal in the world. Without any enchantments, that is. But you, of course, wouldn't need this much metal. We would want your arm to absorb smaller quantities, enough that you can shape sharp edges or strengthen the structure of different forms. Not enough to increase the weight that much. I don't even think I can have it absorb things like that. The plant it was created from could take metals from the ground in small quantities. Not something like this. Ta'ilara smiled. Let me tell you a secret about this world, something that few people know. Will is more important than anything else. If you believe strongly enough, the world will bend the rules to make it so. The system that we ascended, use is designed to enable our imagination, to strengthen us, and give us the tools to achieve what we want. So, do you want to do this? Morgan looked at the 2 bars of metal, and then nodded his head. He purchased the ferrokinesis skill immediately, and then spent the next day trying to move metals. It was harder than his phytokinesis. With it he could move plants, instill them with his energy, and make them grow. But ferrokinesis was different. Metals were different. They didn't seem to want to change, to move. He had to expend an incredible amount of mental energy to make them change. And even then the best he managed was to bend a metal bar a little. It was not at all what he had imagined. He was far away from being able to move metal around like Magneto. Still, Ta'ilara had told him that what he imagined was possible, and there were high-level people who were focused in that area and who could do amazing things with metal, although most of them were smiths or artificers. But Morgan didn't need to be able to do much with metal. The skill was only required to help with what he wanted to do. So after a day of getting familiar with the skill, he placed Klin on top of a metal bar. It was smaller than what Ta'ilara showed him, and it was a composite of mithril and scarletite, merged by magic. His arm moved, and, losing its skin color, it engulfed the small bar of metal. Immediately he had Klin go to work, focusing on breaking down the material. He even used small amounts of distilled acid as well. It was a slow process, but he used his newly acquired ferrokinesis to help the process along. Eventually, he managed it, getting smaller particles that he moved around Clin's body. When he was finished, he sighed and realized that it had been several hours since he started. Ta'ilara was still next to him, her eyes glowing with magic. "That was fascinating," she said. "Good. Now the bones." Morgan grimaced. He was tired already, but the look in her eyes told him that there would be no getting out of this. He knew that if he removed his bones, his body would accept the new reality as normal. A health potion wouldn't restore his arm again, nor would ascending. Ta'ilara mentioned that there were spells that might be able to help in regrowing limbs that were removed, but for all intents and purposes, if he did this, the last part of his real arm would be gone. He realized that there was no point in delaying. He had already made the decision to use Clin as the cornerstone of his growth. There was no point using half measures. He took a deep breath and readied himself to focus on Clin and consume his own bones. But Ta'ilara stopped him. "Wait," she said, looking just a bit embarrassed. She raised her hand and made a gesture, and a blue light shone all over Morgan before disappearing. "What was that?" he asked. "Pain suppression," she told him simply. Morgan blinked, but then nodded in gratitude. The last time he had Clin consume a part of his body, he'd done so with no painkillers. He turned his attention back then and focused. "Consume," he said in his head, and when Clin moved, he could feel the bones disappear in nearly an instant. Then he used the extra material to create more tendrils that he used to bore through his flesh, further up his arm, anchoring Clin to the bones beneath his biceps. Then he sighed, looking at his arm. It no longer looked like a real arm. The support system was gone. Now it looked like it was made out of rubber. He moved it, and it did move how he wanted, but while it mimicked muscles, it wasn't quite authentic. His arm moved more like a tendril than a real arm, which was to be expected since it didn't have a foundation to form around. "Good. Now create new bones," Ta'ilara said. Morgan blinked at her. "You want me to create new bones?" "Of course. Having bones in an arm is useful. The problem was that they weren't part of Clin. Now, if you create new ones, they will be, and you could regenerate them or change their shape more easily," Ta'ilara told him. Morgan frowned, but he did understand what she was saying. He could create anything that Clin had consumed before. Depending on how complicated it would take more time, but he could experiment, and so he did. He could create the exact replica of his former bones, but it would be better to make something stronger. In the inner parts where bone marrow was supposed to go, he put the broken-down metal elements, and for the outer shell, he replicated the same as an ordinary bone. His hand regained its former appearance as the bones provided much-needed framework. He moved it around experimentally. It was slightly heavier than he was used to, but not by much. The metals that he absorbed hadn't been that heavy. "Good, good," Ta'ilara said. "Now we have come to the hard part." Hard part?" Morgan asked. She grinned. "Creating an ability, of course. Although perhaps we should call it something else. We'll think of something. That arm is a part of you, and we need to figure out if it can act the same way everything else can. We are going to create an ability that will shift Clin into that form, without the need for you to focus on it." Morgan immediately understood what she was talking about, and he cursed himself for not thinking on it before. If one could create abilities, macros, that executed a certain action, then why wouldn't he be able to do the same for Clin? "Focus now," Ta'ilara said, and Morgan did. Chapter 6. It took Morgan 3 days to figure it out, but finally, after a lot of effort and mental exhaustion, he was rewarded by a notification. Congratulations! You've learned a new form for Klin the Mutated Will. Morgan blinked, then found Klin's screen and took a look. Klin the Mutated Will, Level 18. Rank, Legendary. Consume, 10. Klin is able to consume living organisms. Anything that Klin has previously consumed, it can replicate. Basic Form 1. Klin is able to assume the form of an ordinary human arm. Morgan smiled when he saw it, then immediately focused on Klin, changing its form into something more like a thick tentacle. Then he pressed the mental trigger for the basic form, and immediately Klin shifted, settling back in the form of an ordinary hand. Ta'ilara clapped and chuckled, making Morgan look at her. He had realized that her personality was very much like that of a child in a candy shop, especially when she saw something interesting to her. "That's great! You managed it?" Morgan nodded. He was impressed. It took barely a second for Klin to take the appearance of an arm, and he didn't even need to focus on Klin. It moved into the form on its own. He looked inside it with his phytokinesis and, seeing that everything was in its proper place, he looked up. "Good. Now, we need to make more." Ta'ilara clapped. Morgan grinned. He could already see the possibilities. "Oh!" Ta'ilara stood up. "I have an idea. Wait here." Morgan watched as she ran out of the room, and he just shook his head and looked back at his arm. He understood just how lucky he was that the Grand Mage had found Klin interesting, and that she wanted to help instead of just taking the knowledge from him. He had come to understand a bit more about her. She had been spending a lot of time with Morgan, testing Klin, helping him for no apparent gain other than knowledge. She had all the wealth in the world. What she lacked was novelty, something that she hadn't seen before, something unique, and she was more than happy to give Morgan both her time and expertise in return for seeing something new. He could see how that could happen. As you reach a level of wealth and power where you could get anything and everything, finding something that you hadn't seen before had to be exhilarating. She returned some 20 minutes after, coming back to the table and putting her hand over it. Suddenly, a bow appeared, probably out of her storage ring. Morgan looked at the bow with his eyes wide open. It was the most beautiful thing he had ever seen. It was a stark white, with glowing red lines going through it. He used his inspect on it and nearly lost his breath. Bow of 1,000 songs, level, ? Dash, ? It was a far greater level than him, so much so that he couldn't even tell what it did. But he could feel that it was powerful. "What level is that?" Morgan asked. Ta'ilara looked at him in confusion. Then realization came. "Ah, you are low level, of course. It is level 60, made out of 1,000-year-old songwood." Morgan had no idea what that meant. He had never heard of that wood, but it sounded impressive. "Why did you bring it?" She frowned. "I wanted to have you consume it, of course. You said that Klin can replicate anything that it consumes, as long as it originated from living organisms? Well, this is made out of wood. I want to see if it can replicate its unique bonuses, too. You said that you want to try and create a bow form, yes? Well, modeling it after a high-level item would be best." Morgan looked at her like she was insane, which he figured she probably was. The bow in front of him was probably worth a fortune, and she wanted to have Morgan destroy it? It had never occurred to Morgan to try and consume items such as this, and he had no idea if Klin could absorb magic. I don't think that is possible, especially since I can't even see what it does." Ta'ilara hummed, then nodded her head. "Right. Better start with something smaller." "That's not what I meant," Morgan said in his head, but already she had replaced the bow with another, this one only slightly less impressive.
"Here, what about this?" she asked. Morgan looked at the new bow. It was made out of black wood that looked like it was smoldering and had red glowing embers embedded in it. Tiny wisps of smoke rose from the embers, creating a slight haze. Burning Bow of Penetration, level 41. Requires 48 agility, 30 strength. Bow made out of ever-burning tree wood. Attacks inflict minor heat damage. Once per combat, the bearer can activate its blazing shot ability to increase their penetration by 100%. Plus 5 to agility, plus 5 to strength, plus 5 to fire affinity. Morgan didn't even understand what that ability meant, and he had yet to encounter an item that gave penetration. Would it just guarantee the user could penetrate whatever object they fired an arrow at? Or did it just double an arrow's penetrative power? He would need to test it. The bow was only a single level greater than his own, and he still needed more strength in order to be able to use it. He said as much to Ta'ilara. "But Klin is stronger than you. I believe that it had different stats than you. Obviously, it is capable of feats of strength that you are not," Ta'ilara explained. Morgan had realized that, yes, but he didn't know the rules, if there even were any when it came to Klin. "Its level is lower, too. Just try it." "That thing is worth a lot of coin," Morgan started, but Ta'ilara interrupted him. "Now!" she said with mock anger, and Morgan obeyed. He doubted that she was used to being refused, and in the end it was her bow to do with as she willed. He reached over with Klin and activated Consume. His arm spread over the entire bow and consumed it, before returning back to its original form. Morgan felt something happening, and then a new notification popped up. Klin the Mutated Will had absorbed an object with fire and nature affinity. It can now imbue fire affinity into any of its forms. Morgan blinked at the notification. So far, Klin had had nature and metal affinities, but now it looked like it could take in more. He told Ta'ilara what his notification said. "Oh, interesting," Ta'ilara said, looking down at his hand. "Try to shape it into the bow." Morgan did as he was asked. The bow started to appear slowly, growing out of his arm and adopting the properties of the ever-burning tree. Once Klin had consumed something, it could replicate it, and it looked like he could even do things with affinity that Morgan himself didn't possess. A moment later, the bow was finished, and it looked exactly like the one that he had consumed, except that it was attached to the rest of his limb. "I don't see anything about the bonuses, and I didn't get any increase in stats," Morgan said, and he couldn't check Klin's stats since he couldn't see them. Ta'ilara theorized that he would be able to see them once it leveled sufficiently. Ta'ilara nodded her head. "We need to fire it to see if the heat damage still works. Come, let's go to a training room." Another day later, they'd figured out a few things. Any active abilities that the item had weren't retained, but the passive ones were. The Klin bow did imbue any of his arrows with a minor heat damage boost, and he could use it despite not meeting the requirements for the original item. Under Ta'ilara's guidance, he started to experiment a bit. She wanted him to strengthen the string, then alter different parts of the bow. She wasn't really knowledgeable about bows, but Morgan knew enough. He added a shelf for an arrow, then changed the string to one of his own design that was more like wire. After that, emboldened by Ta'ilara's encouragement, he added something completely different. On the two limbs of the bow, he grew long sinews, tendons, and muscles. It took a while to get them to blend in and not look grotesque, but in the end, he managed it. The bow now looked much like the one he had consumed, except that it had two long, dark green coverings on the outside of the limbs, beneath which Morgan had grown the muscles and tendons. It looked only slightly bulky. The reason for it was simple. It allowed him to bend the bow easier. as well as increased the shooting power by flexing the muscles at the moment he released an arrow. The result was incredible. He could shoot an arrow far faster than he had ever been able to, nearly as fast as a bullet, by his reckoning, and the best part was that he didn't lose the passive bonus of heat damage. He figured that the bonus was tied to the material of the bow itself. It was a great leap forward for his abilities, and even without using his phasing and transferring of mass, he would be able to do a lot of damage. After that came the hard work of holding the form in his head and willing Clin to create a form. It took him less time than the first time, and with a focus of will, he managed to create an ever-burning bow form. After that, Ta'ilara insisted on other forms, so he made one for close combat, with a long blade fashioned mostly out of keratin with metal edges, which he unoriginally named the sword form. That was where they discovered that Clin had a limit of how many forms it could remember, 3. But it did appear like he could remove a form and replace it with another, so at least he didn't need to worry about filling his slots carelessly. Perhaps, as it leveled, Morgan could increase that number. With that done, his time experimenting with the Grand Mage came to an end. She had seen everything that Clin could do, and she knew how to create something like it. Morgan had even given her seeds for his chimera plant, but he was sure that she would have her druids create something better. In return for what he had given her, she had repaid him with knowledge and an item of great worth. Morgan was satisfied with what he received from the exchange. After a long day of working, Ta'ilara asked him to join her in her study before sleep. Morgan was surprised at the invitation and just a tiny bit worried. They walked through her academy, which he didn't get the chance to really explore, but he knew that it was a massive structure built into the sides of 2 mountain peaks, connected with massive bridges, filled with large balconies and platforms filled with gardens. The most he had seen of the outside had been when he arrived, but that had been at night, and he didn't get to see much. Still, he wasn't about to complain. Once they reached her study, she led him to the 2 couches in the middle, offering him a seat and taking the one across from him. Then, after a long stretch of silence, where she just sat and looked at him, she spoke. "I wanted to thank you again for accepting my invitation, although it is rare that I have to go to that much trouble in order to get what I want," she said with a mischievous smile. Morgan shifted uncomfortably, but to be fair, it wasn't like he had been all that intimidated by her. He hadn't grown up on this world, hadn't grown up hearing stories about such powerful people. There was also the thing with him being related to a god. "I didn't mean any disrespect. I just wasn't sure if your intentions were good," he told her. Ta'ilara shook her head. "I can't remember the last time someone spoke to me in the same way you are now." "Oh, have I offended you? Sorry, I have this habit where I sometimes say things without really thinking about them." No, Ta'ilara shook her head. "It is refreshing. That is why I wanted to talk with you like this, freely. I'd like to ask you a question." "Sure," Morgan said. "Why do you want to climb the tower?" she asked. Morgan didn't expect that question, so he didn't answer immediately. "I want to ascend. To gain more power, I want to reach the end of the tower. I want to meet Ox, the Great Lord, to stand before him as someone who has completed his tower." Ta'ilara blinked at his answer. "Really?" "Yes. Why do you ask?" Ta'ilara leaned back in her seat, looking to the side and the painting hanging above her desk, the dragon spewing fire on an army. I want to know what it is that drives someone to risk their life. I never get the truth from those who I ask. They say that it is because they want glory, power, and wealth, whatever. You said the same things, but you really want to meet the Great Lord?" "I do," Morgan said resolutely. "I have done my research on you before inviting you here," she said. "You are one of the chosen, brought over from another world, You created a guild in a low-level territory, and you and your friends grew it at an incredible rate, although much of that growth was thanks to the threat of the goblin horde. Afterward, you became adventurers, and you completed more contracts in 2 years than most teams would dare to do. You ascended fast, and then you joined the tournament. Tell me, have you met the Great Lord before? There are records of people who were brought over personally by him. Morgan looked at her, wondering if he should answer. I did, he said slowly. He brought me over here after I died on my world. Her eyes burned at his answer. Oh, the records of him are so rare. Can you tell me what he said? What he looked like? Morgan wasn't sure how much he should say. He knew that he was privy to some things that the other Ascended weren't, but he doubted explaining his arrival didn't seem like it would hurt much. So he told her. Her eyes widened as he told her his story. Oxalis. That is what he said his name was? One of them, at least. Ta'ilara nodded her head. There are many different names recorded, but I can't remember hearing that one. That, of course, means little. Your description of him is enough to confirm that it was him. She shook her head. I spent a large portion of my life trying to figure out what the purpose of this world is, why he put us all here, why he made us this way. I would give everything to know. Why don't you climb the tower, then? Morgan asked. She met his eyes. I have been in the tower before. I climbed to the 3rd floor, something that not many accomplish. But I wasn't about to go beyond, not without knowing that I wasn't going to certain death. You think that the tower can't be conquered? I don't know, and that is the problem. We are told that the top of the tower holds a great reward from the Great Lord, but no one has ever returned from beyond the 3rd floor. For all I know, I could step through the portal and die. Morgan could see that she wanted to know, but she was distrustful of this world's Great Lord. Morgan knew the answer. He knew that the tower was a test that no one had yet finished, and he knew that Oxalis would wait at the end. But he couldn't tell her that. Maybe you should come with us. Ta'ilara chuckled. Ragnar tried to convince me, but why would I do that? I have no need for glory, for more power. I can live for as long as I want here. I have wealth and people to hunt for me. I am safe here. Right, you have no need for glory. But what about answers? Morgan asked. Climbing the tower would mean seeing for yourself. I could just as well wait for someone else to be the first. Are you really content with letting someone else be the first? She didn't answer. Many have tried, and you are young. You don't know how many just like Ragnar had went in, and none had returned. Someone has to be the first, so why not this group? Morgan asked. Ragnar Ram is investing a lot in this raid. You could be a great help. There have been raids all on the same level that Ragnar and his group are now, and still they didn't return. You can see how desperate they are if they are going to take people of low levels like you. Do you think that they lied about leveling us up before the tower? Morgan asked. No. Ta'ilara shook her head. Ragnar is as honest as people come, and he truly believes that conquering the tower is possible. He just can't convince any high-level people to follow him. He will help you, equip you, level you up, and you will level in the tower. By the time you reach the 3rd floor, you will all be close to my level, if you survive. But the first 3 floors have never been the issue. We know the monsters there. We know how to finish them. It is what comes after that is the problem. I don't know what comes after, Morgan said, but I want to climb to the top, to ascend, to grow stronger is my purpose. Ilara looked at him with an expression that he couldn't recognize. And what if you die? Then I have died trying to accomplish something great. I envy your conviction. I just don't know if this world is the kind where such dreams can be accomplished. It is not. This is a cruel world, Morgan admitted. It is a world where people are forced to fight to survive, a world that is built on violence and death. But it is also a world where those who have the strength can rise higher, can achieve something that no one else can. You have power, Ilara. Morgan saw her expression change as he used her name. Just from these few short weeks, I have seen that you have the knowledge and power to be truly great. Staying here, afraid of death, is a waste of your potential. Ilara didn't answer, and Morgan didn't speak again. He worried that he had overstepped, but finally she just thanked him for the conversation and sent him on his way. The next day came the time for them to leave, and Ilara escorted Morgan and Clara to the teleporter. She didn't seem to be angry at him, and she greeted him with her usual smile. It has been a pleasure, Morgan, Ilara said, as Morgan and Clara stepped onto the platform. I wish you luck in your endeavor. She turned around to leave the room, but Morgan called after her. Ilara! She stopped and glanced back. Morgan heard Clara murmur something, and the woman at the control board look at him in shock, but he ignored them. Think on what I said. You were meant for far more than this. He saw her lip twitch for just a moment, and then she turned back and walked away. Morgan sighed and glanced at the woman. Send us on our way. The platform activated and teleported them back to their guild hold. Morgan took a deep breath and shook off the effects of the teleport. He opened his eyes and saw the sun slowly setting around his mountain. Ilara? Clara asked pointedly. Morgan chuckled. I don't have much respect for my betters. You should know that by now. She shook her head and walked off, leaving Morgan alone for a moment. He glanced down at Klin. Worth the trip. Chapter 7. By the time Clara and Morgan came back to the guild hold, all of the others had already arrived, their training with Azil finished. They still had a few days before they had to report to the Call Guild, so Morgan took that time to prepare. He spent most of it in his laboratory, growing plants and harvesting them, making his grenades and special arrows. He wanted to have a large supply, since he didn't know just how much the great guilds would be investing in them. The day before they were to leave, Titus and Carissa organized a large feast. They put tables and chairs out in the open, covering the plateau that held the guild hold. Ascended from their guild were invited to sit with them, and the non-ascended had a large feast organized down in the town. Morgan spent the first few hours eating and drinking with his friends, members from his own team and the last vanguard. But eventually he grew tired of it all and went for a walk. So Morgan found himself standing at the top of the stairs, leading into the guild hold, the large building that resembled a mix of a Viking mead hall and a Japanese castle. He felt a presence walk next to him, and he glanced to the side only to see a massive form. Ran, the Manticore, the guardian of their guild hall. Morgan put a hand on his neck and started scratching as he knew the Manticore liked. Are you enjoying yourself, boy? Morgan asked. The Manticore just purred loudly, releasing a sound that was somewhere between a growl and the shifting of earth. Morgan just laughed and continued his work. The Manticore had been with the team since the start, since they created their guild, and Morgan wondered if he was going to ever see them again. Going to the tower was dangerous, but there was also the fact that he didn't know what waited for him at the end. Would he even return here? He felt a bit irresponsible. He had gathered all these people, and now he couldn't help but feel like he was abandoning them. The truth was, he didn't know what was going to happen if he reached the top. Would he just follow his father? Or would he be able to return to this world? He didn't know, and he didn't like to think about things he couldn't change. "So, this is where you hide," came a voice from behind him, and Morgan turned to see Vess walking over to him with a smile on her face. She approached and gave Ran a quick pat on the head, before taking a step to stand next to him. "I'm not hiding," Morgan said, as he put his hand around her shoulders. They stood there in silence for a little while, just looking at their guild. The people were loud and happy. Morgan felt good about that, at least. That he had created a place where most people were happy. This was more of a home for him than Earth had ever been, could have ever been. "What are you thinking about?" Vess asked. "About our guild, about what is going to happen after we go into the tower." "Many things," Morgan said. "They will be fine. Titus and Carissa had been running things already, and they will continue to improve and grow," Vess assured him. Morgan shook his head. "It's not about that. I had such a dream about this. About growing our guild to be the best in the world, to do so many things. Going to the tower. It just happened so fast, you know? I didn't intend for things to go this way." "And you don't think that you will get to do those things?" Vess asked. Morgan looked at her. There were things that she didn't know, that he didn't share with her. She didn't know about the true nature of this world, about how it was run by technology and machines deep beneath the ground. Only Clara knew about their encounter with the guiding force. The others had no memories about it. He had told them about Oxalis being his father. That was his personal history, not a secret of this world. But the rest... He had made a promise to the guiding force to keep it a secret. He didn't know what the tower was, even if he knew its purpose. He realized that Vess was right. Perhaps he could do all those things that he planned. Perhaps he could go to the tower, reach the top, and then come back stronger, make something more of his guild. The more he thought about it, the more he liked the idea. His father needed soldiers, but this world had been a disappointment to him. Those who were strong didn't attempt to conquer the tower, but instead cowered in their wealth, like Ta'ilara. But if the tower could grant him power, if he could come back and show the others, if he could change this world and force the people to grow stronger, to create a world filled with soldiers for his father, that would be a feat worthy of the great Lord's son. "What is it?" Vess asked suddenly, snapping him out of his thoughts. "Sorry, I was thinking," Morgan said. "I know. You make this stupid-looking grimace when you are thinking really hard. Clara calls it your idiot face," Vess told him. "She calls it what?" Morgan asked, his tone rising. Vess chuckled. "I can't say that I disagree with her, actually." Morgan put a hand over his chest. "You wound me!" "Tell me," she said. "It's nothing, really. I just realized that you are right. We could come back and do all the things that I planned to do." "Of course we can," Vess said, and then her expression turned somber. "If we manage to survive, that is." Morgan didn't reassure her. He knew the dangers. Instead, he looked up at the stars above him. He wondered if Oxalis was looking down on him, if he cared enough to watch over him. Morgan had never thought himself a person who would seek their parents' approval, but he realized that he did want it. And he already was starting to imagine how Oxalis would feel if Morgan could deliver him what he so clearly wanted, a world's worth of soldiers. "You have your idiot face on again," Vess said, snapping him back from his imagination again. Morgan opened his mouth, but nothing came out. "Should I just assume that you are planning something incredibly stupid?" Vess asked. "To be fair, it won't matter for a long time." Morgan grinned at her. Vess shook her head. "Fine. I won't ask what it is, but I'll remember that you have more of your idiotic plans. That's why I have you, so that you can remember and let me know when I am doing something stupid." "Oof. That's tough. While most of your plans are stupid, they do tend to work." I guess I need to work on figuring out how to differentiate between a good, stupid plan and a bad one. That is your job. It says as much in our relationship agreement, Morgan said seriously. Vess stabbed her elbow in his ribs, and Morgan yelped, "Don't make me hurt you." Morgan chuckled. Never. Come on, let's get back down there. The two teams gathered at the teleporter the next morning. The last vanguard had already put all their affairs in order with their guild, and Morgan and the others had finished their obligations to theirs as well. Morgan stood next to Bordar as the others took their places around them. All of them carried with them all of their gear, and everything and anything that they might need for adventuring. Morgan's storage ring was filled with his grenades and ingredients, as well as his arrows. Lucius nodded at the sky guard standing by, and a few moments later the platform shone with light, and then they were off. Morgan kept his eyes closed, but the familiar sensation of teleportation didn't bother him as much as it had before. He had realized it even last time, when they had come back from the academy. I'm probably getting used to it. He opened his eyes and found himself in a large courtyard. There were white walls surrounding them, rising high into the air. He noticed people standing around, a group, actually, dressed in identical garbs, white shirts and pants that had red lines at the sides, and an emblem on their breast depicting a war horn on a black square field. The people started walking toward them as soon as they noticed them, but Morgan looked around, seeing Vess and the rest of his friends staring at something behind him. The entire sky behind him was filled with the same sight, a massive structure, touching the sky, brown and black and white, filled with windows and large arcs. It was magnificent. He noticed birds flying around it and realized that he could barely see them. They were just tiny dots in the distance, which put the size of the tower in perspective. It was truly massive as the tallest mountain on Earth, even larger. And it was wide. He realized that they were standing in shade, the tower covering the sun. "Welcome," a voice from his side said, "to Amantor, the city in the shadow of the tower." Morgan turned his eyes from the marvel to look at the man who spoke their greeting. "You are the last Vanguard and Skyforce, I presume?" the man asked. Morgan shook himself and stepped forward, Bordar following a step behind. "Yes. May I see your authorizer coins?" Morgan glanced at Lucius, and he stepped forward, showing their coin. Bordar did the same with the one given to their team. Good. Well, if you will follow me, we will set you up in the guest wing. The Fjordstar team had arrived this morning, and you will share the wing with them." With that, the man turned around and gestured to the group behind him, which dispersed. Morgan realized that all of the others had weapons on their hips, and had probably been there for security. Then the man escorted them through the courtyard and between two large buildings. Morgan was looking around as they walked, seeing the tall walls that surrounded them, and short white buildings all around. The walls surrounded the entirety of the compound, and there were a great many buildings, all made in a peculiar style that he hadn't seen before. All seemed to be made out of marble, and had connecting roofs to the other buildings. A few of the buildings had more floors, and some even gardens on the first floor. In between them were courtyards, some empty, others set up as training yards, and some looking like parks. They didn't walk long before they reached their destination. The man led them into one of the buildings near the wall that surrounded everything. He pushed the double doors to reveal a large foyer. The ceiling was tall, and elaborate pillars were on both sides. There were 3 doors, one on each wall of the hall, and above each was a plaque with the name of a team. The foyer itself had couches, chairs, and tables covered with what looked like board games, sitting pillows, and things that looked suspiciously like water pipes. Nargilés. The other thing that immediately caught his eyes were the occupants. There were 3 of them, and Morgan was already familiar with them. Members of the Fjordstar team. 2 sat at the tables playing chess,
and the third was lounging on one of the couches. "Here we are," their escort said. "I leave you to settle in. Someone will come for you when it is time for dinner. You will meet with the guild's leaders then." With that, he walked away, leaving them alone. The three adventurers from the other group stood up and walked over. Their leader, the white-furred Ulfrir, an upright walking wolf, was the first to reach them, followed by a brown-skinned orc and a Nell, a person who resembled a human, except that he was paler, had a tail, and a secondary set of eyelids that had several pupil-looking things that moved constantly. Morgan smiled and extended his hand to the Ulfrir. They had met briefly after the tournament, but they hadn't had the opportunity to get to know one another.
"Morgan, it is nice seeing you again,"
Ulfrir said. "Likewise, Gandir," Morgan said. Gandir shook Boradar's hand and then gestured to his two companions.
"These are Michael and Sumian,"
he said, introducing the orc and the Nell in turn. Boradar and Morgan did the same with their teammates. With the introductions done, they all moved into the room, finding seats around the room. "Where are your other members?" Morgan asked once they were settled. He remembered them having two giants in their team.
"Ora and Urul went exploring. They should be back soon,"
Gandir answered.
"Did you get the chance to look around?"
Boradar asked the wolfman.
"Not yet. We were placing our gear and settling in until recently."
"So you don't know much more than us?" Morgan asked.
"Not really. We haven't talked with anyone else of note,"
Gandir told them. "Well, I guess there is nothing to do but wait then." Morgan sighed and leaned back in the comfy couch. He couldn't help feeling a bit nervous, and judging by the silence that filled the room, the others were feeling the same way. Chapter 8. The dinner came surprisingly quickly, and all three teams were gathered and escorted to the dining room. The two giants from Fjordstar had arrived, and everyone introduced themselves again. One of them, Ora, was a woman, and the other giant a man, but other than a bit of their body shape, there were really no other differences. Both were massive, at least twice Morgan's height, wide and muscular. Their faces were somehow bland, with wide noses and large mouth. Their eyes had a larger distance between them than what a human would have, and their eyes resembled those of an owl. Ora's eyes shone with emerald light, and Urul's were brown. Both had black horns that seemed to start from their forehead, stretching a bit to the side, and then upward toward pale tips. Morgan had only a little experience with giants, and what little he had wasn't good. The first giant he had met had been part of the Harbingers of Fate, the same team as that of the orc Emily, the person who had left him and his friends to die in a dungeon, and also their opponent in the tournament. Morgan had won against Emily, and eliminated them from the tournament. At least in part he had gotten to pay her back, but he remained unsatisfied. With the rules in this world, however, there was little that he could do, although he did have some ideas. He just wasn't sure if they were worth it. He had come to terms with the fact that she hadn't done them harm out of any personal malice, just general scumbaggery. He shook his head, putting those thoughts behind him. There was no reason for him to think that Ora and Urul would be like the one member of the species that Morgan had known. The dining room that they were escorted in was magnificent. The walls glowed with magical paintings that moved, and orbs of light danced above a long table filled with food. And there at the head of the table stood three people. Morgan recognized two of them immediately from the tournament. The one at the head was tall, dark-skinned man, Ragnar Ram. Morgan knew that the man was a Sharadayam, one of the so-called cousin races along with humans, elves, dwarvar, orcs, and Nell. He looked mostly human, apart from being almost 2.5 meters tall, his skin being as black as night, and his eyes being dark with just the irises being silver. He was an intimidating man, one of the guild leaders of the Call Guild. Lucius had told Morgan that Ragnar Ram had been old when his grandfather arrived on this world,
which put Ragnar Rom at 200 years old, minimum. Next to him stood an orc, green-skinned and tall. Not as tall as Ragnar, but still a massive being. Morgan recognized him as Richard the Bone Splitter, Ragnar Rom's right-hand man, and a leader of a Scarletite-ranked team, the Call's Hammers. The last person was one of the lizard folk, a female as far as Morgan can tell, who wore simple robes and something resembling a headscarf over her head. All were dressed in the colors of their guild, white with red lines.
"Welcome,"
Ragnar said, spreading his arms wide.
"Come, sit, enjoy."
Morgan glanced at the others, hesitating for a moment, but then all of them started moving. All the seats had small note cards with their names on them. They found their places and took their seats before everyone looked uncomfortably at Ragnar Rom.
"Relax,"
Ragnar said.
"Soon we will be going to the tower together. It would be best if you didn't feel uncomfortable among us."
Morgan saw the smile on the man's face, but he still couldn't really shake his nerves. The table was filled with food, more food than he had laid his eyes on since he arrived in this world, and the quality, the smells, the look of it. He could tell that just this one table was filled with a fortune in food. It showed him exactly how much wealth the great guilds had.
"Thank you for your hospitality,"
Gondir said, breaking the silence.
"We are all glad to be here."
Morgan was glad that the man included all of them in his remark. Ragnar turned to look at Gondir.
"It is our pleasure. Tonight is a welcome. Tomorrow, we will start working on getting you all up to speed with our plans. But for tonight, enjoy."
The next day, Morgan could barely move. Last night's dining had been a silent affair, one filled with exquisite food, and he had eaten much. He didn't have much time to lay about, however, as servants of the guild came to take them to a meeting. The three teams gathered in the foyer and then followed their escort out of their residence. The meeting room was in a building nearby, and they all filed in. Inside, already waiting for them, were Ragnar Rom and Richard the Bone Splitter.
"Good morning,"
Ragnar Rom said.
"I hope you enjoyed last night's dinner."
A chorus of affirmatives followed, and then Ragnar gestured for them to gather around a large round table. There were no chairs, so all of them stood around it. Morgan noticed that the entire surface of the table was covered with a map. It showed the known world, 2 continents and the oceans, as well as large cities on both continents, and, of course, the towers in the middle of the continents. Morgan remembered seeing a map in the room where he first met the guiding force, and if he remembered correctly, there were more than just 2 continents, and that every continent had a tower of power. He wasn't sure if every tower was unique. As far as he knew, they had portals that led to the floors, so they could all lead to the same place.
"Now, to business,"
Ragnar spoke as all of them settled in the circle around the table.
"Starting tomorrow, Richard and his team will be leading you through dungeons. We plan to get you all up to at least level 40 in the next couple of months. Today, we will assess your powers, and Richard will split you all into 3 teams. We are intentionally going to be separating you. As part of the raid, you need to learn how to work with all of our members. For now, we will start with 3 teams, and later you will train with the other teams that will be going with us. Also, we will be changing your teams weekly to familiarize all of you with one another."
Morgan nodded at that. Ragnar's plan lined up with Morgan's expectations. Being familiar and comfortable with everyone was incredibly important for a team, and he figured that the same thing applied for the raid. Teamwork was what would help them the most in the tower.
"We will be providing you with the guides for the first 3 floors to study. The first 3 floors have been conquered plenty of times, and there are a couple of different farming guides for them. We will be using the ones written by the Eartherium Riders Guild. We do not anticipate any difficulties in conquering the first 3 floors, and we expect to spend around 6 months to a year in the tower, hopefully getting all of you to above level 50, preferably 60. before we venture beyond the 3rd floor. Our current timeline is for us to enter the tower in a bit over 8 months' time. After you all reach at least level 40, we will equip you with the best possible gear we can find, and then start training as a raid. If you have any questions, now is the time."
Ragnar looked around the room, but no one said anything. Seeing that no one would speak up, he nodded and gestured to Richard.
"My friend here will take you to our testing ground, so that you can show him what you can do. I know that the general sentiment among the Ascended is to hide their power, but I hope that you will see and understand the necessity of being truthful, and answer his questions to the best of your ability. I leave you with that. Good luck."
With that, he turned and left the room. The green-skinned orc looked at them with a wide smile on his face.
"Now, you are all mine,"
Richard the Bone Splitter said in a tone of voice that made Morgan's hair stand up.
"Come, let's see what you can do. I have watched your fights in the tournament several times, but I want to know everything else. And, of course, those of you who hadn't fought will be getting extra attention from me."
The orc grinned at them, and then led them out of the room and toward the testing ground. Morgan could already see that it was going to be a long day. Chapter 9. The demonstrations went about as Morgan had expected. What he didn't expect, though, was the equipment that the guild had. There were stationary target dummies in all shapes and sizes, each extremely durable and able to survive attacks from the Ascended present. The first part of the tests was a simple interview. The information was being written down by a group of scribes from the guild, but the people who were asking the questions were members of the Call's Hammers team. There were 4 members in the team, led by Richard the Bone Splitter. They had a designated tank, who was a female Sharadayam, like Ragnar Rom, named Nisea. A healer, a human man who looked like a weak breeze could pick him up, going by the name of Anton Wick. And the last member was their second damage dealer aside from Richard, a half-elf female mage called Jella, who, unlike the elves he had seen so far, had dark skin, strange eyes, and was taller than any elf Morgan had ever seen before. All of that made him think that perhaps she had some Sharadayam blood. Morgan could tell just by looking at them that they were powerful, as they should be, considering they were a Scarletite-ranked team. The 4 of them were interviewing everyone, asking questions about their abilities and asking for demonstrations where necessary. Morgan was being interviewed by Richard. The orc asked him to explain his build and combat style, and once Morgan did, Richard asked for him to demonstrate his strongest attack. Morgan glanced at the target dummies on the other side of the yard. He wasn't even sure what his strongest attack was. Technically, it was his gravitic stomp, or rather, phased gravitic stomp now, since he had managed to add the ability under Azil's guidance. Before, he had to consciously focus on his phase shift skill while he activated his ability. But now, as soon as he used his new ability, his body would get phased, and then the gravity stomp would follow. He was mainly a ranged damage dealer, so he decided on his phased arrow attack. He pulled out an arrow over his right shoulder as he activated Klin's ever-burning bow form. He had a chance to practice with the forms a bit, and had leveled them up a few levels, which made the amount of time Klin needed to assume a form drop a bit. In a few moments, his left hand had assumed the form that he had created with the help of the Grand Mage. The smoldering bow, enhanced with a dark green plant-like substance at the front, drew many looks. Morgan tried to ignore them, but he was aware that everyone had stopped what they were doing to look. Granted, this was their first time seeing Klin up close, and not everyone knew what it even was. For all Morgan knew, half the people around him thought that he was some kind of shapeshifter. Morgan glanced at Richard, suddenly feeling a bit unsure.
How strong are those dummies?"
Morgan asked. Richard laughed, and Morgan could see his teammates trying to keep their lips from curving.
"Don't worry. I doubt you will be able to damage them significantly. They were made for level 50 Ascended to train on, and if by some miracle you manage to miss, the walls around us are reinforced by the magic of the Grand Mage herself,"
Richard said. Morgan opened his mouth to speak, but then closed it. He could see their looks. They didn't think that he could damage the target, and perhaps they were right. He didn't know how strong the dummies were, but he did know that if he pushed, he could do a lot of damage with his power. True, he could probably do one massive attack and deplete his energy. He hadn't been asked to show his main damage-dealing attack, but rather his strongest. He turned around and tried to focus on the task at hand. He could use his new mass exchange ability, which was a quick way to transfer around 5 kilograms worth of mass to his arrow, or his phase shot ability, which would allow him to phase his hands and would release them once he let the arrow fly. But that was a combination of abilities designed for combat, when he didn't have the time to focus on his skills. Now, however, there was all the time in the world, and so he could charge a really powerful attack. He knocked his arrow and pulled the string back. He took a deep breath, then focused on his skills. He used his phase shift skill to phase Klin and the arrow. Then he concentrated on his mass transfer skill. Technically, he could transfer mass from anything he was touching to anything else that he was in contact with, and he didn't need to have direct contact with it. He could transfer mass through his boots, for example. The problem was that it took him too long to do it that way, even though he had been practicing. It was still much faster when he placed one arm on an object he wanted to draw from, and the other on the object he wanted to put the mass in. Now he tried it the hard way, since he didn't need to do it fast. He focused and felt his metal energy leave his core as it was being used to transfer the mass. It entered the ground around him, and Morgan started to draw the mass in and funnel it through his body into the phased arrow. His energy reserves were dropping steadily as he was using his metal affinity to both keep his hands phased and to transfer mass, but he wasn't close to depleting himself. As he pulled the mass from the rock beneath his feet, it got less dense, and then he heard the sound of breaking. He glanced down only to see a crack spreading from his feet in the ground. He realized immediately that he had been pulling too much mass from just below himself and had caused the rock to weaken, to become brittle. So he pulled from further away. He was standing there for almost a full minute, and then he started hearing people whispering. Finally, he decided that it was enough, although he could pull a bit more if he wanted. He took a deep breath as he stopped moving mass with his mass transfer skill, but kept his mind focused so as to keep the mass from reverting back to its original location. His target was around 50 meters away, and Morgan aimed with the scope on the side of his bow. He released a breath and let the arrow fly. It shot forward incredibly fast, and the moment it no longer touched Klin, the phasing effect on it canceled, and an arrow with an incredible mass kept going at monstrous speed. A shockwave exploded around Morgan as the arrow flew out, sending dust on the ground blowing aside. It crossed the distance in an instant, the whistling howl replaced by a thundering crash. The arrow smashed into the target dummy, and the human-sized target, made out of some kind of metal, shattered into 1,000 pieces. A flash of magic shone as its wards tried to defend against the blow, but it wasn't enough, and its upper half was obliterated as the rest was sent flying across the ground. The arrow continued forward, smashing into the walls of the compound. The resulting impact created a small crater in the wall, sending cracks spreading all over it. Magic in the wall flared, illuminating wards placed in it, and the shock wave transferred from the wall into the ground, shaking it. Morgan blinked as the magic in the wall contained the damage. He was surprised that the wall survived. That attack had been the most powerful one he had managed so far, but the spells in the wall seemed to be powerful enough to mitigate the damage. Morgan sighed as he released his mass transfer, and the mass returned to its original place from the shattered remains of his arrow. Sorry?" Morgan said, as he looked at Richard. Most of the people in the courtyard were looking at him in disbelief.
Vess and Val had their faces covered with their hands. Clara was glaring at him, and Lucius was trying to hide behind one of Fjordstar's giants. Borodar and Vrishar had grins on their faces, and Grav exploded into loud laughter. The Call's hammers blinked at the damage, then at the people who ran into the courtyard to see what had happened. Richard looked at Morgan, then the wall, and then back to Morgan.
Yeah, I guess that was my fault,
the orc said, and shook his head. Morgan kept his face remorseful, but inside he was grinning. He probably wouldn't be able to use an attack of that caliber in real combat, but seeing the fruits of his labors always brought a smile to his face. The Call's hammers quickly brought order, summoned servants to clean up the mess, and then continued with the interview. But Morgan saw the four casting looks his way every few minutes. He wondered what they were thinking about. Chapter 10. After the interviews and some more demonstrations that were less flashy than Morgan's, but still powerful, the four Scarletite-ranked adventurers separated them into 3 teams based on compatibility, level, and synergy. Morgan ended up on a team with Vess and Hexna from the last Vanguard, along with 2 members from Fjordstar, the giant woman, Ora, and the Nell, Sumian. Morgan had learned that all of Fjordstar's members had water affinity as their primary, and that most of them specialized in ice-based powers. Ora's class was Ice Mage, and Sumian was a Discipline Monk. Morgan remembered seeing Sumian fight in the tournament. He had won the fight even though he was the team's support. He was also the highest level of them, being level 38 and having 3 affinities unlocked. Morgan himself had the possibility to pick another, but he hadn't done so yet. Azil had advised for him to wait, or even never take another affinity, since it split his focus, and Morgan didn't see a need to add another entire skill set to his abilities at that moment. The 5 of them had been taken to a small room by Richard, who was going to be their guide and leader. He gave them all scrolls with the guides for a dungeon that they were going to be farming for the next few days, and had them learn the monster types and the locations of the traps. After he read the guide, Morgan realized why they had changed up their rosters. The dungeon that Morgan and his new team were going to be entering was suited to their abilities. It was a swarm-type dungeon filled with bats, large burrowing worms, and kobolds. That last monster type brought a pang of nostalgia to Morgan. The first dungeon he went in had been populated by kobolds. They spent the day learning the dungeon layout and discussing tactics that they would use. Richard listened to their opinions and added his advice, but didn't alter their plans much. When the time came for sleep, Morgan couldn't help but think on what was going to happen the next day. Morgan and his new team exited the guild hold of the Call Guild, passing through the large walls and into the city proper. They were sitting in a floating carriage with an open top and could see everything around them. The walls of the guild had prevented them from seeing anything of the city, but as they left, all of them got an eyeful. The streets of the city were wide, and Morgan could see walls on both sides of the street. Other guilds had their holds here as well, those of which were powerful and wealthy enough to hold land in the city. Amon Tor was the center of the continent, and everything important happened here. The street that they moved on hadn't been busy, which surprised Morgan, but as they moved further, and he started to hear the sounds of people, he realized why that was. The area of the city they were in was just for the great guilds, and was private. Then they entered the city proper. Morgan blinked at all the different buildings. Like the cities he had seen before, every building was a masterpiece, built out of a variety of materials and often clashing with the aesthetics of their neighbors, yet somehow everything fit together. The street was filled with people who jumped out of the way of their carriage. He saw adventurers, merchants, with their own floating carriages, some even drawn by animals. The buildings around them had large signs hanging above their entrances, and Morgan saw everything from bars to restaurants. People of all kinds of races were here, mingling together. He also saw guards, each wearing emblems that depicted the tower and a circular city around it. Morgan knew that while killing was forbidden among Ascended,
There were still many different things that Ascended could do to one another, and that guards were often a necessity. He knew the deeper reasons as to why that law existed. The guiding force and Oxalis didn't want the Ascended of this world to fight against one another and die for foolish causes. They needed them to focus on getting stronger, on conquering the tower. The carriage carried them across the city, to an area that looked like it was some kind of industrial district. As they drew closer and entered, Morgan started hearing the sound of smithing. A layer of smoke hung above the buildings, complementing the soot on the ground. But for all of its filth, Morgan had to admit that even this was impressive. He saw open blacksmithing shops, with masters bending metals between their own hands, turning them to liquid, and then putting them on anvils, where their assistants hammered at the metal that hardened. He saw people in robes standing next to another smith holding a blade, casting spells into the metal as it was forged. The furnaces formed out of red rock, and others out of black. Massive piles of metal and ore sat on the ground, with wards drawn around them. In the few minutes of looking around, Morgan saw more wealth than he had ever seen before in his life. The words that everyone had been telling him for a long time seeped in for real, even more than they had after the tournament. The scraps of the great guilds that held the territories around the tower amounted to fortunes for anybody else. Morgan kept his eyes on the smithies, so he didn't notice when they reached their destination. The carriage stopped, and Morgan turned around, seeing a large arch with a tunnel leading down below the ground. As if on cue, Richard jumped out and turned to them.
"Come,"
he said, and the others followed. Morgan and Vess jumped out, and then walked behind Richard, the other members of their team following behind. There was no banter or conversation. Morgan and Vess knew Hexna well, but she wasn't really the type to talk much. The other two members of their team were nearly strangers. They had met and spoken a bit, but most of their time together had been spent planning, and there was still some awkwardness there. But even if there wasn't, the presence of Richard in his full combat gear would probably halt any type of conversation. Richard wore a suit of armor made out of orichalcum. It was dark green, full plate armor, and even had a horned helmet that covered his face. On his back was a massive two-handed sword that had wards and enchantments placed in the blade. He had a very intimidating presence. He led them to the entrance of the tunnel, where they were met by people dressed in the colors of another guild. "Sir Richard," the man in front bowed as he greeted them, "everything is ready. You have access for the next week." Richard just nodded without answering. He gestured for them to follow, and Morgan and the others passed by the people standing in front to enter the tunnel. The Call Guild had rented the rights to several dungeons that were in the city. Many guilds in Amon Tor owned dungeons, and rented them out to other guilds. For some, it was their only source of income. Their group walked for a while, but thankfully the walls were illuminated by orbs of light. Finally they reached the entrance to the dungeon, the Fallen Depths Mine. The doors resembled those of every other dungeon Morgan had seen, large stone double doors, and carvings with the guiding force and the Great Lord, with something depicted above them that to Morgan still looked like a spaceship. He was tired of constantly being told that it was a symbol for fate and destiny, though, so he had stopped bringing that up. Richard glanced at them and spoke.
"You ready?"
he asked. Morgan looked around, seeing everyone nod an affirmative. Since he had been put in charge of the first dive, he turned back to Richard. "We are."
"Good,"
Richard said, and then pushed the ornate doors open, leading them into darkness. The notification announcing their entrance to the dungeon appeared in the corner of Morgan's HUD, but he didn't pay it much attention. Instead, he looked down a long corridor with torches burning along the walls, providing light. As soon as they entered, Richard moved to the back of their formation, as they had planned. He wasn't here to interfere, as any of his actions would reduce the amount of experience points they got from the dungeon, but he was still there in case they needed any help. The dungeon was level 40, 5 levels higher than Morgan and Vess, and a couple levels higher than the others. But this wasn't just a run to level them up. Morgan knew that even this was a test. They would be meeting many challenges in the tower, and once they got past the 3rd floor, they would be in the unknown, probably fighting high-leveled monsters. Morgan was aware that levels weren't everything, though. It was about your build, the way you utilized the power you had, and every one of them had been chosen because the people from the great guilds thought that they had what it took to climb the tower. Fighting monsters a few levels above them shouldn't be a problem, especially since they were prepared for them already. "Get in formation," Morgan said, and they moved. Vess, as their tank, stepped forward, using her power to summon her pet immediately. A massive red-furred shape materialized next to her, a bear that was almost taller than her, his head coming up to her shoulder. Her class, the Eldritch Knight, was suited to dealing with many opponents at once because of her pet. Morgan assumed that she had been chosen for this team because of the nature of the dungeon. Sumian, their disciplined monk, took his position behind her. He wore light yellow robes, which were enchanted to provide him with some protection, as he was a melee range supporter who could create walls of air to shield his teammates as well as heal by dealing damage. Apparently, it was a combination of his water and nature affinities, as since water was flow and change, he could use his life aspect to drain life from monsters and send it to his teammates. Behind him came Morgan and Hexna, their main damage dealers. Morgan wore new combat robes which he had purchased recently. They were nothing special, just something that allowed him to move quickly and gave him +5 to agility. Hexna was an infernal warlock, specializing in large area of effect attacks, and she wore a black and purple robe, as well as an assortment of rings on one of her hands. Their job was simple. Morgan would supplement with his crowd control abilities and grenades, and use his bow to pick off any monsters that managed to survive Hexna's attacks. Behind them came Ora, the 2nd member of Fjordstar, and as an ice mage, she specialized in freezing attacks and raising ice walls. She wore furrowed garments and held a large staff with a large blue crystal nestled on top of it. Ora was their rear guard and would provide help when needed. Richard walked a few meters behind them, seemingly content to let them do whatever they wanted. As soon as they got into formation, Morgan had Clin assume its bow form, and then gave the order for them to advance. They walked through the corridor until they reached the end where it opened up into a large cavern. They stepped out on a small platform and then saw the rest of the room. Below them stretched the mine, a series of tight passageways and bridges that led deeper. Vess led the way, her bear walking in front of her as they started climbing down. They followed an incline that twisted beneath the entrance and led to a stone bridge, where they stopped. According to the guide, their first enemy pack was on the bridge, a swarm of giant bats that was currently sleeping, suspended below the bridge. As soon as someone took a step on it, they would wake and fly up from both sides to swarm them. Their team already had a plan for that, and Morgan nodded his head at Ora and Sumian. Ora raised her staff and fashioned 2 walls of ice around their sides. Sumian created 2 as well, one behind their team and another above them. This created a box that was open at the front, exactly where the bridge started. Hexna walked forward and stopped just behind Vess, with Sumian standing close to her. Then Hexna signaled that she was ready, and Vess sent her bear forward. It walked out on the bridge, and immediately a large screeching noise filled the air as a swarm of bats flew up and started to attack the retreating bear. Glancing at them, Morgan saw their levels. Giant bat, level 38. The bear got back into their box and turned around, keeping the entrance blocked. Through the wall on top, which was translucent, Morgan could see the bats swarm at the entrance, trying to get by the bear. They were fairly large, so only 4 or 5 of them could try to get into the box at the same time. When he thought that they had gathered enough, Morgan yelled to Vess, "Now!" Vess immediately dismissed her bear, something that she had been practicing ever since the tournament. Being incapacitated every time the bear was forcibly dismissed had been one of her greatest weaknesses, and as she trained to resist the effect, she had managed to increase her summoning and dismissing speed by a lot. The bear turned into red mist
and flew back into Vess, and the bats surged forward just as Hexna unleashed her power. A plume of violet fire left her hands as Vess took her position on Hexna's left and Sumian on her right, ready to protect her if anything got through. The bats burned, their dying screeches filling the air. Then the fire stopped, and Sumian and Ora dropped their walls. Morgan raised Klin, and, creating energy arrows, he started shooting up at the new surviving bats that were flying above them. They tried to dive at them, but Morgan had a high agility, and he was far faster than they. He shot all 7 of them in a span of 3 seconds. In less than a minute, they had cleared the entire pack. Richard didn't comment on their performance, but he had already known what they were going to do. This had been their own devised tactic. The guide they had been given had suggested someone to go and pull the monsters, while the rest waited above on the platform, ready to rain down fire on the bats. Morgan knew that tactic could have worked for them as well, but there was greater risk of the swarm dispersing and spreading too much for them to deal with quickly. They returned to their formation and continued going through the dungeon. Morgan raised his launcher and fired. The snap of the spring followed by the sound of the grenade leaving the tube, drawing the attention of the kobolds that were fighting with Vess and her bear. But the grenade wasn't meant for them. It fell and shattered on the ground a few meters away from Sumian, splashing acid on top of a group of burrowing worms that had attempted to burrow out behind Sumian and flank him. Morgan holstered his launcher and then started creating energy arrows. The dog-sized worms died from the acid, but some of the kobolds had managed to get past Vess and were heading toward Morgan and Hexna. Both of them attacked, and arrows and bolts of fire flew at the rushing greater kobolds. The round chamber they were in had 3 entryways. One was currently covered by a large ice wall, but Morgan could hear the sounds of weapons striking the ice, trying to get through. The second doorway was being held by Vess and her bear. The last was the corridor they used to enter into the room, which meant that it should probably be safe. But Morgan had dropped one of his saplings and had it grow into the ground as soon as the combat started, having it spread its roots so that he could use his nature seismic sense. He knew that this room had the burrowing worms, which was why he wanted to be able to tell where they would try to burrow out of the ground. But he sensed something else. Another group of kobolds was soon going to enter the chamber. Morgan looked around, seeing everyone busy. He turned around, raising his bow as he pulled one of his special arrows from his back. He knocked and aimed the arrow, letting it fly just as the first kobold appeared in the opening. The canister on top of the arrow shattered, and tripvine spilled onto the ground. He used his accelerated growth ability on it from the distance, and it grew, entangling the 6 kobolds that were at the head of their group. Then he grabbed another arrow, knocked it, and fired before the kobolds could cut themselves free. The arrow struck the wall next to them. The canister broke, and a green gas filled the area. Morgan saw the kobolds start to heave and twitch as the poison entered their system, and quickly they started falling to the ground, clawing at their throats. He turned around, looking at his teammates. Sumian was dancing between 3 kobolds, hitting them with his fists, and with each strike they were visibly slowed as he stole their life force and sent it to the rest of the team. Since they were all at full health, the stolen life instead buffed them, making them just a bit stronger and faster. Ora was sending icicles flying and impaling the last of the kobolds around Vess and her bear. As they took care of the enemies in the chamber, Morgan had Ora lower her ice wall, and suddenly another stream of kobolds rushed at them. Vess raised her shield and snapped forward, stunning them just as her bear jumped into the group, its claws ripping the nearly human-sized kobolds to pieces. It even bit one of the lizard-like creature's head off. Hexna started sending bolts of fire around Vess and the bear, and Morgan shot his energy arrows created with his metal alignment, amounting to essentially knockdown arrows. Quickly they cleared the last of them. The team gathered in the middle, their weapons still held ready. "Anything?" Vess asked Morgan as she came to stand next to him. Morgan focused on his skill, and the small plant burrowed beneath his feet, but he didn't sense anything else coming at them. "No, we got them all," Morgan said. Hexna walked over and looked at the dead as they started to disappear. dissolving into blue particles. Kobolds were ascended-type monsters, meaning that they disappeared on death and left loot. They looked around to see if there was anything interesting, but ultimately there was nothing. So they stuffed the loot in their rings and gathered the ascension crystals to be distributed later. "So, the plan for the boss is still the same?" Hexna asked, gesturing at the 2 tunnels. They had nearly reached the end of the dungeon, had defeated all the monsters. They had made their way down the bridges, fighting giant bats until they finally reached the ground floor. There they had started to encounter kobolds and worms. They started clearing out the chambers at the ground floor until they finally reached this room. Now only the 2 bosses were left, the Kobold Lord and the Darkened Worm. They could choose which boss to fight first. "Yeah," Morgan said. "Kobold Lord first." Everyone nodded, but they didn't head out immediately. Morgan returned Klin to its basic form and reloaded his launcher. He already knew the abilities of the Kobold Lord, so he prepared accordingly. He restocked the grenades on his belt from his storage ring and did the same for the quiver on his back. Vess adjusted her shield and the others checked their own gear. Once they were prepared for the fight, Morgan led them down one of the corridors. Richard followed behind them silently, observing their progress. Chapter 11. They followed the path to the boss room. It took them barely a few minutes to reach it without having to fight any more monsters. They stepped into the boss chamber, a medium-sized cavern that had 2 platforms connected by a stone bridge. Up on the ceiling were glowing red lines of crystal, illuminating the room. They saw the boss, just in front of them on the first platform, sitting on the ground with its back turned toward them, tinkering with some scrap metal. The Kobold Lord was a massive specimen of its species, level 42. About twice as tall as Morgan, it was wide and stocky. Its scales were dark gray in color and looked much tougher than those of its brethren. They also seemed to hide a glowing and smoldering beneath them, as every once in a while the Kobold Lord would move, and a wisp of smoke and a red blaze would peek through. Morgan knew that it had a fire affinity, and that it could imbue objects with that fire, making them explode after a short delay. They had prepared for the fight, had learned its abilities and movements, and Morgan felt confident that they shouldn't have issues with it. Still, he knew all that it took was one mistake, and they could all die. They stood at the entrance, just a few steps into the boss's chamber. Walking closer would alert the boss, as would any attempt to use energy, so they couldn't try a powerful sneak attack. But while they couldn't use their energy, they still had other options. Morgan pulled out his launcher and looked around. Everyone here had been an adventurer for a long time. The people that had been chosen after the tournament were the best of the best. Even if they didn't have perfect teamwork, if they didn't know one another as well as their own teammates, they were professional and capable. Everyone was already in their places and ready. Sumian touched each of them with the palm of his hand, establishing a connection, a tether that would allow him to heal and buff them during the fight. Morgan aimed with his launcher and fired. The moment he pulled the trigger, the Kobold Lord turned around, opening its mouth to show a row of sharp teeth and release a mighty roar. Morgan's grenade flew at it, and the monster swiped with its arm to deflect. Instead, the grenade shattered, and the acid inside splattered all over its arm. A sizzling sound came from its scales, but Morgan could see that not much damage had been done. Before the grenade even left his launcher, Vess and her bear had been moving. As the Kobold Lord turned its glowing red eyes on Morgan, the bear roared, sending a wave of red air to hit the monster. The monster turned as the bear taunted it, and started bearing down on it, its claws glowing with heat. Vess moved to the side of the platform, making the kobold follow. Morgan and the others moved, taking the chance to reposition. Morgan holstered his launcher and pulled a small pouch from his satchel, dropping it on the ground as he ran. He triggered his accelerated growth on it, and the small plant stabbed into the ground, trying to find some purchase in the rock. He didn't pay it any more attention as they ran over to the bridge, and Ora got to work raising an ice wall to block the bridge. She pulled a barrel out of her storage and used the water inside. She was proficient enough with her affinity that she could draw the water from the air, or literally any other place that had it. She could also create it, but that was an energy-heavy skill, so she tried to use energy conversion only when she had to. On the other side of the room, Vess was jumping around the boss. Her bear was snapping at the boss's legs and then dancing away. The Kobold Lord's attention was completely on the two of them, and the rest of them took advantage. Hexna raised her arms and used one of her spells. She was a fire and nature spellcaster, and she had fire spells that had the elements of death and entropy. Since the boss had some fire resistance, she used a different type of fire. Morgan had Clint assume its bow form, and he nocked an ordinary arrow, expending a bit of focus to create a tendril to keep the arrow in place, while he put his right hand on the ground and used mass exchange. 5 kilograms of mass moved from the stone beneath his feet to the arrow, and almost at the same moment he used phase shot, phasing his arms and the arrow. He pulled the string back, since phased objects could interact with each other, and aimed. Hexna attacked first, sending a bolt of dark fire flying at the boss's back. Morgan let his arrow fly just a moment after. The fire splashed on the back of the kobold's back, the flames seemingly sticking to the scales and drawing life energy from them. The kobold roared, but then Morgan's arrow hit the exact same spot. The scales on its back cracked, and the arrow punched through them. The kobold roared and turned around, letting Vess smash forward with her mace, but its scales were too tough. Morgan saw the monster take a deep breath and then release a loud cry. Morgan winced at its intensity, even though he had expected it. The guide said that once the monster felt threatened, which was usually the first time its scales were pierced, it would release a calling cry. As the cry echoed through the cavern, Morgan could hear the sounds of stomping feet, and his seismic nature sense, through the plant that he had dropped earlier, informed him of the incoming enemies. Then, from the small tunnels on the other side of the bridge, smaller kobolds started coming out in swarms. But they were already prepared, the ice wall barring their way. The boss stomped his feet, sending Vess and the bear stumbling, and then it turned around and dashed incredibly fast to the pile of scrap metal it had been toying with before. Morgan felt it use its energy, and the pieces of metal it had gathered in its hands started to glow. "Scatter!" Morgan called, and jumped to the side as the boss threw the scrap all over the platform. Sumian raised walls to protect Vess and her bear, as 3 pieces fell next to her, and Ora raised an ice wall to cover her and Hexna. Morgan jumped, his passive acrobatic skill coupled with his agility letting him spin through the air as he changed Klin back into the basic form. He landed away from the scattered pieces of scrap, and a moment later they exploded. Fire filled the platform, Ora's ice wall and Sumian's air wall protecting them. Morgan was far enough away that he didn't need cover, but then his eyes widened as a piece of glowing scrap flew in his direction. The boss had thrown one directly at him, using the explosions as distractions. Morgan jumped to the side, but the scrap metal exploded midair. Instantly he activated Phase Dash, and the blistering heat that he felt for a moment disappeared. His phase cut out, and his feet touched the ground, only for him to realize that he was too close to the edge of the platform. The boss probably thought so too, as it charged him, its claws extended and ready to cleave him in half. He couldn't use his phase dash so soon, as it had a slight cooldown. He tried to think on what the best course of action would be, but suddenly found he didn't have to, as Sumian erected a wall in front of the boss, who slammed into it. The wall didn't hold, but it made the boss stumble, which was enough time for a massive bear to smash into its side. Morgan jumped to the side as the Kobold Lord tumbled on the ground, Hexna sending bolts of dark fire at it, as Vess smashed at its scales, while her bear's jaws were locked tightly around its leg. Ora raised and pointed her staff, and a wave of cold hit the boss's head, covering it in frost. It cried out, trying to get back up, as Morgan's left arm assumed its bow form, and he started using phase shot with his mass exchange. 3 of his arrows stabbed into its body, in the shoulder, chest, and arm. But then the Kobold Lord roared, and a red glow spread between its scales. And in a moment the boss had transformed to look like a molten lizard-like monster. The bear was forced to release its hold, the frost on its head melted, and Hexna's flames didn't seem to have done nearly as much damage. Vess jumped back as it twitched and kicked, pushing itself off the ground and standing. It roared, sending a wave of flames out of its body. Vess raised her shield and eldritch tendrils materialized out of it, twisting around to protect her. Morgan jumped closer to Ora, who summoned a wall of ice, while Sumian dashed over to Hexna and raised an air shield over them. The flames hit, and Ora's wall cracked, but managed to hold. Vess was blown back, but her defensive ability saved her. The bear went up in flames, and Hexna and Sumian weathered the storm under the Nell's shield. Morgan blinked and looked at the boss, seeing it turn and charge, straight at the ice wall. It smashed into it, melting and destroying it in the process. The swarm of kobolds that had been trying to break through or climb over the wall flew back with the pieces of the wall. Some fell over the edge of the bridge, while others were trampled by the boss. But there were still many of them, and now they had a hole in the wall to get through. Morgan pulled his tripvine arrow and fired, tripping the first line and making the others fall on top of them. Hexna let out a plume of fire, cooking the smaller kobolds, killing dozens at once. Vess got to her feet and charged at the wall as Hexna let her flames die. The few kobolds that were left rose to meet Vess, but she didn't stop. Instead, she activated her ability, and purple tendrils grew out of her shield and armor. She smashed into them, the tendrils swiping them aside and throwing them off the bridge. Morgan and the others followed behind, taking care of the survivors. Sumian jumped forward first, his fists glowing as he smashed the kobolds that managed to survive Vess. Every hit drew something from them, and pushed it into the team. As his buffs activated, they all rushed over the bridge, following the boss. They knew that they couldn't let it finish what it was doing. Once it suffered enough damage, it would retreat and try to make a large bomb. Morgan had his hand switch back to basic form, quickly reloaded his launcher, and then shifted back into a bow. They reached the other side, but there were a group of kobolds protecting the boss, who was hunched over several pieces of scrap that it had partially melted and put together. Morgan could tell that it was pushing its energy into it. Quickly, Vess reached the kobolds and used her stomp ability to stagger them. Morgan fired an energy arrow in the air, using his Rain of Arrows ability on it. The arrow exploded in the air, and smaller bolts of silver light rained down on the kobolds. Hexna sent a few fireballs at them to finish them off, as Morgan grabbed one of his tripvine arrows and sent it flying. The arrow stabbed into the kobold's arm, and Morgan used accelerated growth to make it grow before using his phytokinesis to guide the tripvine personally. He tangled up its arms, binding them and making the boss drop the scrap in his hands. The Kobold Lord tried to pull it apart, and then to bite through it, but Morgan had experimented with this plant a lot. It was extremely tough. With the greatest threat stopped, the others sprang into motion. Hexna began channeling her energy into a big attack, while Vess jumped forward, smashing the boss's knee, dislocating it, and forcing the kobold to the ground. Sumian created 5 walls around it, boxing it in a translucent prison. The still smoldering kobold tried to break free, but Morgan kept growing his plant, expending his own energy to have it wrap around its body, and then try to bore into its wounds. The kobold screamed in pain, and the glow around it intensified before bursting into flames. Morgan felt his plant burning up, and he grimaced from the feedback. The prison shattered, and the Kobold Lord managed to get up. Ora had already pulled out 2 barrels, and Vess helped her pull the water out, since she too had water affinity. The 2 of them worked together, and a wave of water flowed over the ground to cover the monster's legs. Immediately steam started rising from it, engulfing the boss. It swiped widely with its arms as if trying to shoo the mist away, and then Ora froze the water, immobilizing the boss. Hexna grunted, and a small ball of red surrounded by black energy blossomed above her before growing rapidly. Soon it was a ball of fire the size of the Kobold Lord, and then she moved her arms, sending the ball flying. It engulfed the immobilized boss and detonated. A sphere of spinning fire exploded, expanding and sending heat their way. Sumian raised a shield and covered them as they watched. The spinning ball of fire flashed and then shrunk and disappeared. In the center was left the Kobold Lord. It had some resistance to fire, but it wasn't perfect. And besides, Hexna's attack hadn't been just fire. The monster dropped to the ground, its body withered and melted, looking as if it had been drained of life and then burned. Morgan sighed, allowing himself to relax as the boss turned into blue particles and disappeared. The others did the same, and Morgan saw Richard standing behind them on the first platform, and then start to walk their way. Having him with them was an extra level of security, but Morgan didn't think that there had really been any need for him. They gathered and walked over the room, gathering the loot that dropped from the enemies. Since they were ascended-type monsters, their bodies disappeared, leaving their gear and sometimes loot. The group was eager to see if there was anything that was an improvement on their own gear. They gathered the ascension crystals that dropped from the monsters and the boss, and some of their weapons. The weapons weren't high quality, but they could probably be sold. The boss dropped only a plate-shaped and sized pile of red scales, a crafting ingredient. Morgan saw that the scales were smoldering, and so figured that they could be useful either in alchemy or in armor crafting. Richard didn't comment on their performance, and it was hard to tell what he was thinking since he had a helmet covering his face. Morgan gathered them once they were finished and led them out of the room. They headed back, and then to the next boss. Chapter 12. The darkened worm shook itself, and the hard plates that covered its armor split open, and dozens of smaller burrowing worms left its body, sinking into the ground quickly before Hexna could burn them all. Vess took advantage of the worm, using its spawning ability to smash her mace in one of the now open plates, ripping it free of its body. Morgan saw the opening and released his arrow, which was already phased, and its mass increased significantly. The arrow shattered the air around it and then smashed into the worm's flesh. It twisted around as the arrow blew a hole through its body the size of a bus. The giant worm thrashed around, hitting Vess's bear and sending it flying across the room. Ora sent icicles flying at the boss, but it had rolled, and they bounced off of its armor. Through a plant that he had planted a while back, Morgan sensed the ejected worms burrowing up, heading straight for them. "Worms!" Morgan shouted, and everyone sprang into motion, jumping to the side where Sumian stood. The worms broke the ground, and he created a wall above them, preventing them from jumping at them. Hexna sent a plume of fire beneath the air wall, burning the worms as they got out of the ground. The boss worm recovered somewhat and rolled toward them, trying to use its massive body and weight to squash them. Vess roared, and lines of red energy flew from her and into her bear. It started to grow, transforming into an eldritch abomination. The bear grew in size, tendrils growing from its neck and snapping around wildly. Its limbs elongated and bulged, its snout extended and its jaw unhinged, showing rows of sharp teeth. The abomination roared and smashed into the rolling worm, stopping it cold. Hexna raised an arm and blasted a wave of fire into the hole that Morgan had made, burning the worm's insides. Ora took advantage of the abomination, keeping the monster fixed, and pulled out a barrel. Taking the water out and forming two massive icicles, she moved them over the worm, and then slammed them down on the unmoving boss. The icicles smashed between the plates of armor and penetrated inside. Morgan used his skills, as he had the time to focus, and pulled mass into his arrow while Vess and her abomination grabbed hold of the monster's armor plates and ripped them off. Then, when Morgan was ready, he called out, and Vess and her pet jumped back. Morgan let the arrow fly, sending an arrow at least twice as powerful than the last. The arrow struck flesh and pulverized it, the force of the attack ripping the hole in the worm that split it in two. Hexna directed her fire into the two new holes and burned both parts from the inside. The monster died, but it didn't dissolve into blue particles. It was an animal-type monster, and so it could be harvested, although Morgan didn't see much that he could take, except the armor plates.
"Congratulations,"
Richard said, speaking for the first time since they began fighting, startling them. "Thank you," Morgan said.
"You were good. A bit slow, but that will improve with time. Anyway, we would much rather have people who are slow in the tower than those who don't take the time to think," Richard said. "You should grab your loot, and then we will go back to the guild hold and wait for the dungeon to respawn. Now comes the best part."
Morgan groaned inwardly. He had never liked farming the same dungeon over and over on Earth when he played games, but to have to do it for real, it was far worse. They gathered and found a golden chest, looking inside. For the completion of the dungeon, they received a few items. Aside from a smaller wooden chest filled with Tier 3 Ascension crystals, there was another chest filled with gold coins, which they had decided even before the start to split equally between them. The remaining rewards were 2 items. The first was a set of gloves, which resembled tactical gloves, only white and with symbols etched on the palms. Morgan used his inspect on them to see what they were. Gloves of Flaming Strike, level 40. Requires 30 agility, 20 strength, 35 intellect. When used for unarmed combat, every strike steals a minor portion of the target's heat. The wearer can activate the Flaming Strike ability to release the gathered heat. Morgan glanced at Sumian, since he was the only one who could use them effectively. He offered them to the Nell.
"I've been looking for something like that, and I only need a few levels before I can use them. Thank you,"
Sumian said. Morgan looked at the second item, a large tower shield. Titan's Shield of Force, level 42. Requires 40 strength, 30 endurance. 15% of the force generated by any physical attacks on the shield are repelled back to the attacker. Morgan whistled in appreciation. It was a simple effect, but it was a great item for a tank. "What do you think?" Morgan asked as he turned to look at Vess.
"I'm not used to shields that large,"
Vess admitted, but he could see that she was interested. "You'll learn," Morgan said, and pulled it out, giving it to Vess to put in her storage, since she wouldn't be able to use it just yet. Since there was no more loot, they turned around and looked at Richard, who led the way out of the dungeon. It took them a good half hour to get out, illustrating just how large the dungeon was. Along the way, Morgan saw Richard go near every pile of ore that the kobolds had mined and put it into his storage. He probably saw Morgan looking because he chuckled and spoke.
"Don't worry. You will get a cut from the sale of the ore. Getting you to higher levels might be our priority, but renting a dungeon is still expensive. We need to recoup the cost."
Morgan nodded, understanding. It wasn't like he was worried. The ore looked like it was mithril, which he knew was incredibly valuable, and they had already gotten a fortune in coin and ascension crystals. Once they walked out of the dungeon, a notification popped up informing him of the dungeon completion. Dungeon Group experience gained. Dungeon Group changed to Group. 125 Greater Kobold Warriors killed. 10,000 experience points. 28 Greater Kobold Miners killed. 1,680 experience points. 180 Giant Bats killed. 10,800 experience points. 40 Burrowing Worms killed. 4,000 experience points. 1 Kobold Lord killed. 2,500 experience points. 1 Darkened Worm killed. 2,500 experience points. Guiding Force bonus. Completed the Fallen Depths Mine dungeon. 1,500 experience points. Morgan Newton, level 35. Experience 53,520 of 33,000. Ascension possible. Morgan smiled. He had enough experience points to level, and enough to get him a good way toward the next level. Immediately, he hit the mental button and was transported to his inner world, his soul space, where the personification of his soul implant, Sibylla, waited for him, floating in the gray void. "Hi, Sibylla," Morgan grinned. The feeling of ascension was incredible, and he couldn't wait for it. "Master," Sibylla greeted. Morgan was still not sure what exactly she was, but she had supposedly been made out of a piece of his soul and something else that Oxy had created. She was why he could learn skills in an instant. She was the one who could put that knowledge and skill into his head, and she was the one who processed his abilities. Morgan realized that she basically controlled his body when he wanted to use an ability, doing it faster and without him needing to focus on doing it. She was basically like muscle memory that could chain several actions together to get the desired effect. She enabled most of his power, and he knew that everyone on this world had their own soul implant. He pressed the button for ascension and felt the sensation wash over him. He shivered as it engulfed him whole, and then it was done. "Whoa, that is the best feeling ever," Morgan said, but Sibylla didn't comment. He took the time to glance at his screens. He had improved a few of his abilities, as well as some skills during the dungeon. Morgan wondered why it was that he skilled up more easily when he was in a dungeon than when he was training by himself. I suppose being in mortal danger pushes a person to grow more quickly. He had 3 attribute points to place, as well as 2 skill and 2 ability points. He already had some free ability and skill points left over from when he removed some of his skills and abilities. He had been putting off using them since he didn't know if he would need them in the future, and Azil had counseled that it was better if he trained naturally to increase them instead of using points, although he had later revealed that it was all right to place the points if the levels of his skills and abilities were high enough and he understood how they worked. Looking at his skills, he did have a few that he wanted to increase, so he decided to do it then. He increased his Inspect, Acrobatics, and Lightning reflexes, spending all the attribute points he had. Then he looked at his abilities. Increasing the skill level of an ability lowered the cooldown, the energy cost, and increased the speed at which he could execute an ability. It also made it easier to combine the ability with another ability to consolidate, or with another skill to create a new ability. Out of his many abilities, the ones that were most important to him were his phasing and mass transfer, since they took the most time and effort to execute. Finally, he made his decision and put the points into phase dash and mass exchange, bringing them up a few levels. Lastly, he looked at his stats and placed the 3 points, putting 2 in agility and 1 in strength. Then he looked at his screens to make sure that everything was good. Strength, 21. Agility, 42. Constitution, 23. Intellect, 30. Will, 36. Wisdom, 17. Charisma, 10. Luck, 10. Abilities, Main. Power Infusion, 15. Power Siphon, 15. Phase Dash, 15. Phase Shot, 8. Phased Gravitic Stomp, 8. Mass Exchange, 12. Momentum Shift, 8. Arcane Mark, 8. Accelerated Growth, 10. Iron Skin, 8. Abilities, Secondary. Piercing Shot, 8. Scatter Shot, 6. Energy Arrow, 14. Exploding Arrow, 10. Rain of Arrows, 8. Skills, Main. Elemental Alignment, Nature, 20. +1 rank guild buff. Elemental Alignment, Metal, 10. +1 rank guild buff. Hand-to-hand combat, 10. Throwing weapons, 12. Sharpshooter, 16. Grenadier, 12. Energy manipulation, 20. Unyielding will, 8. Phytokinesis, 20. Gravikinesis, 15. Ferrokinesis, 4. Life Sense, 12. Nature Seismic Sense, 11.
Skills, crafting. Monster lore 10. Skinning 15. Hunting 10. Harvesting 15. Herbalism 20. Arcane tinker 10. Alchemy 20. Arcane horticulturist 15. Skills, miscellaneous. Language, basic, Elvish. Inspect 15. Inventor 10. Acrobatics 10. Medicine 5. Chemistry 12. Lightning reflexes 8. Seeing all of his skills and abilities made him feel a bit of regret, since he noticed some missing. He had removed some abilities to narrow his focus a bit. He no longer had enchanting and engraving, since he had moved to alchemy, which he fueled by his experimentation with plants. With that skill, he could make bombs and different kinds of grenades, so he removed warding as well. Out of his abilities, he removed energy blades since he had Clin, and technically all abilities were just extensions of his skills. He just didn't need to consciously focus to use them. In this way, he could create an energy blade again with the energy manipulation skill, but it would take too long, and Clin could change shape and form easily and quickly now. He kept some close-range abilities. His phased gravitic stomp was an excellent trump card if anyone managed to close range, and he had momentum shift to surprise enemies up close too. He was satisfied with focusing more on his bow and battlefield control with grenades and his special arrows. His changed focus had made him a better adventurer. He still could grow plants. It was only that he used his special arrows as delivery systems instead of throwing pouches of them. He glanced at his primary screen to see how much experience he needed for the next level before he finished. Morgan Newton, level 36. Experience points, 18,520 of 35,000. He made sure that everything was as he wished it to be, and then he turned to Sibylla and waved. "Bye, Sibylla," he said with a grin. "Bye, Master," she responded in her deadpan tone. His eyes focused, and he saw the others coming out of their own soul spaces. He looked at Vess and saw a smile on her face that told him that she too had leveled. He walked over to her and squeezed her hand. Their carriage was waiting for them, and they walked over before getting inside and heading back. Chapter 13. Morgan sat in the common room of the compound assigned to them, standing across from Val, playing chess. It was one of their rare moments of free time. The two of them were the only ones here, as the others were out exploring the city. They had been spending the last 4 weeks doing dungeons constantly. Morgan had advanced to level 39, and was close to 40, though he had been getting tired of farming the same dungeon again and again, especially since he gained less and less experience points every time he did it. Richard had told them that they didn't need to get them higher than level 40 for the tower, however, since they would be getting a lot of experience on the first 3 floors. They wanted all of them to be at least level 40 mainly because, aside from that being where their classes could evolve again, they would also be gaining an extra unique trait aside from the one provided by their class. This trait was supposed to be incredibly powerful, power-defining, actually, as they'd been told. From what Morgan heard, it could be nearly anything from a body modification to a unique power. Like everything else, though, the choices you would receive would depend on your progress so far. Morgan wasn't sure what he would get, but he was excited to find out. Then Val moved his knight, and Morgan grimaced as he lost his pawn. He hummed as he thought about his next move.
"So, what do you think about the new guys?" Val asked casually.
Morgan didn't move his eyes from the board. "They're fine, I guess. A bit stuffy, if you ask me."
"Just because they don't want to socialize with you doesn't mean they're stuffy. I mean, they're all platinum or scarlet-ranked teams,"
Val said. Morgan raised an eyebrow as he moved his bishop. "Technically, we're all gold-ranked now, I mean. We've conquered level 40 dungeons." Val blinked in confusion. Morgan laughed at his expression. "What? That didn't occur to you? We only need to go to an adventurer's guild and have them change our rating."
I
Gold rank. I mean, that is supposed to be extremely hard to achieve, Val said. Morgan snorted. He understood Val's point, but his friend was still thinking like an ordinary Ascended, and they had stopped being that after they'd fought off the goblin horde. They were, simply put, freaks. They'd advanced faster than most Ascended, achieving in a handful of years what took most decades, if not more. Sure, a lot of it was luck, being in the right place at the right time, but Morgan had realized that it was in part because of them, all of them. Not just Skyforce team, but all the other teams that had been gathered for this raid. They were the best of the best in the world. The most talented, at least. Even if, like Morgan's team, didn't have the levels. The great guilds had been willing to invest in them, rather than their own people. Morgan knew if they just wanted people for their raid group, they could have raised their own, as they were already spending a fortune. What they wanted was talented and driven people. Val made a counterplay with his rook, messing up Morgan's plans. "We are going to hit platinum rank once we reach the first floor," Morgan added. Val just shook his head, not really being able to comprehend it. "That sounds crazy, but I guess no more than us conquering the tower." Morgan agreed with him there. Another 3 teams had arrived from the Arthurium Guild, their contribution to the raid group. 2 of the teams were led by the 2 who had attended the tournament, Calrac and Evermal. Evermal looked almost exactly like the classic image of a graceful, pale-haired elf. And Calrac was a tanned human whose features Morgan identified as Latino, although he really wasn't. Their teams were on the level of the Call's Hammers. With them, their numbers jumped to 37, since 2 of their teams had 6 members each. They had done some training exercises together, getting to know one another, everyone feeling out everyone else's powers. But Ragnar Rom had informed them that they would be operating in smaller teams inside the tower, each led by one of their stronger Ascended. The specifics hadn't been revealed to them yet, but Ragnar had assured them that it would be soon. "You know," Val started, but then halted. Morgan moved his pawn and frowned at him. "What?" "Nothing," Val said, shaking his head. "Say it. I know you want to. I've been watching you squirm for days now," Morgan said. Val coughed and shifted uncomfortably. You noticed?" "Of course I noticed. You're lucky that Vess has been so preoccupied with training, or she would have noticed as well." Morgan raised his head to look at Val. The red-haired half-elf scratched at his cheek uneasily, and then moved a piece on the board. Finally, he raised his head and met Morgan's eyes. "I went to Ragnar Rom, asking him about my parents." Morgan blinked. He hadn't expected that. "You did?" "Yeah. He didn't know them, but that isn't all that strange. There are many Ascended in the world. He did send me to the Call's Guild records, as they keep track of most anyone that their guild deals with or has dealt with." "And?" Morgan asked when Val didn't continue. "There was something. Varala Ohm and Rainer Ohm belonged to the Enduring Lance Guild, one of the great guilds up until a few years ago. They left the guild around the time when Vess and I were born, and according to the records they did so amicably. It is not unheard of for Ascended to retire and leave a guild, and I guess they did so because of us. The timeline fits." "But there is nothing about them after?" "No." Val shook his head. "And what about this guild? Maybe they know something?" Morgan asked. Val grimaced and looked at Morgan with a strange look on his face. "Clearly there is something else," Morgan said with a raised eyebrow. Val took a deep breath and then spoke. "The Enduring Lance Guild sent a raid group into the tower. They sent their best Ascended along with their guildmaster, and a few of the guild leaders. They never came back, and the guild collapsed after that. They got into a territory war that they lost, and after that it was just a series of unfortunate losses. Until finally, they lost everything and were forced to disband." Morgan narrowed his eyes at Val. When did they go into the tower? Val shrugged.
A couple of years ago.
Around the time your parents disappeared, I'm guessing? Val answered with a nod of his head. So you think that they went with their old guildmates and tried to climb the tower?
It makes sense, Val said. There are no records of the raid group names, or at least the Call Guild doesn't have them. But it would explain why they never came back. They went to the tower, abandoning us for power.
Morgan saw his friend's face twist into a pained expression. You don't know that, not for sure. Val chuckled and gave him a look that said everything.
What good parents abandon their children? They wanted power, and valued that more than us.
Morgan winced. His own father had abandoned him before he was even born. True, his father was basically a god, but Morgan felt like he had more important stuff to do. Not that Morgan didn't feel abandoned or anything. He had just interacted with Oxy enough to know that the man-god or whatever was completely removed from normal morality and rules. You don't know why they left, Morgan said. True, they could have done it for power, but there are many other reasons that could be the truth. Don't make any judgments until you know the real truth. You have a few pieces, but not enough to see the full picture. Val opened his mouth to speak, but then he thought better of it.
It doesn't matter now. We might never know what happened. What I wanted your opinion on was if I should tell Vess.
Ah, Morgan said. He wasn't sure what to say. On the one hand, it was a clue about their parents. Not everything, but still something. On the other, Vess had just stopped thinking about her parents, had embraced her new family. I don't know how she would react. Would it help her?
I don't know either,
Val said with a shake of his head. Maybe we should tell her, or maybe we should wait. We are busy with the preparations for the tower. Knowing could distract her, and we can't be distracted now, Morgan cautioned. He didn't like keeping things from her, but he really didn't think that there was a point with sharing this information with her, especially since they didn't know anything for sure.
I hired an investigator, Val said after a beat, to look into the Enduring Lance Guild and try to find out if they went to the tower.
Then it is best if we wait. Once we know more, we will tell her. Agreed? Morgan asked. Val nodded his head.
Agreed.
Morgan grunted, then moved his bishop. Checkmate. Morgan stepped through the exit of the dungeon and immediately checked to see if he had enough experience points to level. Looking through the notifications, he immediately grinned. He glanced at Vess and saw her eyes lit up, and she nodded her head. Finally, they had reached level 40. The others in their team had already done it, and seeing their expressions, they smiled as well. Congratulations, Hexna said, Sumian and Ora echoing her sentiment a moment after. Thanks, Morgan said.
Do you have any idea what you might get?
Ora asked. Morgan shook his head. A few of the others already knew what they were getting, such as Lucius, since they followed a path of a known class. Morgan's class was unique, as far as he knew. There were no records of anyone ever having it or any combination of it before. Vess had some ideas, since her class had been recorded. But Clara was in the same boat as Morgan, since her class had undergone a bit of a strange evolution. Her class had originally been intended for a tank/support build, but she had been trained as a healer, and had gone in that route. Her class had adapted to her path. No, Morgan replied, answering Ora's question. But I can't wait to find out. He was tempted to trigger the ascension immediately, but he and the rest of Skyforce had agreed to do it together, so that they could discuss what they wanted to do for their builds. They wanted to be able to synergize well with one another. They hopped back into the carriage and headed to the guild hold. Morgan was impatient to start, so as soon as they got back, he jumped out and dragged Vess toward their rooms. The others had agreed to meet them there, since they all had already gotten enough experience points to ascend.
But as Morgan and Vess walked through the courtyard, he noticed people in robes that weren't in the colors of the Call Guild walking around. He frowned as he recognized the robes and stopped walking. Vess turned around to look at him in confusion. "What is it?" Morgan was about to answer when her eyes focused on something behind Morgan and widened. Vess made a small bow and Morgan turned around, only to see Ta'ilara, the Grand Mage, standing there. "We meet again," she grinned at him. Morgan looked at her, surprised to see her. "What are you doing here?" Morgan asked. The robed mages around them stopped and glared at Morgan, but Ta'ilara didn't seem to mind his casual tone. She sighed and looked around, her subordinates scattering as she looked at them. She turned her head back and spoke. "I thought about what you said. I have been spending so much time in my academy, doing things that are frankly boring. You were right. I do want something more, and the tower is the best way for me to achieve that. I've spoken with Ragnar, and I accepted his invitation for me to join the raid group. So, I guess we are now teammates." Morgan laughed out loud. "That's great!" "I have a few errands to run in the city." She glanced at her people, who were standing nearby, still glaring. "But after I am done, I will relocate here to join in the training. I hope that we'll have an opportunity to talk later. I have a few more ideas about how to further test your arm." "Sure. I'll see you later then," Morgan said, as she turned around and walked away. Morgan turned around and froze when he saw Vess glaring at him. "What?" Morgan asked. "You are awfully familiar with the Grand Mage," she said accusingly. Morgan blinked at her, not comprehending. "Well, we did spend a few weeks together. And I mean, it's hard not to be familiar with someone who has literally seen beneath your skin." Vess narrowed her eyes, and Morgan realized his mistake. Immediately he smiled and stepped forward, taking hold of her and pulling her close as he put a shaky smile on his face. "But of course I don't really know her. I mean, we're just friendly." Vess looked at his face, then down at his hands on her hips. For a moment, Morgan thought that she would burst and yell something at him, but then she started shaking and her lips quirked up. A moment later, she was laughing. Morgan wasn't sure if he should be relieved or worried. "You should see the look on your face," Vess managed to say in between fits of giggles. "Clara is right. Teasing you is funny." Morgan released a gasp of indignation as Vess turned around and started walking away. He jumped forward, catching up. "What? You don't think she could like me?" "Morgan, dear, she is the Grand Mage. Not only is she old enough to be your great-great-grandmother, she could probably have whoever she wanted. I doubt you are high up on her list. I would have you know that some people find me extremely charming. And funny. Like, really, really funny." Vess patted his cheek. "You're right. There is at least one person like that in the whole world." "Right. That's what I'm... Wait, you're talking about yourself, right?" She chuckled and pushed the doors of their residence, letting them in. "Come on," Morgan said. "Clara likes my jokes." "Clara hates your jokes, Morgan," Vestella told him. "Nuh-uh. Clara is my bestie. She gets me." Vestella just shook her head in response. Morgan looked at the room in front of them. There were a couple of people in the common room. Ora and Borodar were playing chess. Grav was sitting on the couch talking with Sumian, and Jalara was arguing with Valsarum. Vrishar was sitting in a chair in the corner. "Hey, guys!" Morgan yelled. "You all think I'm funny, right?" he asked. The others turned to look at him, but only Borodar and Grav answered. "Of course you're funny," Grav yelled out. "Your insults are hilarious." Borodar nodded his head enthusiastically. "Yes, yes!" Morgan looked at Vess and raised his eyebrows. "See? Those two don't count. They're idiots like you," Vess answered. "What?" 3 voices said as one, as the rest of the room exploded in laughter.
Morgan, Borodar, and Graveau looked at them, and then one another. Morgan narrowed his eyes and then turned to look at Vrishar. "Hey, buddy, I'm funny, right?" Vrishar blinked in surprise, clearly not expecting the question. OMG, Morgan whispered as he saw the Gnoll's expression. "Do you guys really not think I'm funny?" The answer was displayed on Vrishar's face. Morgan turned to look at Ves. "Why didn't you tell me this before now?" he yelled, feeling betrayed. Ves blinked. "Morgan, love, I've been literally telling you that for years." "Nuh-uh," Morgan said. "I'm pretty sure you never said that. Like, not even once."
"Bah!" Grav exclaimed. "Don't listen to them, boy. You're funny as all hell."
Morgan rounded on the dwarf, seeing Borodar nodding his head. "Shut it, you two! You laughed at my jokes. You made me think I'm funny. Do you have any idea how embarrassing this is?" "I know how embarrassing it is for me," Ves whispered to herself. Morgan turned to look at her again. "Really? Why don't you twist the knife while you're at it?" "Sorry," she said dryly. Morgan looked around the room. For once, he didn't say anything else. Interlude 1. Moirai watched the world through the eyes of the progeny, the offspring of her other half. It was preparing for something, but she knew not what. Time somehow started to pass slower as she watched. She did not know for how long a part of her had been awake, but watching through the eyes made it seem like it had been a long time. She could do nothing but watch through the foggy images that she could see in his mind. It was frustrating, but she had no choice. She understood that she was injured, that whatever connected her to the offspring, and, as she had figured out, every other thing on that world, was helping her heal. Somehow no one realized that she was awake, if someone was even watching her. She hoped that at least Iris was there, looking after her. She hoped that she would see that Moirai was now awake. But nothing changed. And while she knew that after what she had endured, she would learn some patience, she nonetheless felt trapped. She had tried to reach out to the mind of the offspring, but she could not make her voice heard. She was too weak, and he too inexperienced. Then she noticed a change. The offspring went through another of its small changes. She had felt them, his body being broken down and built anew. But this time something was different. She could see more, feel more through him. Hope blossomed in her core, and she tried to reach him again, only to find that it was still not enough. She was disappointed for a while, until she realized that there was still hope. As the offspring became stronger, she would get closer to him. Eventually, she would be able to call to him. All she had to do then is tell them to let her other half know that she was awake, and then they could reunite. She settled back down, content to watch the world through the offspring's eyes. Chapter 14. Sitting in their apartment, Morgan looked at the rest of his team. All of Skyforce was present. Out of the 5 of them, only Lucius and Ves knew what to expect once they leveled. They had some idea about the direction their class could evolve and what kind of a unique trait they would get. Lucius was following the path that would let him evolve his class into that of Thundering Sword, a class that everyone in his immediate family had used. For his trait, he was going to pick up Lightning Heart. It would reshape the inside of his body, making it more conductive to lightning, and give him a boost to agility. It would make him faster, and be able to use his power far more effectively. Ves was planning on going for a class change into Eldritch Warden. It would change some aspects of her class, but she would still have her pet, and be able to summon her Eldritch tendrils. She would mostly gain access to more defensive skills, which she lacked. With the 2 of them doubling down on their classes and strengths, the others had to make a decision. Clara should go for something that would increase her healing or increase the strength of her barriers, Morgan said. So far,
Clara's healing abilities had been simple. She had rejuvenation spells, which used the target's own regenerative ability to heal wounds. Essentially, she just sped the natural healing process up. Aside from that, she had a couple of barriers and some slowing spells. She was also the one who Morgan was the most worried about.
I don't know, Clara started. Using barriers is good because it prevents damage, but it requires me to be perfect with my timing. On the other hand, being able to heal you idiots quickly when you inevitably break your bones would be a plus.
I resent that, Lucius piped in. I've never broken a bone in my life. Morgan rolled his eyes. Yeah, you were just lucky. Turning back to the orc woman, he said, I don't know, Clara. It's your decision, and we don't know what your choices will be. But if you can find a way to keep your barriers while gaining something good to support us with, that would be perfect. Clara nodded her head.
Yeah, I'll see.
I'm going for something that increases my strength or offensive power in general,
Val added. Yeah, Morgan said. That would be best for you, although you shouldn't discard any defensive options. If you see something powerful in that direction, at least consider it. You have a lot of damage potential already. Being able to deal a lot of damage is all well and good, but it won't matter if you die. Val considered it for a moment, and then nodded.
I will think on it.
What about you? Lucius asked, looking at Morgan. I have no idea what I'm going to get, which is the problem. Getting something for movement or stealth might be good, though. Yes, but please think about what the rest of us can do when you make your decision, Lucius said. Right, of course, Morgan said. Then looking around the room at each of them in turn, he spoke up. We doing this? The others nodded their heads, and he saw their eyes glaze over as they entered their soul spaces. Morgan did the same. A moment later, he was inside of a gray void, looking at Sibylla, the floating woman who looked like a video game character, one from a game he used to play. Hello, Sibylla, Morgan greeted her cheerfully. It had started to become something of a thing between them, him being unnaturally cheerful and she responding in her deadpan tone. He was sure that she had evolved since the first time he met her, and she knew exactly what she was doing. Master, Sibylla greeted him. Morgan turned and pulled up his screens. Morgan Newton, level 39. Mutated Heart of Verdure. Experience points 47,555 of 42,000. Ascension possible. With a mental command, he triggered the ascension, and immediately new notifications assaulted him. He glanced at the two that were the most important to him. Class Evolution. Mutated Heart of Verdure. Description. You remain on your path, deciding the path of experimentation and mutation, knowing that in creating new life forms, you will find strength. Bonus. +8 to nature alignment. +2 to metal alignment. +6 to phytokinesis. +2 to ferrokinesis. -20% energy requirement for nature-based skills and abilities. Perk. Twice per week, you may attempt to mutate a specific trait into a plant at a 50% chance of success. Can use any alignment. Class Evolution. Mass Manipulator. Description. You choose the path of manipulation of mass, looking to find out the secrets behind the fundamental forces of the universe. Bonus. +8 to metal alignment. +4 to gravikinesis. +2 to ferrokinesis. -20% energy requirement for metal-based skills and abilities. Perk. You may exchange mass between objects permanently. No longer require contact to exchange mass. Class Evolution. Enduring Heart of Symbiosis. Description. You choose the path of symbiosis with other organisms, seeking to enhance yourself through commensalism, and improvement guided by your will. Bonus. +6 to metal alignment. +6 to nature alignment. +2 to phytokinesis. +2 to gravikinesis. +2 to ferrokinesis. Minus 20% energy requirement for alignment-based skills and abilities. Perk. Your symbiont can now replicate any matter that it consumes. Morgan looked at his options, seeing that each brought large upgrades. If he remained on his class, he would get a bonus to all his alignments and kinesis skills. Everything would remain the same. He would just get more upgrades. The Mass Manipulator class was the same he'd had the option of picking last time, only the rewards were slightly better now, but not as good as the other two options. He thought that might be because it was a complete jumping of the path he was currently on, whereas the other two were continuation or evolution. The last option was the most interesting to him, and the obvious choice if he wanted to evolve his power through Klin. So his choice was between staying as he was and changing focus. He would lose the perk that allowed him to mutate traits into his plants, something that had paid off several times in the past, but he would gain a perk that would evolve Klin, which was an incredible thing on its own. It also didn't seem like a class that was focused on a single alignment, since it would reduce the energy requirements for any alignment. He didn't make a decision immediately. Instead, he looked at another new screen. Trait selection. Hunter's eyes. Description. Your eyes change to that of the ultimate hunter, becoming more monster-like, but providing incredible benefits. Bonus. You can now see in total darkness. Your eyes can zoom in up to 50 times. You can see in the greater visual spectrum. Your vision narrows, but sharpens. Trait selection. Mass storage. Description. You can store mass in a spatial area located inside your soul. Bonus. Able to store up to 10 times your weight in the spatial area. Able to pull mass out at any time. Trait selection. Legacy of the Heart of the Mountain. Description. Long ago, before he became the Great Lord, the Heart of the Mountain achieved power beyond any other. You awaken a sliver of that power. Bonus. Enhanced mental capabilities. Allows creation of mind space, a mental construct in which time passes at a faster rate than in the real world. Gain increased resistance to mental effects. Gain greater connection to unbound energy and increase your ability to manipulate it. He read through the options slowly, blinking as he came to the last one. He had assumed that traits were sounding like bloodlines, but seeing the last of his choices, he was certain. His other options were good, each suited to a part of his build. The last one, though, was completely different. Morgan remembered Clara telling him that her people knew Oxalis as a different name, Heart of the Mountain. He wondered if that was his real name or not, but in the end it didn't matter. All he was seeing, this space, the words in front of him, all of it had been created by him. He knew that the guiding force, the being that operated the system, served him. The fact that he was seeing this meant that they wanted him to see it. His real body was gone, his ascended one having been crafted when he came to this world. He was eligible for the trait most certainly because of his heritage, but that only told him that whatever changes ascension did to a body were incredibly detailed and nuanced. He knew that both the first and the second trait could be useful to him, perhaps even more than the last one, which he didn't really understand completely. Having more resistance to mental effects was good, but the thing that intrigued him the most were increases to energy manipulation and deepening of its connection. His style relied heavily on manipulating energy, phasing, mass transfer, plant manipulation. All required him to manipulate the energy from his core. Even without knowing what mind space meant, he would have chosen the last trait. Taking a deep breath, he made his choice, then moved back and picked the Enduring Heart of Symbiosis class. As soon as he picked it, he realized that the names of his class had something to do with his father. The similarity between Oxalis's other name and his first class couldn't be a coincidence. After he made his choices, he turned to his stats and his eyes widened as he saw the changes there. He had gained a bonus of 10 points in will, bringing it to 48, another 10 in intellect, raising it to 40, and 10 in wisdom, making it 27.
It was an incredible boost, and he realized that it had to have something to do with his new trait. He shook his head and put in his 2 new points, one in agility and the other in strength, bringing them up to 48 and 25, respectively. His skills and abilities had leveled from all the dungeon farming, and his energy manipulation had jumped by 10 points, probably another after effect of his new trait. But he didn't spend all of his new points on them to level them. Instead, he decided to save them for now. Satisfied with his changes, he turned to his soul implant ghost thingy. "Bye, Sibylla." "Bye, Master," Sibylla answered, and with that, Morgan pulled himself out of his soul space. He blinked his eyes and looked around the room, and immediately stared at an unexpected change. Val was sitting across from him, and he blinked his own eyes at Morgan. "What the hell are those?" Morgan asked, and Val shifted uncomfortably. The trait I picked, the Blazing Herald. It included physical changes," Val said, as he raised his hands to touch at his head, where 2 tiny horns now sprouted from the top of his forehead. Clara chuckled and then spoke. "I hope they grow bigger than that." "They should, as I level more," Val said defensively. Morgan looked around in order to see if anyone else had physical changes. Lucius looked normal, as did Vess. Clara, on the other hand, seemed to have undergone eye surgery, since her eyes were now glowing softly and were golden, but that wasn't a big change like Val's. Morgan cleared his throat. "So, what did everyone choose?" Val spoke first. "My trait gives me an increase to my fire element, makes it easier for me to manipulate fire energy, and gives me more fire resistance. I upgraded my class to Ever-Burning Juggernaut. I have all-around increases to my fire affinity, and a new perk that lets me turn to fire for a few moments and make a flash teleport at short range." Morgan was impressed by that last skill. Val had basically gained a short-range blink. Lucius spoke next. "As I've said, I picked the Thundering Sword and Lightning Heart." Everyone nodded, since they already knew what those were. Vess spoke up after him. "I changed my class as planned to Eldritch Warden, but for my trait, I picked Imbue Summon. It increases my summon's powers and lets me imbue them with an affinity before and after I summon them, combining them with it to give them different abilities." That sounded like it could be useful, but they would need to test it out to see. Then it was Clara's turn. "I changed my class to Aegis of Protection. I went more the barrier route. I can now cast more of them and better versions of them. For my trait, I picked Double Cast, which lets me cast 2 abilities or spells at the same time on different targets. I thought that it would be best for me to have that option, especially since I didn't get any more heals." They all nodded at that, and then everyone turned to look at Morgan, who took a deep breath and then started to speak, telling them everything about his new class and trait. Chapter 15. The next few months passed by in a blur as Ragnar Rom, their raid leader, ran their practice sessions. They were divided into smaller groups with 2 or 3 teams acting together and being led by one of their most powerful Ascended, Ragnar Rom, Ta'ilara, Evermau, or Kalrak. They had been put back into their original teams, and Skyforce had been paired up with the last Vanguard under the leadership of Ta'ilara, making up the blue team. The practice sessions included several different teams working together, which was much easier now that they had some experience with one another. The Ethereum Rider teams had opened up a bit, but while they were comfortable fighting with the others, they still kept mostly together. Team Fjordstar had been put with the Call's Hammers under Ragnar Rom, making up the red team, while Evermau and Kalrak led the green and black teams respectively. Morgan had gotten lost in the training. From farming dungeons to mock battles and planning sessions, there had been little time for rest. It was clear that the great guilds intended to do everything that they could in order to conquer the tower. As they got closer to their departure for the tower, They stopped farming dungeons so that they didn't level up any further. Morgan had reached level 43, and their leaders decided that was time for them to be better equipped. To that effect, they had been sent to shops out in the city. Morgan sat in a carriage with Jalara, Gravo, and Clara, accompanied by Ta'ilara. She was supposed to help them choose new equipment, just like the other team's leaders were for their own. They'd been split up so that the stronger Ascended could have more one-on-one time with every person, as they were coming with them as advisors. Vess and Val had already gone on their shopping trip. Vess had gotten a new set of armor and mace, and she was now a high enough level that she could use the tower shield which they'd received in the dungeon. The rest of her gear were rings that they had looted during their farming runs. Val was still using his Guandao, since he had used his Stone of Ascension on it, and it could level with him. Aside from that, he had a new set of armor as well, one that synergized better with his fire focus. As they moved around the city, Morgan cast his gaze around, taking in the sights. Amon Tor was the capital of this continent, called by some the greatest city in the world. Morgan remembered the excitement that the others showed when they arrived here. They had gone out on the city and took in the sights when they'd had free time. Morgan had gone with them only once. They had walked the city streets, taking in the sights, the tall buildings, the beautiful masonry, and the different styles in different districts. But while Morgan had been impressed, he hadn't been blown away. Al-Valor, the city where the tournament had been similar, only slightly smaller. The others couldn't contain their excitement, but Morgan, while appreciative, didn't feel the same way. He could see the looks that they gave him, the questioning as to why he wasn't impressed, but he couldn't explain it to them, not really. Amon Tor was incredible, a city that stretched out in every direction as far as the eye could see. It was a marvel of design and construction, but Morgan had seen things just as marvelous on Earth. Each was different, but still majestic in their own way. Amon Tor could stand on the same step as the greatest cities on Earth, but to Morgan it was still just that, a city. That was why he didn't go with them. They were enjoying something that was blowing their minds, and he was just sullying their experience, something he didn't want to do. Their carriage came to a stop in front of a massive building, where wide and long steps led up where a large and ornate arch led into the white building. A large plaque was mounted above the arch, presenting the name of the establishment, Tenuan's Emporium. They got out of their carriage and started walking up the steps, seeing that there were surprisingly few people around. Morgan would have thought that there would be a lot of adventurers. Ta'ilara somehow noticed his thoughts and spoke up. "This is the private entrance to the shop. This section of the Tenuan's Emporium is not open to just everyone. You must make an appointment. This is why we were split into groups. This shop caters to the elite of the Ascended, and they provide personal attention to every customer. Even they would be hard-pressed to provide the level of service expected of them to 40 people," Ta'ilara said. Morgan wondered what the public entrance looked like if this was the private one, but he didn't comment. They walked up and then through the large archway that led into the building. 2 large golems stood on each side of the entrance, but they didn't so much as twitch as their group entered. They passed into a large foyer with the reception desk in the middle. The floors were covered in red carpets, and the walls covered with long tapestries. "Greetings, Grand Mage. The Emporium is ready for your party. You may proceed in whichever manner you desire," the receptionist said. She was one of the snake-like people that Morgan had seen only rarely. "Good. I am to accompany each of my teammates and offer advice on their purchases privately," Ta'ilara said. "Of course," the receptionist bowed. "The rest can browse through our public section in the meantime." The woman walked, or rather slithered away, coming back a few moments later with a Nell man. "This is Ember," the receptionist said, gesturing toward him. "He will be your guide." Ta'ilara nodded, and then turned to look at the rest of them. "So, who is going to be first?" The others looked at each other, but no one wanted to be the first to speak. Morgan had realized that all of them were a bit awkward in front of Ta'ilara, even Clara, who was generally more relaxed. He had seen even Ragnar Rom being slightly more formal. The man had actually taken Morgan aside and privately thanked him for convincing Ta'ilara to join their raid. Apparently, she was a really big deal. Since no one wanted to volunteer, Morgan stepped forward. Ta'ilara chuckled and turned around, gesturing for Ember to lead the way. Ember led them into a large, round room, one with big and comfortable-looking couches in the center, and a table filled with fruits and a pitcher filled with some liquid. All around them were doors leading out of the room, each with a different mark above it.
"What do you wish to see first?"
Ember asked. Ta'ilara glanced at Morgan. "What do you think?" Morgan didn't need much time to think, as he already knew where his gear was subpar. Armor would probably be best, he answered. Ta'ilara nodded her head. "Yes. You usually wear battle robes, right?" "Yeah, I'm pretty mobile, so I need something light," Morgan said. "Robes are all well and good, but I think that we can do better than that," Ta'ilara said. "You can specify what you wish, and I will recover the most suitable items while you sit and relax," Ember informed them. Ta'ilara glanced at the couches, but then shook her head. "No, we are not here for leisure. Why don't you show us everything you have, and we will narrow down our choices as we go?" Ember blinked. The surprise on his face was the first time that his expression had changed. Morgan even saw his tail twitch for a moment. He could tell that the man wanted to refuse, or try and convince them to sit, but it looked like few people wanted to tell Ta'ilara no. Morgan wondered if that was why she was so interested in him. He had refused her when she'd wanted to know how he made his hand the first time. "Of course, Grand Mage," Ember said with a bow. "If you would follow me, please." He led them to one of the doors with a mark that probably represented armor. He opened the doors, and Morgan blinked as he saw a reflective liquid surface, just like the teleporters at Ta'ilara's academy. Ember walked through, and Ta'ilara followed. Morgan sighed, and then stepped through. It made sense that they didn't keep everything close. He walked through the doors and found himself in a massive room, something that resembled a warehouse from Earth. There were several levels down in front of him, shelves and tables, racks and displays. "What kind of armor are you interested in? And what level are you?" Ember asked. "Something light, that won't restrict my movements much. And I am level 43. Morgan answered. "Also something that is suitable for modification. Holsters, hooks, sheaths, those kinds of things," Ta'ilara added. Morgan blinked. He hadn't said anything about that since he was so used to modifying his armor, and it didn't even occur to him that some might not be suitable to it. "What affinities?" Ember asked. "Nature and metal," Morgan answered. Ember nodded. "What aspects of those affinities?" Morgan blinked, but answered. "I use phytokinesis for plant manipulation, but that is mainly for combat preparation. In combat, I generally rely on my bow and firing by grenades with a launcher. I mostly use power and gravity for my energy arrows." Ember nodded his head, thinking. "You said that you are mobile?" Yes, I generally move around a lot, changing my positions as I try to control the fight." Morgan wasn't sure how to best explain himself to the man, but he didn't seem to be confused. "And do you have anything for close combat?" Ember asked. Morgan glanced at Ta'ilara and saw her give him a tiny nod. He showed Ember his left arm and then activated Clin's sword form. The symbiont changed into a large blade that grew out of where his hand should have been. Its base was keratin, but the edges were metallic. He had been intending to change that form to a fully metal blade, since Clin could now replicate any matter. He just didn't have the chance yet, and he wanted to experiment some more. Ember's eyebrows raised slightly, and Morgan saw him blink at his arm. Morgan figured out that it was not every day that this man saw something that he hadn't seen before. He then leaned down closer and looked more intently at his arm. "Huh. It can take other forms?" Ember asked. Yes, Morgan said, and changed it to his bow form, and then focused his mind on Klin, and had it change into a mass of tendrils by focusing on it. Comparatively, using his forms took him only a second at most, whereas using his mind to change the shape took a lot longer. It was almost 4 or 5 seconds before Klin changed. Ember was looking at it, his eyes narrowing.
I see. How much of your arm can change? And is it only this arm?
Everything up until my elbow, and yes, only my left. Ember nodded again, then started speaking.
So, something that doesn't include gauntlets as part of the set would be best. We don't want a full suit of armor, then? A 3-piece that covered the chest, legs, and head, perhaps? No, better to get a separate item for that. The set bonuses would be lesser, but we can find 2 sets of rings to offset. Yes, that would be preferable. Ah, and a cloak, of course, something with pockets.
Morgan looked at Ember as he seemed to be almost lost in his own world. He exchanged glances with Ta Ilara, but they didn't comment, and before long Ember met their eyes again.
I think I have what you need.
Lead the way, Ta Ilara said. Ember bowed and then turned. He started walking left, leading them through the warehouse. They passed by a section filled with massive suits of armors designed for giants, then others which were clearly meant for races with tails. After about 10 minutes of walking, they reached another section, one more suitable for humans. They spent another few minutes walking around different types of armor until they reached an area where lighter armor was being held. Morgan looked at all the incredible armor. Most were made with animal hides, some from animals that had scales, others with furs. Some had metal plates attached, and others still were just battle robes like what he used to wear. Eventually, Ember led them to a rack that held a set of armor.
This is the raiment of the Grand Alchemist. It provides a modest boost to nature affinity, and a minor boost to intelligence and will. The 3-piece set includes the chest piece, the leggings, and boots. Wearing all 3 gives you a modest resistance to poisons and acidic effects. It is not the most combat-oriented set, but it has a few more interesting features,
Ember said, gesturing to the tunic and pants. Morgan did see that. The tunic had short sleeves, and was made out of some thick material, more like hide than cloth, but it didn't look like it was leather. It was smooth and deep green in color, and had small pockets sewn into the sides that would lie above the hips when worn. The boots even had small pouches in their sides, with small buttons. But the pants were more interesting, as they had a leather belt attached that had hooks and slots all over its length, suitable for hanging a variety of items, like his grenades. It also had 2 open sacks on the sides, looking like pockets that dangled on the sides that would probably lay on the upper thighs. There wasn't any way to secure them, so Morgan wondered how he could put anything inside and not worry about it falling out. Ember noticed him looking and walked closer, indicating the pockets that Morgan was looking at.
These 2 pockets are actually quite special. They are both connected to 2 different spatial storages that would activate once the full set is worn. The storage differs from ordinary ones because you do not need to focus on them to pull things out. Instead, the moment you put your hands inside, an item would be pulled out. This is obviously a problem if you have a variety of items inside them, but if you kept only one type of item inside...
Morgan was nodding his head as Ember talked, realizing what that meant. He could use far more grenades than he usually did in a battle, or even arrows. If he stored all his ordinary arrows in one of the pockets and grenades in the other, he could just pull them out whenever. Sure, if he wanted to be sure that he would get what he needed, he could use only the same type of grenades, but it was still a powerful effect. The biggest obstacle that he had encountered with his build was the fact that he tended to run out of ammo if he wasn't being careful, or if the battle took too long, which was why he was relying a bit on his energy arrows, a strategy which had its own problems with him running out of energy. This could be exactly what he needed. If he wanted to pull something out of storage, he needed to focus on what he wanted. And if he had a lot of different things in his storage, he could pull out the wrong thing by accident. That was why Vess and the others either pulled their items, like barrels with water when there was a lull in combat, or before it. True, they also didn't have a lot of different junk in their storage spaces, but Morgan had a variety of different types of items for different situations. This was nearly perfect. Pulling out items just by placing his hand in the pocket would be ideal for him. Morgan turned to look at the man, quite impressed. He had found the perfect armor set for him based on the limited information that Morgan had given him. He wondered if the man knew what every item in this warehouse did. He had to in order to be able to find exactly what their customers wanted. It was beyond impressive. Morgan glanced at Ta'ilara, seeing that she too was impressed. "This is good, but it doesn't provide much in terms of protection," she cautioned. Ember nodded. "I've considered some mixtures of light and medium armor. There are pieces that might be suitable, but I do not recommend them. Based on his combat style, getting into melee range is unlikely and should be avoided. To that end, I have a few additions that would cover his lack of defense in the worst-case scenario." Ta'ilara looked at Morgan and raised an eyebrow. "What do you think?" "He's right. I haven't been wearing armor until now, and I do have some skills and abilities that let me escape or avoid damage. Utility is more important," Morgan answered. "Very well, then. Show us what else you have in mind," Ta'ilara said. Ember bowed his head and placed a small pebble near the armor before walking away. "What was that?" Morgan asked. Ember met his eyes and then looked back at the pebble. "Ah, this is to indicate to other employees that that item is being considered. This way they can't sell it to someone else while you are looking at other things." Morgan nodded his head. He hadn't seen other employees, but it was a large warehouse. He led them to a section that displayed cloaks, and then stopped in front of the one that was glittering in the light from the orbs above them. Morgan blinked at it, then at Ember. "Isn't that a bit, I don't know, too visible?" Morgan wasn't about to run around with a cloak that looked like it was covered in glitter. Ember smiled, then picked up a side of the cloak. "This is the shimmering cloak. It is made from the hide of a glitter. A high-level one, actually. It provides a minor boost to constitution, as well as a moderate increase to energy regeneration." Morgan blinked, remembering the Glitter Force Guild and Emily. When they had met the first time, she had been a member of the Glitter Force. But the last time he met the orc, she had been part of the Omen Guild. He didn't know why she'd changed guilds, nor did he particularly care. But changing a guild apparently wasn't as rare of an occurrence as Morgan thought it was. From what he remembered, a glitter was a high-level monster, and a terrifying one, at least according to Val and Vess. "But it glitters," Morgan said, and then heard Ta'ilara chuckle. Even Ember allowed himself a small smile. "It does in this state, of course, but when worn, it would change its color to that of the wearer's surrounding. It retains the capability of a glitter, and also allows the user to use the glittering light ability, where it glows with an intense light that is enough to blind opponents momentarily." Morgan's eyebrows raised in appreciation. It was a camouflaging cloak, and that was much more interesting than one that called attention to him. It would let him be more stealthy, which was always a plus in Morgan's book. Morgan met Ember's eyes, seeing that the man really knew what he was about. He seemed to be able to pick up exactly what Morgan needed. After a short discussion between Morgan and Ta'ilara, they decided that it was a good fit. Ember left a pebble, and then led them away to the next item that he thought would be a good fit. As they walked, Morgan glanced at Ta'ilara, and then spoke. "So, you haven't been as useful as you thought you would be, huh?" Morgan told her. He saw Ember stiffen and his eyes widen,
but Ta'ilara just chuckled. No, I have not. Ember here is clearly extremely good at his job, Ta'ilara said, and Ember's eyes widened even further. My thanks, Grand Mage, Ember managed to say as his cheeks reddened. Morgan shook his head. I guess having you here is kind of reassuring, just in case we mess up. Ta'ilara shook her head. Yes, I am supposed to supervise, but I guess it was arrogance that made me think that I would be better equipped to help than a professional. When you have lived as long as I have, and when you have been surrounded with people who constantly wait on you and take your every word as a command that cannot be disobeyed, you do start to believe that you are all-knowing. Good that I came along and dissuaded you of that notion, huh? Ta'ilara laughed. Oh, yes. I needed that desperately. You created something that I have never seen before, by doing things that no one would think of doing. Alone, that is impressive, but your growth as an Ascended coupled with that? Yeah, I'm awesome. Too bad my friends are too proud to admit it, Morgan said with a sigh. Do you know they don't actually think I'm funny? I mean, I'm hilarious. Ta'ilara shook her head. They value and respect you, Morgan. I have seen it in their eyes when you are not looking. I am glad that we met. I have spent too much of my life just existing without living. And even if I perish in the tower, I think it would be better than just continuing as I was. Also, if it makes you feel any better, I think you are funny. Really? Oh, yes. The way you spout nonsense every time you open your mouth in order to confuse your conversational partners is genius, and quite funny at times. I must admit that you even managed to confuse me, too. It took me a while to see what you were trying to do, of course, but now that I know, it is quite amusing to watch. Morgan didn't know what to say to that, so he just nodded his head. Right. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm trying to do. Totally. Ember did his best not to react to their conversation, but Morgan saw him casting strange looks at both of them. Finally, he led them to an area where there were many glass displays with rings inside of them. Ember led them to one of them and opened the glass pane. This is a set of 2 rings, Endurance and Bulwark. They are purely a defensive option. They give out a moderate bonus to Constitution and a minor bonus to Strength, but more importantly, they have a passive set bonus which provides you with a single-use barrier around your body. It needs to be recharged by the energy of any affinity, and it is somewhat energy-hungry, but it is a good single-use defensive option for combat. Morgan nodded his head. It was like Clara's ability, which itself had saved their lives more than once. Having another such barrier that he could use in a pinch would be a good option. They discussed the rings for a bit, and agreed that they would be useful. After that, they decided to look a bit more for other single items that might be good for him, to round out his gear. In the end, Ember's choices were the best, and as nothing that they found by themselves as nearly as good as what he suggested, they decided to take everything he had selected. Morgan didn't know how much all of it cost, since the bill was being paid by the Call and the Eartherium Riders Guilds, but he was certain that it was all a fortune. After he picked up his armor, they looked for some weapons. Since Klin could now replicate any material, he wanted to try some real swords, although he was a bit tired of destroying them to have Klin take their forms. Still, Ta'ilara convinced him to go for it, so he ended up with a bow and a sword, which she wanted to be present for when he consumed them. Morgan wondered if his change in class would allow him to take on more properties of the items, but he just wanted to wait and see. He didn't take the most powerful weapons, as he wasn't sure how much of their capabilities he would be able to draw on. Finally, he had Ember lead them through the alchemy section, where he got an assortment of bombs, powders, acids, poisons, and magical plants. He might have lost his perk that allowed him to mutate certain traits into plants instantly, but he could still do it the old-fashioned way, and he was eager to see what he could come up with. Lastly, he was led through an area where most artificer items were being held. There he found a replacement for his launcher,
another small one that could be used with one hand, but this one could hold 2 grenades at once. He also picked up a few traps just in case. Finally, he was done, and then retired into the waiting room, while the others accompanied Ta'ilara inside to gear themselves up. Morgan felt a feeling spread through his chest. The gearing had made it all so very real. They were going to the tower, and they were going soon. He couldn't wait. Chapter 16. The date for the entrance to the tower had been set, and Morgan spent all of his time crafting and experimenting. He improved on his grenades and created different types of arrows, crafting everything in large quantities. Once they entered the first floor, they would be unable to leave until they reached the end of that floor, which could be up to a year from them entering the tower, even with the guides that they had. This was because while the 3 bosses remained the same, they would need to accomplish 3 quests, one for each boss, before they would be able to fight them. And the quests changed every time. Staying so long inside meant that they had to take care to bring enough supplies to last in there, which meant carrying storage rings filled with food and water. Apparently the 3rd floor had a village where people lived, and they gave out quests as well as traded with Ascended. Apparently they weren't Ascended themselves, but they were far more powerful than Ascended. Morgan was still not sure what the floors were, how they worked. If a raid group entered, they would be locked to the tower, meaning that if they left the tower after the 1st floor, they could return and be dropped onto the 2nd floor. The same with the 3rd. If an Ascended didn't return to the tower for a period of 2 years, the lock would be reset, and they could start the climb back from the start. Another thing was that their raid group would be saved with the people who entered the first time, and they couldn't bring others in, meaning no replenishing their numbers if someone died. Morgan had been told that each floor was an entire world, but he didn't really think that would be possible. More than one raid group could enter, and they didn't get dropped on the same floor with each other. Morgan had a theory that it wasn't actually an entire world, but just made to seem like one. Or I am wrong, and Oxy rules thousands of identical universes and uses them for his little games? He had been working on getting better with Klin, too. He had adjusted his basic form after he and Ta'ilara had done some experimentation, and now his basic form was slightly different. Externally, it looked the same, Klin mimicking the skin so that he could have sensations, but the rest was far different. Klin still needed muscles to move, but he had reinforced the bones to be completely made out of mithril. He had also added 2 sacs inside, one filled with acid and the other with venom, and had attached 2 tendrils similar to the ones his chimera plant used to have, adding a slit in his palm so that they could extend out and act as delivery systems. When the tendrils were retracted inside the arm, the slit was barely even noticeable, so it still looked like an ordinary hand. But Morgan didn't want to get surprised while his arm was in that form and not be able to defend himself. His other 2 forms had been waiting to upgrade, and as the day grew closer, Ta'ilara and Morgan sat hunched over a table. There were 2 objects on it, a longsword and a bow. Both weapons were powerful items, each with a unique effect. What they wanted to see was if with his class upgrade he could now retain that effect. So, which one are you doing first? Ta'ilara asked. Morgan put his hand over the sword. This one. I don't want to ruin the bow if I don't have to, he answered. Ta'ilara rolled her eyes. It's not like it's irreplaceable. It's a good bow, but nothing special. Morgan sighed. It is nothing for you, but it is a fortune for me. The guild is paying for all of your gear, she insisted. That's not a reason for me to be wasteful, Morgan told her. All of the gear that the lower-level people had was made for their level, but for those who were higher levels, it was nothing really special. Morgan knew that they would be replacing even the gear that they had now, though, as the tower would be giving them better gear as they leveled. Perhaps not on the 1st floor, but 2nd for sure. The 3rd was where some of the most powerful gear in the world was supposed to drop, beyond level 60. You could also purchase it from the town on that floor, but it cost a lot.
There were a few level 60 dungeons outside the tower in the world, but only a few teams were able to beat them. Morgan focused and used Clin's ability, Consume. His hand engulfed the sword, and then started to shrink back into its original shape of an arm. Then Morgan focused, forcing the symbiont to shape-shift into the sword. He felt some resistance for the first time, and then Clin started drawing energy from Morgan's core. He blinked, surprised, and wondered if he should stop it. "What is it?" Ta'ilara asked. "It started drawing on my energy," Morgan said slowly. "Oh, that's good," Ta'ilara said. Morgan frowned at her. Clin wasn't taking in an insane amount, but it was still taking a big chunk of his supplies. Then the sword started to materialize out of the arm. It recreated the entire sword, along with the hilt, which was being engulfed in a mass of flesh. Morgan grimaced at the sight and focused some more to change the blob of flesh into a hand. The sword was still connected to the rest of Clin, but now it looked like it was just a sword being held in a hand, unless someone looked really closely and saw that the palm of the hand was melted into the hilt. With the sword completely formed, Morgan tried to sense if it was an exact replica. Clin had leveled a lot since the last time he had used it to consume an item, but he still couldn't see its stats, if it had any. He saw a new notification and pulled it up. Sword of Dawning. Clin the Mutated Will. Level 42. Requirements met. The sword used by the reborn warrior of a lost world. Passively inflict scorching damage to your enemies with every attack. Activate Moderate Might ability, increasing your strength by 40% for 10 minutes, or until disabled. Clin the Mutated Will. Activating Moderate Strength ability requires energy. Strength increase lasts only while Clin is in the form of the Sword of Dawning. Morgan relayed what it said to Ta'ilara. She scratched at her head, then moved a lock of her blue hair behind her ear. An item generally doesn't require energy for its ability to be used. Can you test and see how much it drains? Morgan focused and found the mental trigger for the ability through Clin. A moment later, he felt the ability activate and his strength increase, along with a drain on his power. It was a constant drain. Not a lot, but... "It is a continuous drain," Morgan told her. "I wonder why the passive effect doesn't need energy. Probably because that is the property of the material it was made out of, and the ability is an enchantment." "That could be it," Morgan nodded. The sword had been made from star metal. It wasn't the strongest out there, but it did give off heat even in its unprocessed form. A skilled smith could bring out a lot more of its latent capabilities, and it looked like Clin copied that as well. "Still, I can use items' abilities now." "At a cost," Ta'ilara reminded him. Morgan nodded. "Yes, that could be problematic," he said, as he looked into himself. Seeing their own core was something that all Ascended could do, and while it wasn't as precise as having a mana or energy bar would be, Morgan could see, or rather feel, how much energy he had. The drain had already accumulated, and he lost a quarter of his energy already. It would drain him completely if he let it run for its entire counter. Still, just being able to use it was a great bonus to Clin's abilities. "So, are you going to make it your new sword form?" Ta'ilara asked. Morgan nodded his head. The sword was much better than the abomination that he had created himself. "What do you think would be better?" Morgan started. "For me to leave it like this, or to pull it into my forearm?" In the current shape, Morgan had a hand and a wrist, allowing him to move the sword like he was holding it, but he could also pull the hilt into his forearm and secure it there, making it like an extension of his forearm. It would be less maneuverable, but it might be better for stabbing. Morgan knew a bit of swordplay, but he wasn't anywhere close to being considered a master. I don't know. I don't really use swords myself, if you've not noticed," Ta'ilara said with a twinkle in her eyes. "Right," Morgan said,
and used his basic form. His hand shifted back into an ordinary arm. He didn't need to make the decision immediately. He could create the Sword of Dawning now, and once he figured out how he wanted to go, he would make a decision. "The bow?" Ta'ilara asked. Morgan looked at the brilliant bow in front of him. It was a marvel. Its aesthetic was simple but beautiful. It was a reflex bow, a composite of noxious drakehorn, wood from a 1,000-year-old whispering tree, and sinew harvested from black-tipped antelopes and great forest bears. It was a high-level weapon, as tall as Morgan's shoulder, which made it large for a reflex bow. It had an incredible shooting power, but it was the effect that was enchanted into it that made it extremely useful. Morgan looked at it with his inspect. Whispering Spirit Bow, level 43. Requires 46 agility, 25 strength, 40 will. The Whispering Spirit Bow contains the spirit of the whispering tree on the cusp of awakening. Any projectile fired from this bow, if it draws blood, will deal mental damage in the form of whispering voices in the heads of living things, if they are lower level than, or if their will is lower than that of the user. Activate greater speed ability to increase your agility by 60% for 30 seconds. Activate Noxious Arrow ability to add minor noxious damage to any projectile fired from this bow. +5 to will, +5 to agility. The bow was an incredible weapon, especially since he upgraded his class. His will had now reached 50, which would make the effect very powerful against monsters that didn't have high enough will. It also had 2 abilities, both incredibly powerful. He had tested them out. Using greater speed made him able to fire double the amount of arrows in the same period of time, and he was already very fast. Noxious Arrow was also good. He had played around with it, and learned that he could even add the noxious effect to his smoke arrows. Technically, he didn't need to consume it in order to use it, but now there wasn't really any reason not to, as the only thing that he would lose was the bonus stats, and he had a suspicion that those were added to Klin. He had no idea how his stats interacted with anything, however. In the end, he decided that the convenience alone was worth it. Not having to carry the bow around with him and worry about losing him was a great boon. He put his hand over the bow and triggered Klin's ability. Consume. Chapter 17. The trip to the tower happened quickly. They had arrived at the base of the tower with the dawn, driven by magical carriages. The 40 members of the raid group, everyone an adventurer geared to the teeth. There were not many people on the streets to see them pass or arrive, but there were some. A few pointed, whispering to their friends, whereas others laughed and shook their heads in resignation. But those things did not matter to Morgan. His eyes were fixed on the impossible structure in front of them. It dominated everything, touching the sky, filling his sight completely. It was even larger in person, if that was even possible. The base of the tower was dominated by rocks, the base of a mountain, and stairs carved out into its size. Trees grew out of the cracks into the rocks, green leaves casting shade on the path leading up. Their raid team made their way slowly up, climbing the stairs in silence. The 40 people surprisingly made little noise, but being ascended gave many gifts. The higher they climbed, the more of the city came into view, and Morgan turned his eyes to the city, trying not to look at the monstrosity looming over everything. The shadow of the tower covered an entire half of the city. In the dawning sun, it almost looked like one part of the city was covered with the night. The sight was awe-inspiring, mostly because Morgan had never seen something so large cast such a large shadow, and this view put it in much better perspective. It made him feel small, even more than he already did. Learning that there were people out there who had the power of gods, who could turn entire worlds into their playgrounds, had done that. Somehow, though, being in the shadow of the tower made it hit him so much harder. The tower was not a marvel built by ordinary human hands. It was a thing that only a god could build, a monument that reminded everyone that they were nothing in the grand tapestry of life,
that they were ants compared to the moon. But, as with all things, his time of introspection came to the end as they reached the top. There, just a few more steps further, glowed a portal set into an archway. The tower filled Morgan's eyes. The stone blocks were massive, each as large as an ordinary house. Arches filled the tower's sides, stretching up into the sky. There were balconies, windows, but there was nothing to be seen through them, only darkness. Ragnar Rom stopped and turned around, looking them all over, giving everyone a good look at his gear. He wore a brilliant blue piece of armor, half-plate, with his winged helmet held in his right hand. 2 swords rested on his hips, glowing gems set into their pommels. Ragnar Rom was an impressive figure. His Shara Dayam heritage made him dark and intense, and almost as tall as a giant. He narrowed his eyes and spoke. "This is it. A few more steps and we will be inside the tower. If any of you wish to change your mind, do so now. You will not get another chance," Ragnar said, his eyes scanning the teams. Morgan glanced around, looking at the others. The last vanguards didn't move, nor did Fjordstar. No one moved. No one left or spoke out. Ragnar Rom nodded his head and turned back to look at the tower. He raised his helmet and put it on his head, then took a step forward. A moment later, the others followed. They had already joined a raid group, so as they reached the portal, Ragnar didn't even slow. He just walked through. Morgan blinked. He had expected something more, perhaps a longer speech or something, but he understood. They had been preparing for this for a long time. They all had their own reasons for going in, but one thing bound them all. They wanted to conquer the tower. The first to reach the arch stepped through. Morgan saw Ta Ilara walk through, her resplendent red robes and cloak billowing behind her as she disappeared into the light. The Arthurium Riders teams passed through, then Fjordstar, then the last vanguards, leaving Morgan and his friends to be last. Morgan paused in front of the portal, turned around and looked at his friends, his family. "Here we go." The others nodded, gripped their weapons more tightly, and he could see the determination in their eyes. He turned around and stepped through. One moment he was stepping through the light, and in the next he was in a forest. It was a shock, not just the trip, but the sights that greeted him, the smells. The trees were all around them, covering up the sky. Through the tree crown above them, he saw streams of light piercing through the leaves, giving them light. The trees themselves were magnificent, tall and thick, of a deep brown color with emerald leaves. They looked as if they had been almost painted. Blinking his eyes, Morgan lowered his gaze, seeing the others. Their leaders were standing in the front, ready, and their eyes looking into the distance. The others were peering around, but Morgan saw wonder only in the eyes of his friends, the members of the last vanguard and the members of Fjordstar. Morgan took a step, seeing Ta Ilara standing nearby, looking at something. He followed her gaze and stopped. Nearby, in a small circle that was illuminated by a rift in the treetops, stood a building. It was small, white, and without walls. Only 6 pillars held the dome roof over a stone-paved floor. What made Morgan stop was the being standing in the center. He had known that the inside of the tower had beings, people. He had expected it. But he had also learned about another group in the tower, separate from the inhabitants, that could be found on the 3rd floor. The tower's stewards, its guardians. The being standing in the center of the shrine-like building was strange, far more so than any other race that Morgan had seen before. It was not a biped. Rather it, like a few races he had seen, had a long tail as its main means of transportation. It was sinuous, wide and thick, and only somewhat snake-like. It was muscled with smooth skin that was some shade of teal. It stood nearly upright, only slightly hunched over, but it was still towering over 2 meters. Its head was elongated,
with a jaw that seemed to be split into 3 parts. It would appear to be reptilian if not for the smooth skin that reminded Morgan of dolphins or sharks. Its 4 eyes pointed forward, looking at them. 2 long horns curved backward from the top of its head, giving it a slightly draconic look that was only reinforced by the massive wings folded on its back. Its shoulders continued into long appendages that looked to be flippers, if flippers grew on top of a regular arm. It had a secondary pair of limbs, which looked more like what he was used to, but were thin, almost twig-like, and the tips of those arms had some kind of bone-like points with holes in their sides. In a few words, the being was both majestic and terrifying at the same time. Ragnar Rom's voice broke Morgan from his intense staring at the guardian of the tower, and he pulled his eyes away.
"Come,"
Ragnar said simply, and started walking in the direction of the shrine.
"Greetings, Guardian,"
Ragnar said, bowing slightly. Morgan was surprised. He had never seen Ragnar act subservient to anyone before. But Morgan understood that the guardians of the tower were supposed to be incredibly strong.
"Greetings, Ascended,"
The voice rang inside Morgan's head, making his eyes widen. The guardian had spoken inside his head, and the way it had done so reminded Morgan of when Oxy had done the same.
"I welcome you to the Tower of Power."
Ragnar Rom repeated his bow.
"Thank you, Guardian. We would like to begin our climb as soon as possible." "You may call me the Watcher, for this is what I do. And yes, of course, your tasks will be known to you momentarily."
Before Morgan had a chance to consider the words, 3 new notifications appeared on his HUD.
Tower Quest. Blood for the Forest Quest. Kill 8,000 monsters on the Eternal Forest floor. Tower Quest. Wicked is the swamp. Find the ancient ruin in the depths of the Great Swamp. Clear the infestation plaguing the Shrine of the Seeker. Tower Quest. The old pain comes anew. Have at least 5 raid team members survive the trial of the tower.
Morgan blinked at the quests. These were the 3 tasks they needed to finish in order to battle the 3 bosses that were required for them to finish the floor.
"Thank you, Watcher,"
Ragnar said. The guardian inclined its head, and then turned around before slithering out of the shrine. Once free of the restriction of the shrine's pillars, its wings spread wide, and it pushed off the ground, sending a wave of air all around it. It soared and quickly disappeared behind the treetops. Ragnar turned to look at them, and then started giving out orders.
"Blue and red teams, start setting up camp here. We will make our base of operations here. Green and black, scout out the surroundings, as there could be some monsters nearby. Come back and report if you encounter anything that poses a significant threat. Otherwise, deal with it."
Immediately, everyone sprang into action. Morgan, as part of Blue Team, walked over to Ta'ilara and listened to her instructions on where to set up their camp as they had practiced before. He focused on the extra storage ring he carried that had their camp supplies and began pulling things out. It was going to be a long day, but Morgan couldn't help but feel elated. Soon enough there would be fighting, and the growth that came with it. They were in the tower. Chapter 18. They spent the first day setting up, and by the end of it they had a functioning camp. Tents had been raised for everyone, as well as one for their planning sessions. They even had a mock fortifications around the camp. They already knew their assignments, and a patrol and watch groups were formed. The forest was filled with monsters, and from what Morgan remembered from their lessons, they would periodically attack their camp. The next day they all gathered for a planning session to discuss their quests. Packing 40 people into a tent wasn't as hard as Morgan would have thought. It was actually more of a marquee, with a round table in the middle covered with a rough map showing 7 red dots, a lot of forest, and a few other interesting markings.
"We've expected the Blood for the Forest quest," Ragnar Rom said. "It is the most common quest given. We should be able to complete it in a couple of months.
Will we send out teams as dedicated hunters?
Evermow, the blonde-haired elf, and one of the Eartherium Riders' leaders asked. Ta'ilara was the one to answer. The original plan had been for us to stay together, but the other two quests are not suited for large numbers. The Old Pain Comes Anew is a quest trial that is individual. Numbers would mean little there, and the swamp, it is rare for that quest to appear. Ragnar Rom nodded his head.
I've never done it myself, but the guide recommends a smaller group, correct?
They had been given guides on the most common quests to appear on the floor, and Morgan remembered reading about the Wicked is the Swamp quest. But it was one among hundreds, and Ragnar Rom had had them focus on the 10 or so that had been the most likely. Morgan knew that in their raid group there were people who had climbed the tower before. Ragnar Rom and Richard's team had done it 3 times, with Evermow and Calrac and their teams having done so twice. Ta'ilara was the only one among them who had done it more, with 4 climbs to the 3rd floor. By the reaction of the others, none of them had done the Wicked is the Swamp quest before. Ta'ilara grimaced. I've done it once. It's a dungeon dive, essentially. The shrine is half submerged in the swamp, infested with monsters, and the quest is to kill all the monsters in the swamp. It is usually a swarm-type monster, something that has a queen that can birth more of them. Eliminating the queen is the ultimate goal, but it has been done only by a couple of the times, and the guides are incomplete. I know a few of the traps, but I believe that the inside changes depending on what type of monster is infesting it. It is filled with tight corridors, small rooms, too. A large group wouldn't be effective there, so yes, a smaller group needs to go. Ragnar Rom glanced back at Evermow.
Then we will assign designated hunter teams for the Blood of the Forest quest, and assign a smaller group to the Wicked is the Swamp. We'll leave the trial for the end.
The others all seemed to agree with that.
Ta'ilara, Ragnar started. Can you lead the group to the swamp?
The Grand Mage nodded her head, her eyes tracking around the room. Yes.
How many people do you think that you'll need, and which teams?
Ragnar asked. Ta'ilara was thinking, her eyes studying everyone around her. Every team had different skills and abilities, different styles. They had all trained with one another, so while they were supposed to be fighting in their own teams, they could mix and match if necessary. And by the way Ta'ilara was looking around, Morgan suspected that she was going to do exactly that. Finally, she looked back at Ragnar. I have an idea of who I'll need, but first, we need to find the swamp first. I need to know what monsters are infesting it. Ragnar nodded grimly.
Right. We should set up scouts first. We need to figure out where we are,
he said as he looked down on the rough map. Morgan knew that they had been placed near one of the 7 shrines, marked as red dots on the map. Depending on which shrine it was, certain portions of the forest were in different directions. Morgan remembered asking how they couldn't know where they were, but apparently the landing spots were identical, without any landmarks that could easily reveal their location. So they needed to scout further in order to find out where they were exactly. I can organize the groups, Calrac said.
Do so, Ragnar said. Let's make it 8 groups of 4, with the rest staying to keep an eye on the camp.
Of course, Calrac replied. What about the monsters?
Anything that is a low threat, the scouts should deal with themselves. If someone encounters something stronger, pull back and call for reinforcements,
Ragnar answered. Morgan knew that there were a variety of monsters in the forest. From what the guide said, the Blood for the Forest quest added a few new types as well. At certain thresholds in their quests, new and stronger monsters would start to appear. But even before that, there were some level 40 monsters present, perhaps even level 50. The first floor was open to people who had reached level 30. But the only way that some of the monsters could be taken down was with greater numbers. Of course, they had some incredibly powerful people with them, who could probably deal with the strongest monsters themselves, but they were all ascended, and knew that no matter how powerful they were, they could die even to a lower-level monster. They weren't going to risk it, and besides, they wanted their lower-level Ascended to ascend quickly. The higher-level people wouldn't be getting much experience points on the first floor, not even on the second, and they needed for the rest of them to catch up by the end of the third floor, so that all of them were close to equal when they stepped on the fourth floor. Morgan put his thoughts aside as Calrac started dividing people in scout groups. He focused, listening intently on the plan. Morgan was walking through the forest slowly, Lucius on his right. He was in a scout group with his friend and 2 rogues from the Ethereum Riders team. The 2 rogues had stealth abilities, so they headed ahead to scout for any danger. Morgan was keeping his mind focused on his nature seismic sense, listening for any monsters coming their way. So far they had encountered only a single wild boar, which the 4 of them dispatched easily enough. Morgan had even gotten a sizable chunk of experience points for the level 44 monster, more than he would get outside of the tower. The monster didn't dissolve into light particles, however, meaning that they could harvest it. One of the rogues put it in her storage. The raid group had brought some supplies, but they would still need to hunt for food if they wanted their supplies to last. His senses told him that there were no monsters anywhere near them that he could detect, so Morgan glanced at his friend. Lucius's face had a clear expression, but Morgan knew him well enough to know that he was bothered by something. He had been sensing it for a long time, actually, ever since the tournament. But Morgan understood the need to work through his own shit. He had done it his whole life. People butting in, wanting to help, might have good intentions, but sometimes people just needed time to work through it themselves. So while he had noticed Lucius's stiffness, he didn't comment. Instead, he just made sure that he was always there and available if his friend wanted to talk. But Lucius never did, and Morgan was starting to worry. Lucius had continued to be cold all throughout the training for the tower, and Morgan knew that they couldn't afford to have him be distracted. He respected his friend's privacy, but he also had to make sure that he was in the right frame of mind of what they were doing. Perhaps Morgan should have pressed before the tower, but Lucius hadn't seemed too bad, and frankly, he had been so busy with the preparations that it had slipped his mind. But once they had been put with the 2 Ethereum Riders ascended, he noticed Lucius stiffen again. "Lucius," Morgan called. His friend turned to look at him. Are you all right? I noticed that something has been bothering you. You know that you can tell me anything, right?" Morgan asked. Lucius glanced away. "I'm fine." "Right." Morgan rolled his eyes. If there was one clear indication that someone wasn't right, it was those words. "I've noticed your reaction at the tournament, when Ragnar introduced the Ethereum Riders, and ever since then you've been acting strange when around them." Lucius winced and turned around to look at Morgan in surprise. Morgan continued before Lucius spoke. "I've been giving you time and space. I mean, your stuff is your stuff. But we are in the tower now, and if there is something that I should know, something that might endanger our team..." Lucius sighed, his shoulders slumping. "It's nothing, really. The Ethereum Riders, they were one of the guilds that helped my brother destroy my family's guild, helped exile us and paint us as traitors." Morgan blinked. He hadn't expected that. "Wait, why did you let us join this raid if—" "No," Lucius interrupted. "It's not a problem. Not really. My brother is not with them, I've checked, and the people who are with us here aren't the same guild leaders who helped my brother. It is just... It made me think about what I would have done if I saw him again, what I would do if I was standing in front of him." "Ah," Morgan said. What had happened with Emily had been a similar situation. She had tried to kill them, and they couldn't retaliate, not without a lot of trouble and resources. "And what do you think that you would do?" "When I was younger, I thought that I would kill him. Being marked as a murderer, an ascended killer, seemed like a small price then. Now, I have you, the guild, Carissa. I have things to lose." Lucius shook his head.
No, I think I would just ask him why he did what he did. I want to know his reasons, why he destroyed our family. So that is what has been bothering you? Morgan asked. In part. Hearing the name of their guild reminded me of my brother. I forgot about it for a moment. Being a part of another family made me forget my past. When I was reminded, I was confused. I didn't know what to do. Lucius looked up at the treetops, obscuring the sky. After the tournament, when we came back to our guild, I went to see my father. Oh? Morgan asked. He knew that Lucius's father was still alive, that he was living in a small fishing village that was now part of their guild, although not many from it had decided to ascend. He took one look at me, saw that I was ascended, and turned around, Lucius said. I'm sorry, Morgan said. I knew that he didn't want me to ascend, but I never imagined such a reaction from him. It was as if I was dead to him, and I don't even know why. I was a child when we had to run. I know that I didn't understand much, that I didn't know exactly what happened or why. But, I don't know, I thought I could get him to tell me. Instead, he wouldn't even acknowledge my existence. Morgan didn't know what to say to that. I know that it probably doesn't mean much, but I'm here. The others are here. We are your family, and if you ever need to talk, we will listen. Lucius took a deep breath, and a small smile appearing on his face. I know. I've been keeping this inside for so long. I should have talked to you from the start. I just got into this cycle of thinking too much about it. We are here for you no matter what. If you want us to go and find your brother, to get answers with you, we will. Lucius chuckled. Huh, we need to survive the tower first. Morgan nodded. Yeah. They continued in silence, with Morgan continuing to search for any threats. Then, finally, he detected something different. He told Lucius, and the two of them headed in that direction. Quickly they saw a thin layer of mist covering the forest floor. The trees changed. More moss was covering them, and a strange smell filled the air. Eventually they came to the forest's edge and saw a swamp spreading in front of them. There were patches of moist dirt surrounded by water, and strange trees with vines covering them growing out of it. The mist was thicker in places, but the thing that caught their eyes was something else. I hate spiders, Morgan said as he looked at the spiderweb strung between the trees in the swamp, and the dog-sized monsters crawling over them. He used his inspect on them. Venomous swamp spider worker, level 38. Its bite injects venom, dealing minor poison damage. Can use the bind ability to bind a foe in spider webs. He had raised his inspect skill enough that he got more information from it now, but he had already known what the monster could do from his monster lore skill. Yeah, Morgan spoke again. I really hate spiders. A couple of hours later, Morgan and Lucius were back in their camp, reporting that they had found the swamp. Ragnar Rom leaned over the map and put his finger on the section of the map that showed the swamp in the southern part of the map. If the swamp is there, that means that we are here, Ragnar said, as he pulled his finger across to the shrine that was to the east and north of the swamp. The trial is further north, so we will have to move up north when we are ready to do that quest, but for now we can stay here. The other leaders all nodded, agreeing with him. Ragnar raised his head and looked at Ta'ilara. So, venomous spiders. Do you know who you are going to need? Ta'ilara tapped her finger on the table, thinking. Their venom is extremely hard to heal, and it takes a lot of energy to purge. Avoiding the damage in the first place would be preferable. We are going to need an area of effect damage dealer, fire-based. A dedicated tank might be too much of a target for their swarming tactics, so an off-tank, mobile, preferably with fire abilities. Some crowd control and a single target damage dealer for the queen. I'm going to need 6 people, Valserim, Hexna, Graveau, Morgan, Clara, and Sumian. Valserim can serve as our tank with Clara, and Sumian supporting him and others with barriers. Hexna and I will deal with the spiders with fire spells. Graveau and Morgan will provide distractions and damage for the queen. Fuck me, Morgan sighed. He really did hate spiders. Ragnar nodded and confirmed her choice. And just like that, Morgan was going back to the swamp. Chapter 19. They prepared for the excursion into the swamp for 2 weeks. While they were preparing, the others were hunting monsters in the forest for their first quest. Vess and Lucius were assigned to the same team as some last Vanguard members, and were hunting with Richard the Bone Splitter as their team leader, along with his team. They would set out early in the morning and hunt for the entire day. Vess had told him about some of their hunts. Apparently they weren't nearly as easy as Morgan had assumed. They had mostly been encountering boars, but also wolves and massive bears, which were even larger than her summon. Taking those down took a lot of effort. But while she and the others fought and gained experience points, Morgan and his new team were working with their leader. Ta'ilara explained what their tactics would be, and then had them practice as she explained what they should expect from these types of monsters. Their strategy was simple: provoke the spiders, gather them up, and have Hexna and Ta'ilara wipe them out. Clara and Sumian were their support/healers, but their main focus was to keep them protected with barriers, and to prevent the spiders from getting close enough to bite them. The night before they were to set out into the swamp, Morgan and a couple of his friends gathered around a fire, using a large stone as a mock table on which to play cards. Morgan was glaring at Vrishar, who was sitting across from him. The big gnoll had the same smug expression on his face that he'd had the last time. It had taken Morgan months to convince the man to agree to a rematch, and now that he had, he was finally going to regain his title as the champion. The game had progressed quickly, and all the others had been eliminated, leaving only the 2 of them remaining. The others were standing all around them, forming a circle as they watched. Morgan tried not to pay attention to Vess, who was cheering him on quite loudly. "You can do it, honey!" Vess yelled. "You're the best! Go, Morgan!" Morgan tried really hard not to look in her direction. The last time he had, she had been jumping in the air like a cheerleader.
"So," Vrishar said, "what's it going to be, honey?"
Morgan narrowed his eyes as people around them chuckled. "You in a rush to lose, Vrishar?" Morgan asked.
"No, but only because I won't lose,"
the gnoll answered. "Yeah, well, neither will I," Morgan said. He had a great hand, even better than what he'd had the last time they played. There was no way for Vrishar to win, not this time.
"We doing this or what?"
Vrishar asked. Morgan narrowed his eyes. Again, the gnoll was acting like he couldn't lose, and that annoyed Morgan. Is he just bluffing, or does he have some kind of miracle hand? Morgan dropped his hand, showing what he had. Everyone got quiet and waited for Vrishar to do the same. The gnoll put his hand down on the stone slowly and allowed Morgan to see it. Everyone went silent. "No fucking way," Morgan whispered.
"Oh,"
Vrishar whispered back.
"Yes, fucking way."
And then everyone erupted into cheers, congratulating the gnoll. Morgan just sat there, looking at the impossible hand. Someone squeezed his shoulders, and Morgan turned to see Vess looking at him with compassion in her eyes. "Don't worry, Morgan. You might not be the best player anymore, but I still love you." She kissed his cheek and then leaned her head on top of his. "How the hell did I lose again?" Morgan went back through every card that had been played, trying to figure out how Vrishar had managed to assemble such a hand, but he couldn't figure it out. Could he really just be better than me? Morgan shook his head. "I'm never playing this game again." And so the day for the start of their excursion came.
and they headed out to the swamp. Completing the quest meant that they needed to reach the shrine and cleanse it of the monsters that were infesting it, meaning they had to enter the shrine and find the Spider Queen. The problem was that they had to strike fast and hard, then kill as many spiders around the shrine before heading inside, as the queen could call her minions if they threatened her inside, which would force them to fight on two fronts. Their walk toward the swamp was mostly silent. Only a few conversations took place, and those were about insignificant things. Morgan didn't have the time for talk, since he was keeping his mind focused on his skill, searching for any monsters heading their way. The forest was the perfect battlefield for him. With all the plants, he could sense enemies coming, and he always had a weapon nearby, if he could afford the time to use it. Eventually they reached the edge of the swamp, and Ta'ilara called for a halt. "All right. You all remember the plan?" Everyone nodded. "Good. We're setting up here," she told them, then focused on him. "Morgan, Graveau, you're up." Morgan glanced at his Dwarvar buddy and braced himself. The two of them already had their gear loaded and ready, and so they walked forward, into the swamp. Morgan's cloak changed color around him, taking on several shades of green to make him better match his surroundings. He pulled his hood on. He didn't have a helmet, since he had found most too restrictive. His main armor set, the raiment of the Grand Alchemist, was made out of night prowler sheep wool, which was what made it so tough and good for alchemists. That, and apparently the sheep, were terrifying monsters. But aside from that, he had a few extra things for his gear. Over his short-sleeved tunic, Morgan wore a light and simple shirt. It was mostly there just to cover his arms, but it wasn't anything special since he didn't know what kind of situation he would get into, and Clint tended to rip the sleeves from his shirts if Morgan was in situations where he had to shift him into shapes outside of his forms. He had an amulet that gave him night vision, not perfect, but enough to help in dark places. He also had a harness over his chest, where he had slotted a few of his grenades, and some bombs on the front. On his hips, he kept most of his important things. His satchel was secured to his lower back and right hip, although it was a special kind of satchel that doubled as a quiver. He had it specially made so that it was compact. In it, he kept the more specialized grenades and some plant-based bombs. The two spatial pockets that were part of the set he had filled with two types of items. His right held incendiary grenades, since the monsters they were fighting in the swamp were weak to fire. The pocket on his left held his ordinary arrows. He had purchased a few crates worth of them in Amantor. They were of a better quality than what he could produce, and having them in a pocket from which he could draw without having to focus meant that he shouldn't ever run out of ammo, since he had filled the pocket with arrows. That left his quiver free to hold his specialty arrows, of which he had 12 secured in the quiver on his lower back. Graveau had new gear as well, a mix of medium and heavy armor, with a new launcher held in both hands. He was more powerful, and he could fire 7 grenades before needing to reload. The two of them moved slowly and carefully, making sure not to disturb the spiders. They made some way into the swamp before they stopped and got ready. Morgan pulled out his new launcher out of the holster on his thigh, and Grav readied his. "We doing this?" Morgan asked. "Right damn we are." Grav laughed. Morgan shook his head and looked in the distance, then fired. 2 grenades left his launcher flying into the air and forward deeper into the swamp. Grav did the same with his launcher, sending grenades flying faster than Morgan, who had to reload after 2 shots. They targeted the closest webs with spiders crawling on them, but also fired randomly into the distance. The swamp turned red as their grenades exploded, decimating their waves and felling trees. The webs caught fire and began to burn from the enchanted fire. There weren't any explosives which could burn in the swamp, but they had materials to build bombs that were closer to napalm than simple fire starters. The spiders screeched, trying to get away, but their webs were already destroyed, and then Morgan and Grav stopped. All was silent for a while. And then noise started rising up. It started as faint clicking sounds, joined by faint screeches from time to time that grew in intensity, until the entire swamp was echoing it back.
I think our job is done here, Morgan commented, as a massive swarm of spiders appeared out of the mist, heading straight for them.
Yes, you might be right about that,
Grav replied. The two of them glanced at each other, and then secured their launchers before turning around and running back toward the others. Behind them, the legion of spiders followed, their enraged cries only spurring the two to run faster. Chapter 20. Morgan and Grav ran out of the swamp, heading for the grouping of trees where their teammates waited. Right on their heels came the spiders. As soon as the two of them moved past the first line where Val stood with Hexna and Ta'ilara, the two spellcasters opened fire. Morgan stopped next to Clara and Sumian, who stood ready. Hexna and Ta'ilara began throwing balls of fire at the spiders, Hexna using her dark red fire, and Ta'ilara sending firebolts that were deep blue in color, the same shade as her hair. The explosions vaporized the first lines of the spiders, and Morgan saw them attempting to spread out and flank them. Clara and Sumian extended their hands, and two walls sprang into existence on the side of the spider horde, preventing them from flanking. Val's form ignited in his immolation aura, as a few of the surviving spiders managed to survive the onslaught of the spellcasters, his Guandao spinning in his hands as he protected Hexna and Ta'ilara. The two spellcasters didn't even bother to move as Val stabbed one of the spider workers and then spun around and hit the other and cleaved it in half. Morgan and Grav reloaded and started sending grenades over them, adding their firepower to theirs. But the horde was massive, and soon more and more spiders started getting through to Val as they climbed over the burning bodies of their dead. A worker jumped at Val while his back was turned, its fangs pointed for his neck, and even though Val's immolation made it burst on fire, it didn't stop. As soon as it was about to bite him, however, it was thrown back as the invisible barrier around Val flashed and broke. Clara immediately reapplied her spell as Val turned and killed the stunned spider. 3 spider workers turned around and fired streams of webbing at Val, but his immolation protected him, burning their webs the moment they touched him. Morgan saw the spiders piling on near the 2 walls that Clara and Sumian had raised, and he realized that they would be able to climb over soon. He pointed out as much to their supporters, and Clara raised her staff, murmuring something and then dropping a slowing field between the 2 walls. The effect was immediate. The horde closer to them slowed, but the greater mass behind didn't. It smashed into the slowing field, piling more and more spiders on top of one another. And Morgan and Grav dropped grenades on them, burning them all to death. Hexna stopped her bombardment and focused, concentration filling her face. Her hand burst into violet flames, and then she cried out. "Val, move!" she shouted, and Valserum glanced back, his eyes widening as he used his blazing leap to get out of the way. Hexna placed her hands in front of her, and a pillar of violet flames exploded out of them. The 2 walls shattered and the spiders burned. Her attack lasted for several seconds, preventing them from seeing anything. And then it stopped, and they could see the dead spiders, their bodies still burning. Hexna was breathing heavily, and Ta'ilara walked over to her, pulling her back. She hadn't used as much of her power, though that was in part because the more contribution to the fight she had, the less experience points the rest of them would get, since she was of a higher level than they were. Then, Morgan felt something through his nature seismic sense. "Guys, we have more incoming," he said. He couldn't see how there could be more of them. They had to have killed 1,000 at least. It was too bad that monsters in special areas didn't count toward their total for the first quest, as that one they could only accomplish by killing monsters in the central part of the forest. The others all looked up at his warning, and there in the distance Morgan saw large hulking shapes moving out of the mist. 4 giant spiders the size of horses walked out, even more terrifying than the smaller workers. Their chitin was greenish and tough-looking, their limbs even armored. Aside from 2 fangs, they seemed to have blades on the tips of their feet as well. Morgan used Inspect. "Venomous Swamp Spider Soldier, level 48. The creature's bite injects venom, dealing moderate poison damage. Can use the dissolving bind ability to bind a foe in a spider web. Can use the rapid strikes ability to attack in a flurry. Ta'ilara reacted immediately. Morgan, find high ground. Clara, Sumian, reapply buffs and barriers, and try to hinder their movements as much as you can. Gravo, you are on distraction duty. Val, grab their attention, but don't overcommit. Hexna, you get back with the supports. Attack when you are able. Morgan obeyed instantly. He turned around, holstering his launcher, and jumping up to grab a branch from a nearby tree. With his stats, it was easy for him to pull himself up and quickly get to a higher vantage point. He reloaded his launcher as the 4 soldier spiders increased their speed and charged. A couple of smaller workers were running around them, but nowhere near the amount that had been in the horde. As soon as he reloaded his launcher, he holstered it and activated the Whispering Spirit bow form. Klin shifted and changed into a bow, and Morgan grabbed one of his special arrows. He knocked and pulled the string back, then fired as his team prepared to meet them. His arrow hit the ground next to one of the spiders, the tripvine canister cracking. He used accelerated growth on it, and it grew, entangling itself around the spider's limbs and growing all over its form. The spider faltered and then fell to the ground, twitching as it tried to free itself. The other 3 continued coming. Ta'ilara raised her hands, and the wind picked up, before a blast of air exploded out of her hands, stunning the spiders and sending them stumbling back. Grav unleashed a few of his grenades on top of the monsters, but these ones were stronger than the regular kind. The fire didn't seem to be able to survive on their chitin, and they managed to shake themselves off and charge again. Morgan, already having another arrow pulled back, focused and pushed the mass of the tree he was sitting in into it, going the slower route since he had the time. His hands phased, and he waited until he had enough mass before letting the arrow fly at the closest spider. His arrow hit in the dead center of its mass, on top of its chitin. It buckled, its legs bending and its body slamming into the ground. The armor on top of its body cracked, and Morgan saw yellowish liquid seeping through, but nowhere near as much as he had hoped for. The spider managed to get back up, its many eyes locking onto him. The other spiders realized the threat, and before Morgan could react, they had turned around and spewed webbing at him. He moved quickly, getting behind the tree trunk to hide. The webbing splattered all over it, and as Morgan was about to look back out from cover, he heard a sizzling sound. He blinked and saw that the webbing had burned through the tree, dissolving it. His eyes widened as the trunk cracked, and the top half of the tree started to fall apart. Morgan used Phase Dash to jump to the side. His senses blacked out for a few seconds, and then they returned. He felt the sensation of pushing, and he realized that he had tried to unphase inside another object. Thankfully, though, that wouldn't end with his death, since he felt himself being pushed. It meant that the thing he had tried to unphase himself in held greater mass than him. His vision returned as he was pushed out of a tree trunk and sent flying through the air. His chest smashed into a branch, cracking it and sending him tumbling down, where he smashed through another branch. He tried to focus his mind and use his gravikinesis to slow down his fall, but he still hit the ground hard. He got up and shook his head. "Ow! Fuck!" he whispered. He glanced up, taking in his surroundings. The tree where he had been on had fallen, and he saw his teammates beyond it fighting. Val was dancing between 2 spider soldiers, and Ta'ilara had one of them immobilized by encasing its legs in ice. The last spider, the one that Morgan had immobilized at the start, had caught up and was leaping through the air toward Clara, Sumian, and Hexna. Midway through its leap, however, 3 walls sprang up midair. The spider's front legs stabbed through the first, shattering it. It barreled through the second, too, but then hit the third, which held and halted its leap. The spider rebounded and fell to the ground, where Hexna sent a ball of fire into its face, forcing it to retreat. Morgan got up to his feet, pulling out a specialty arrow from his quiver and pulling back the string. He sent it flying at one of the spiders trying to catch Val, the one that he had injured previously. The spider noticed the arrow, but its injury made it slow, and it didn't manage to avoid it. The arrow hit and the canister on top shattered, splashing acid all over its chitin. It screeched in pain as the acid started melting its body, and Val took advantage. He leapt, twirling his Guandao above his head as he activated Jumping Slash. The Guandao burst into fire, and then he started his attack. An instant later, his weapon surged forward as he activated Double Momentum. The Guandao smashed into the spider's back, cracking the already damaged chitin and cutting into the soldier. Half of its body was torn away, and the two halves twitched in its dying throes. Morgan saw the second spider enrage and jump at Val's back before he could react. The barrier on him saved him, but the impact still sent him flying across the battlefield. Ta'ilara saw him and cast a wind spell that caught him and slowed his fall. Morgan pulled another acid arrow and pulled it back without using his abilities. Instead, he focused his mind and reached out with his phytokinesis to the plants around them. He saw Grav and Hexna dealing with one of the spiders. Ta'ilara was keeping another immobilized, leaving the one that had attacked Val as the most obvious target. He sent out his nature energy to the plants in the ground, the vines and roots, and they grew, rising from the ground and striking. The spider tried to escape, but the vines twined themselves around its limbs. Then roots grabbed hold of its body and pulled it down. Just then, he let his arrow fly. The acid arrow hit it on the head, splashing the acid over its eyes, burning them out before working on the armor protecting its brain. As it twitched and tried to escape, Morgan kept his mind on his skill, making sure that it couldn't. He reached into his spatial pocket and pulled out an ordinary arrow, knocked it, and pulled back before using Mass Exchange. The ability had advanced, and he could now use it without touching something. He pulled 5 kilograms worth of mass from the ground and put it into his arrow. Then he fired with Phase Shot. The arrow slammed into its head and burrowed through the weakened chitin. The body of the spider bulged, its chitin cracking as the power of the shot was transferred to its insides, and then it slumped down, dead. He turned his eyes around, seeing Grav use one of his cluster bombs on another spider, and Hexna using her deathfire to weaken the same monster's armor. The onslaught killed it. On the other side of the battlefield, Ta'ilara had burrowed through the last spider with a spear made from ice. It was impaling the spider through its stomach and going through to exit its back. The spider was still twitching, but it was dead. Morgan used his senses to see if there were any more threats, and saw a few of the straggler worker spiders heading their way. He began shooting, and Val stabbed the rest. Finally, the battle done, he sighed, and then noticed a notification, the experience they had earned for the fight. He looked at it and smiled. It wasn't enough for a level, but he was close enough that he could feel it. He pushed the screen away and walked over to the group. The easy part was done. Now they had to deal with the shrine. Chapter 21. After they harvested what they could from the spider corpses, their team took a while to heal their injuries and recover their energy. Ta'ilara gave her input on the fight, and a few pointed out a few things they could work on. Afterward, they restocked themselves from their spatial storages and readied themselves for the real fight. Morgan even got a new ability, Plant Prison, which he could only use where there were already plants present, a good thing for him on this floor at least. According to Ta'ilara, they had to have killed most of the spiders in the swamp, as they were extremely territorial and would defend their territory until death. The only spiders that were supposed to be left now were in the shrine. They gathered and set out into the swamp. The smells and the mist made their advancement slow, and Morgan's nature seismic sense wasn't as precise so deep in the swamp, so they had to be on the lookout for the few straggler spider workers. The little buggers tried to ambush them a few times, but Sumian and Clara were ready with their barriers. After an hour or two of searching the swamp, they finally found the shrine. It was barely visible, just a ruin barely sticking up above the waterline. As they got closer, it became obvious that the shrine had sunk into the swamp. According to Ta'ilara, the building was supposed to be fairly large, and most of it was now underground. They approached and looked down into the darkness. Ta'ilara put her hands in front of her, palms up, and summoned 2 balls of white light,
then sent them to hover above their heads. "Remember the plan. Make sure we stay close, and always keep moving," Ta'ilara said. They all nodded, then got into formation, as they had practiced. Val was in front, with Hexna behind him, then Clara and Morgan, with Ta'ilara behind them with Grav, and Sumian at the back. Their formation was based on what they would encounter inside, which was mostly tight corridors with slits near the ceiling through which smaller spiders could crawl through. Val would protect their front, while Hexna blasted fire on anything that came from that direction. Clara would keep up her buffs and barriers, and use her staff in case spiders came out of the holes in the middle of their formation. Morgan switched Klin to the dawning sword form, since he would be helping to protect the middle with Clara. Ta'ilara would cover their rear with Grav, who is now holding his secondary weapon, a small double-headed axe. Sumian was with them too, since he could fight in close quarters and cover them with barriers from there. They descended into the shrine, walking down the slimy and wet stairs. The light above their head illuminated the corridor in front of them with white light, showing them the moss and vine-covered walls. Water leaked through the ceiling, drops falling down rhythmically and echoing throughout the shrine. Soon they reached the end of the stairs and found a broken part of the corridor. The stones were piled down on the floor, earth and roots peeking through, and the floor beyond was tilted slightly. They climbed over the rocks carefully, and then onto the tilted floor. It wasn't enough to be a real hazard, but it was inconvenient. It wasn't long before they heard the first signs of monsters. Just ahead of them, a group of spider workers charged at them, looking like a swarm of charging shadows in the pale light. Without hesitating, Hexna raised her arms and stepped next to Val before sending a plume of fire down the corridor. The sounds of their dying and the roar of the fire filled their ears, enough that they didn't hear the clicking of legs as spiders in the walls around them left their hiding places through the holes near the ceiling. Thankfully, Morgan had kept his nature seismic sense on, and with all the plants growing through the walls, he could sense them easily. "Incoming!" Morgan yelled, and he turned to his left, raising his sword arm, and stabbing up into a small football-sized spider that had just tried to leap at them. His dawning sword form pierced the hatchling spider, and its passive effect activated, scorching the wound, and then making the spider's body catch fire. Clara smashed her staff into another opening just as a spider tried to get out, her strike crushing the spider into the stone wall. Grav waited until another spider leapt, since he couldn't reach so high, and then swatted it from the air, just as Ta'ilara pulled the moisture around them and closed the openings on her side by filling them with water and freezing it over. Morgan knew that she had at least 4 affinities: water, fire, and air, and earth. She was considered the strongest elemental mage in the world, and probably the strongest mage, period. He didn't know if she had even more affinities, but either way, she had a lot of power. Morgan took care of one more spider, and then he felt something else. "Behind us!" Morgan said as a wall burst open, and a score of spider workers broke through. Sumian reacted immediately and raised up a wall of air, stopping them. The spiders started battering at the wall, and cracks began appearing in it. On the other side of their formation, Val was fighting with the few spiders that survived Hexna's fire, and she was sending balls of fire further down the corridor, killing off the ones that were incoming. Morgan and Clara were busy killing off spiders jumping out of the holes above them, and couldn't help the rear. But Morgan noticed Ta'ilara pulling water up into the air and forming small icicles. Grav stepped next to Sumian, who applied a barrier on himself and then sent out threads of energy out to touch everyone else in the party. The wall broke, and Ta'ilara sent her icicles flying through the air, impaling the oncoming spider workers. Sumian jumped forward just behind them, his fists moving and striking the spiders before they could act. He weaved and danced between them as his strikes sent them flying both into the walls and one another. With every strike they got weaker, and a small buff hit Morgan and the others. It wasn't much, but Morgan found himself just a bit faster and stronger. He cut another spider in half just as Clara turned and snapped her staff upward. She couldn't use any big moves in the corridor,
but she had enough room to turn her staff if she brought it close. At the head of their formation, Hexna and Val had finished dealing with the spiders, and Morgan didn't sense any more spiders coming through the openings in the walls. He turned to see the situation at the rear, only to see that Sumian and Grav had taken care of it. They stayed for a moment, catching their breaths, and a few minutes later, they continued on. They were attacked 3 more times, every time by a larger group, and each time they managed to defeat the monster waves. Hexna's powers were incredibly well suited to taking care of swarm monsters in such tight quarters, and the rest of them kept her safe while she did it. Sure, Ta'ilara could probably do the same, but she was there mostly to guide them. In a way, the first 3 floors of the tower were an extension of their preparation, more hands-on training and power leveling. The real climb started with the 4th floor, but Morgan didn't let himself dwell on that. He needed to focus on the task at hand. Walking from corridor to corridor, they searched for the end. Sometimes a path was blocked, submerged under water, whereas other times it was collapsed and blocked by rock rubble. But they always managed to find a way forward. Eventually, they reached the end and entered a large chamber. It was large and domed. Spider webs were everywhere from the walls to the floors. The room was shattered, the floors ripped open, and holes had been burrowed in them. There were craters holding faintly glowing eggs, and worker spiders standing nervously in front of them. In the center of the room was a large statue, a magnificent work that had clearly withered with time. It was a statue of one of the tower's guardians, or of the same race, at least, only this one had a scar over the front of its body. Morgan noticed a plaque at the base, covered in grime, but the letters were still visible. He was surprised when he realized that the words were in English. The plaque simply said, "The 7th." Morgan didn't know what that meant, nor did he have the time to dwell on it as Ta'ilara's light continued forward. Their group entered the chamber proper. A loud skittering sound filled the air, and then it grew in intensity as more spiders joined in. From behind the statue, Morgan saw a large spider move, one at least 3 times the size of the spider soldiers who were standing around it. Venomous Swamp Spider Queen. Level 48. Queen of Spiders. The Spider Queen's bite injects venom, dealing high amounts of poison damage. Can use the bind ability to bind a foe in spider web. Can use the Rapid Strikes ability to attack in a flurry. Can use the Call Spiders ability to summon any spiders in her vicinity to her location. The queen was massive, but there were also 3 spider soldiers next to her, along with dozens of spider workers in the room. All of them made this nest an incredibly dangerous place to be. Before the spiders could grow confident enough to attack, however, Ta'ilara cast a spell. 2 flaming balls left her hands and turned into birds made out of fire, heading straight for the spider eggs, igniting the webbing in the room along the way. "Attack!" she ordered, and everyone jumped forward accordingly. The spiders were caught off guard, but recovered quickly. The spider workers surged forward, but Clara and Sumian raised barriers to stop them, and Clara dropped slowing fields in their way. Morgan and Grav fired their launchers, dropping grenades on top of the queen and her soldiers, who screeched and moved out of the way. The majority of the eggs were burning, and some of the spider workers as well, but the rest were all heading straight for them. Hexna and Ta'ilara threw fire spells at them, killing them by the score. But the soldiers and the queen were not so easy to defeat. One of the soldiers shot its acidic webbing at them, and Clara dropped a dome of protection. The web hit it and slid down to the ground, sizzling on the stone. As Clara removed the dome, Morgan shifted Clin to his bow form and activated his greater speed ability before beginning to fire ordinary arrows. Even without the extra mass, his bow was powerful, extremely so. He fired a flurry of arrows in seconds, all rapidly impacting one of the soldiers. 2 of his arrows pierced through its eyes, and another 3 pierced its chitin, but didn't penetrate far. The soldier didn't continue its charge. Instead, it jumped behind one of the broken pieces of the floor to hide. On the other side of the room, Grav launched an oil grenade, splashing one of the soldiers and making it sticky. It got entangled in webbing and was barely able to move. Grav then fired his cluster bomb on top of it. The resultant explosion rocked the room, and the spider was sent flying, some of its limbs having been blown off, and the oil it was covered in caught fire and burned. Clara and Sumian kept the third soldier contained in a box of barriers and air walls, but Morgan could see that it would escape soon. Val stood in front of them and was swirling his guandao, cutting up any spider that came close to them. Then the Spider Queen entered the fight. She jumped from the other side of the room, spewing webbing as she flew through the air. Before anyone could react, Ta'ilara gestured with her hand, and a wall of air smashed into the Queen, sending her flying back. She smashed into the statue in the center of the room, shattering it, and then struck the ground hard on the other side of the room. Just then, the soldier spider that had hidden from Morgan's attacks reappeared and charged at him, but Morgan had been expecting it. He had exchanged mass, and his hands were phased, and as the spider came onto him, he released the arrow. It whistled through the air and struck it right in the head. With its charge, it had no way to evade, and the arrow pierced through its chitin, killing it. The last remaining soldier broke through their support barriers and headed for Val, but before it could reach him, Morgan used his plant prison, and vines and roots beneath the floor exploded up, catching the spider and pulling it down to the ground. Hexna shaped a spell and sent a lance of black fire at the spider's head. It couldn't move, so the fire cooked its head, burning its eyes and draining it of life until it died. Just then a loud screech filled the air, and Morgan saw the Queen stand. The eggs around the room that had survived the fire shook, then burst, and soon small hatchling spiders were surging forward at them. Morgan pulled out his flaming arrows and started firing, and Grav did the same from the other side. The Queen followed behind them. She reached Val and started stabbing at him in a flurry, her front legs that ended in blades smashed into the floor as he dodged backward. A ball of fire hit the Queen as it tried to follow, and Morgan fired at the little spiders that were attempting to catch Val. The Queen was surprised by the fire, but not really hurt. She threw herself at Val then, too fast for him to react. A wall of air and a barrier sprang around him just in time, but the Queen was too strong. Her body barreled through them, and she stabbed with her leg. Val raised his weapon to block, and as soon as the Queen's leg hit his sword, she was repulsed back by the breaking of Val's personal shield. She was sent reeling back, and Val was sent crashing to the ground. Hexna fired her spells, and Ta'ilara shattered the ground beneath the Queen, attempting to pin her between two pieces of rock. But the Queen was too strong even for Ta'ilara's spell. She surged forward through everything that they threw at her, even Morgan's plant prison. She raised her legs to stab Val as he lay prone on the ground, and then Sumian blinked across the distance, his form shimmering with light. He raised his hands and blocked, the attack hitting a round shield of air and rebounding the force back, sending the Queen flying through the air. Bombs started falling on top of her as Grav started firing, and a rock floated from the ground and flew in her direction, as Ta'ilara added her strength to theirs. Morgan pulled his bow back and fired an acid arrow, splashing it all over her back. The Spider Queen screeched and moved wildly, trying to get at them, but they had her cornered now. Clara and Sumian kept raising shields to bar her way, and once she broke them, Grav would stagger her with a bomb. Morgan kept firing, then charged a high-mass arrow and let it fly, hitting the Queen in the side and cracking her armor. Val charged at her then, his form bursting into intense flames, so much so that he looked like a comet flying over the floor. He smashed into the Queen's side, and the flames burst forth, engulfing the Queen and sending her flying back. A rain of black fireballs dropped down on the Queen and burned her damaged chitin. The Queen was panicked now, yelping in pain and trying to escape, but there was nowhere for her to go. They kept their attacks going, whittling her down, until eventually she died. A notification told them that they had received the experience points for the fight, and Morgan smiled as he saw that he had enough to level. The best feeling in the world. Chapter 22. They spent an additional 3 days clearing the remaining spiders, until the quest notification told them that they were successful. They gained a sizable amount of experience from doing so, though not enough for him to get another level. They had found some loot as well, a pair of poison knives and some leather boots, most suitable for rogue-type classes, but they also would need to give them to the raid leaders. All of their loot was divided in that manner, with the raid leaders deciding to whom loot went. The ultimate reward would come from the final boss, who would drop an extra item that was personal for every person that defeated it. They returned to the base camp on the 4th day, and found the atmosphere to be somewhat somber. Morgan felt his heart stop when they learned that someone from the raid had died. His friends were the lowest leveled, and probably the most vulnerable, but then Vess appeared, followed by Lucius. They talked, and Morgan learned that the person who'd died was from the Eartherium Riders, and Morgan felt both relieved and sad at the same time. The man had been level 47, powerful, and yet he'd died. They encountered an antlered bear, who gouged him with his antlers and ripped him in half. He was dead before there was a chance for them to heal him or use a healing potion. He didn't know him well. The Eartherium Riders were a closed-off bunch, but they were good people from what Morgan had seen. He remembered talking with the man briefly about his abilities, remembered the pride in the man's voice as he spoke about his build. But Morgan was aware that the tower was dangerous, even to those of high levels. This was why many didn't hunt monsters, why they didn't climb the tower. Few had no fear of death. As Morgan's team arrived, they gathered for another planning session. By finishing the quest, they had unlocked one of the bosses, and a pillar of light was shining in the air, barely visible through the treetops, but enough for them to know where to go. Their leaders debated going for the boss immediately, or continuing to do the Blood for the Forest quest. The counter had climbed to 500, which was impressive with their having been there for only a few weeks. At the meeting, the other team leaders informed them that more powerful monsters had started to appear. There were plenty of monsters in the forest, but the problem was that they were mostly individual. There were a few pack types, but there were no monsters like the hordes of easily killed spiders. The last quest was something that they had decided to leave for the end. Morgan knew that it was by some considered the hardest quest on this floor, because it scaled to the person attempting the trial, and it was a personal trial, one shaped for the Ascended daring it. It could be anything, a gauntlet, a puzzle, a boss fight, even a riddle. Apparently, once a person entered the Temple of the Trials, they were on their own, and the trial could last anywhere from hours to days or weeks. So they decided to take the boss on. The raid group gathered, and they broke camp. The boss was closer to where the last quest was, so they decided to move the entire campsite. The first 2 bosses were random. They could be 2 of 9. But the last boss was always the same. They got lucky with the first one. It was a flame warden. As they could see by the location of the pillar of light and its color, the flame warden was a large golem construct, wielding a sword. It was strong, but they had planned and practiced that fight, so everyone knew what to do. It took them almost a month to move their camp and cross the forest, all the while hunting monsters around them. They even had to fight off a few monster attacks in the middle of the night. Morgan was surprised to learn that the forest was much larger than he had imagined it to be. It was gargantuan. He had been looking around trying to see if there were any obstacles that would prevent people from exploring beyond. But there was only the forest. More and more, it seemed possible for this to actually be an entirely different world. Morgan even studied the sky, watching the stars and the moons for any irregularities, but he never found any. The groups had moved back to their original teams, since they no longer needed people for a quest, and Morgan was back with members of Skyforce and Last Vanguard, who were fighting under Ta Ilara. They were hunting monsters daily as they crossed the forest. Once they reached another shrine up in the northern part of the forest, they set up camp again before heading into the scorched area where the boss's lair was. As the forest ended, they entered a rocky area, one filled with sand and dust.
They walked a fair distance until they reached the edge that led into an indent in the ground, one in the shape of an arena. The boss stood in the middle, at least 5 meters tall, its massive two-handed sword resting in front of it with both of its arms clasped around the handle. It was red, and looked as if it were made out of rock, with molten red light shining through the cracks. Orange light shone from its eyes, unmoving and uncaring. The arena was covered by a pale dome that prevented any attacks, meaning that they could neither execute a sneak attack on it, nor attack from range. The moment they jumped down, the encounter would start. Ragnar gave out instructions, but they all already knew what to do. They spread out around the arena and readied themselves, waiting for the signal. And then Ragnar gave it, and everyone jumped forward through the pale dome and into the arena. The moment the last person landed, the dome flashed and turned red, preventing anyone from leaving until the boss was dead. The Flame Warden moved immediately, raising its sword and turning to those closest to it, which were Nisea from the Call's Hammers, and another tank from the Eartherium Riders. Nisea was a Shara Dayam, tall and powerful, wearing full plate armor with spikes covering everything. In one hand she had a round shield, and in the other a flail, and she shouted, sending a blast of red energy at the Flame Warden, causing it to roar and swing its sword in her direction. The second tank jumped forward just behind her, his shield ready as well. Nisea took the first blow of the massive sword on her shield, her entire form flashing as the barrier around her shattered. Then the boss continued the attack, but the other tank moved in front and took the blow on his shield, using up his barrier while Clara applied her barrier back on Nisea. The two danced around the boss, tanking him, while the others readied themselves. Soon enough, spells and arrows started flying at the boss. The ranged attackers and supporters stood in front of it at some distance behind the tanks, while the melee attackers moved around the boss and started attacking it from behind. The other tanks were behind the boss as well, including Vess with her bear, attacking its legs and staying close in case they were needed. The boss's attacks intensified, the fire in his body growing greater, and Morgan saw that it was preparing to unleash its ability. They all knew what to do, and Nisea taunted the boss again, then dashed to the side, turning the boss sideways. It raised its sword and smashed it in front of itself into the ground. Fire burst out of the sword in a cone in front of it, the fire bathing the side of the arena in flames. Clara dropped a dome of protection on Nisea, and Morgan saw it hold in the fire. As soon as the boss turned, everyone prepared their best attacks. The melee damage dealers spread around it, and the ranged attackers charged their strikes. Morgan did the same, pulling as much mass as he could out of the ground and pushing it into his phased arrow. The boss's flames died down, but it didn't move. Instead, it entered the cooldown period, even as the flames in its body dimmed. Everyone struck. Attacks from every side smashed into the Flame Warden. Blades of air chipped at its armor. Spikes of ice smashed into it and shattered. Blades struck at its body and powerful attacks left gashes in its back. Morgan let his arrow fly and it screeched through the air, sending a shockwave of air as it passed. The arrow hit the boss in the side of its head, and its helmet cracked, pieces of it flying off in every direction. But the head was still whole. Then the flames of its body roared back to life, and it stood, attacking the tanks again. They repeated the same rotation, everyone striking at it while it attacked the tanks. But now, every once in a while it would send bursts of flames from its feet in an area around itself, hitting the melee range attackers. The supporters and those with ice powers watched for its stomp, and then raised barriers and ice walls for the melee damage dealers to hide behind. The boss was slowly being chipped down, but it remained powerful. Then it did its flame cone attack again, and they repeated the same thing that they did last time. As the boss cooled down, they smashed everything they had into it, rending pieces of it off in the process. As it woke again, everyone slowed and watched its movements carefully. The most critical moment of the fight had arrived, the moment where it would use a random ability from its repertoire, and while they were ready for most, they would need to act quickly. The boss pulled its sword to its chest, and then its eyes flashed.
It reacted incredibly fast, almost too fast for them to react. But Ragnar Rom recognized the move.
Rampage!
He called, and Morgan phase-dashed to the side. Rampage was when it filled itself with flame energy and headed for those enemies who were the furthest away, like their supporters and ranged attackers. Morgan unfazed and looked back, seeing the boss wildly smashing its sword all over the floor. He hit a mage and the barrier around him shattered, sending the man flying into a wall with a sickening crack. Sumian jumped close and started hitting the boss's legs, waves of energy surging from him into the fallen man with every punch, healing him. The boss tried to stomp him, but Sumian was faster, until the Flame Warden stomped and released a blast of fire that sent Sumian flying back, his robes burning. The people in range had escaped as best as they could, and the supporters were shielding the others. Ta'ilara jumped and then floated in the air as the boss turned toward one of the healers. She started sending powerful blades of air at it, cutting deep into its body. But it didn't even slow. Morgan released a phased and mass-increased arrow, but not even that did anything. The healer had some kind of flash step ability, and he escaped the first attack, but then the boss surged after him. The man didn't dodge fast enough, but then a shape flew at the healer, one as fast as the wind. The big gnoll, Vrishar, Morgan's friend from the last Vanguard team, pushed the healer out of the way. The boss's sword came and caught Vrishar, attempting to cut through him. The boss's sword destroyed the barrier that protected Vrishar and sent him flying. But then the boss's sword continued in a burst of speed. It caught up to the flying form of Vrishar. The sword, which was as wide and thick as he, smashed through him, sending a wave of blood all over the arena. A moment later, the blood turned to blue particles and disappeared. Roaring with rage, Borodar charged, his form red and his markings glowing. He smashed his axe using his momentum abilities into the Flame Warden's hip, sending it reeling off balance. Soon after, the shape of a bear charged forward, Vess's summon, transforming into a massive eldritch thing, even as it was charging. The bear turned white, a mist of cold spreading over it as Vess used her perk, Imbue Summon. The summon smashed into the boss, coming up to its hip, its wide mouth locked onto its arm, and the tentacles around its neck grabbing hold of it as well. An aura of cold emanated from the summon, and frost covered the boss's hand. The others reacted immediately, attacking it with full force. Ta'ilara, still flying above the boss, charged up a large air blade and then smashed it into the boss. It cut into its shoulder, nearly taking the arm off. Then Ragnar Rom appeared in the air next to the boss, his blue armor glowing and his silver blades held high. He cut down into the already damaged shoulder and cleaved its arm off. The boss reeled back, the arm falling off along with the bear attached to it. Morgan was sending energy arrows into its face, filling them with his metal energy, causing concussive strikes that sent the boss stumbling back. Nisea jumped forward high into the air, her shield in front of her, and bashed it into the Flame Warden's chest, forcing it to take a step back. Ora raised a block of ice, encasing one of its legs, and the boss lost balance and fell to the ground. Richard the Bone Splitter raised his large sword high in the air and, shimmering with power, slashed it down upon the boss's neck. The golem's head split from its body, and it slowed. But it was still moving, trying to get up, its other arm still holding its flaming sword. It sent a plume of fire to the side, catching the melee attacker, trying to take it off guard. The fire washed over them even as domes of light covered them, but they were a moment too late. The fire died down, but some of the melee attackers were on fire. Morgan saw Lucius fly up in the air near Ta'ilara, who was doing something to his swords, and then Lucius dove down, his swords flashing with lightning. He smashed into the boss's chest, his stabbing into it, just as Ta'ilara let out a spell. A massive bolt of lightning came down and hit Lucius and his swords, then passed into the boss, Its body cracked and it split apart into pieces. The dome's red color disappeared, and Morgan knew that the boss was dead. He looked around, seeing the many injured. Their healers ran toward them, healing them as they went. The others all looked tired. Some had scorched armor, and others were just pale from all the energy they had spent. Morgan looked at his own supplies and saw that he was dangerously low as well. There was no cheering. They had defeated the boss, but they had lost one of their own. Morgan looked at the last vanguards, his friends, and walked in their direction, his head bowed. "Do you know how he won?" Morgan asked.
"Of course I do,"
Borodar answered.
"He cheated. He told me so after."
"Motherfucker," Morgan whispered. He couldn't believe that Vrishar would do something like that, but then he remembered the mischievous gnoll giving him that smug look, and he saw that what Borodar said was the truth. He shook his head, then chuckled. He was going to miss their games. The two of them sat in front of a fire, and around them were the rest of their teammates. They were having a smaller, private wake for their friend. The raid had a larger one before, but now those who knew Vrishar personally gathered to tell stories about him. Morgan couldn't really believe it. He had known Vrishar for years. Their weekly card games had been the highlights of his time in this world. But now he was gone. Morgan was glad that Borodar and the other vanguards had invited them, as he didn't want to impose. The last vanguards had known him better, for longer, but he was Skyforce's friend as well. Morgan had always known that death was a reality for Ascended, but this was the first time he had lost someone who was close to him, someone who had been his friend. Everyone quieted down, looking into the fire. There was little left to be said. They had shared stories about him, but now there was just the emptiness that came when they looked around and saw that he wasn't there. "We all knew what we were doing," Hexna said slowly, "but I don't think that I thought we could die." Morgan nodded his head. He had felt the same way. He heard so many stories about the tower and the dangers it posed, but still he hadn't understood. "We are all Ascended," Jalara broke in quietly. "We knew that death was always a possibility." Vess leaned her head on Morgan's shoulder, and he raised his hand to cup her cheek. "The tower is a path to strength," Morgan said. "We knew that it was a road paved in blood." The others didn't answer, but he knew that all of them agreed. Borodar sighed, then raised his cup.
"To Vrishar!"
"To Vrishar," the others echoed. Morgan lay in his tent, Vess sleeping next to him. He looked at her and wondered who was going to die next. He wasn't arrogant enough to think that they would leave the tower unscathed, especially if they stepped beyond the third floor. There had to be a reason why no one had ever returned. But Morgan, while afraid for the future, didn't back down. He didn't want to be that person anymore. He wanted to reach for something that was beyond him, to be better, to matter, to be great. That was his desire, to be great enough for his father. He only hoped that he managed to achieve that desire before he died. Chapter 23. The next month they spent hunting the monsters in the forest. The entire raid team threw itself into the task, attempting to finish their first quest. After the boss, Morgan had leveled, as had most everyone. In the next month, he leveled even more. He was now level 48, and his skills and abilities, as well as his stats, had all soared. He was stronger, faster, better than he had ever been, and yet still he felt like he was nothing. The raid leaders had started utilizing more of their power, meaning less experience points for the rest, but more security, and seeing Ta'ilara unleash the full scale of her power was terrifying. He had seen her vaporize a 4-meter-tall bear with a single attack. It became clear to him just how much the top Ascended in their raid had been holding back. all so that the others could catch up to them. Morgan wasn't sure how he felt about that, but he knew that he wanted to be even stronger, even if risking their lives was the only way to achieve that. Then, the day came when the last monster required for their quest was slain, and the leaders gathered them all for another planning session. A new boss was now available, and they discussed if they should go for it or not. In the end, they decided to leave it for later, and go for the trial first. Ragnar Rom looked around the table, meeting everyone's eyes before speaking.
I had hoped that we wouldn't get this quest, but there is no point in wishing for something else. If we are to get off this floor, we need to finish it, which means that we need to decide who is going to do the trials. What many of you don't know, however, is exactly what the trial is. He paused to take a deep breath. It is a very personal experience. It tests you based on who and what you are. It gives you a challenge that is nearly impossible for you to accomplish. Almost half of those who attempt it die. And those who had already done it before can't do it again. The raid leaders didn't seem surprised at that information. Gandir, leader of Fjordstar, spoke up. How many have done it already?
Ragnar Rom exchanged looks with the other raid leaders, then answered.
Out of the 38 of us here, 17 have gone through it already. The only ones who haven't are a few members of the Eartherium Riders teams, and you, the teams in the tower for the first time.
Morgan grimaced. That meant that some of them would have to undergo the trial.
We need 5 people to go in first. As I've said, it is not safe, and some will die. Once someone has died inside, a new person can undergo a trial, but never more than 5 at a time, Ragnar said.
Morgan remembered something, so he spoke up. The quest says that we need at least 5 people to pass. What does that mean exactly? Ta'ilara answered him. Passing a trial gives you a huge amount of experience as well as a great amount of wealth. Many Ascended who have only finished the first floor have gotten rich by surviving the trial. They set themselves up to live for a long time with what they received for it, without the need to hunt monsters. Morgan nodded.
So, are there any volunteers?
Ragnar Rom asked. Morgan thought about it. If the trial was tailored to a person, and if it was something that was nearly impossible to pass, it would be idiotic to try, and yet this trial existed. Morgan believed that everything in this tower was put there with a purpose. Oxalis wanted to push people, and while he might be a bit cruel, Morgan didn't think that he would make something impossible just for the sake of it. The trial had to be something that helped Ascended grow, as everything else was, even though it might appear cruel and heartless. And Morgan wanted to grow, to become stronger. How would he stand in front of his father if he hid from his tests? It wasn't even a choice. He had to do it.
I'll go,
Morgan said. Vess snapped around to stare at him, and his friends did the same.
I want to test myself.
Vess opened her mouth to speak, but then Lucius spoke up too.
Me too.
Vess blinked at him, looking from one of them to the other, and then another voice joined them.
And I,
Hexna said quietly. Ragnar Rom nodded his head, and Ta'ilara stared at Morgan silently. Between her and Vess, he wondered if he'd made a mistake. The trek to the temple took only a couple of hours, and the 5 of them who had volunteered had been accompanied by Ta'ilara. The other 2 had come from the Eartherium Riders teams. Morgan felt a bit guilty for leaving Vess while she was mad at him, but she had understood once he'd explained why he wanted to go. Not that her understanding meant she was any less angry. Ta'ilara led them to the temple, and Morgan saw it in the distance. It wasn't really all that impressive. It was just a small building, with 5 arches in its side with glowing portals in them. Their group stopped in front of them, and Ta'ilara walked a bit in front of them before turning and looking at them all. This test will push you, perhaps more than you have ever been pushed before. If you survive,
You will be a different person, someone who has survived an incredible challenge. The only advice I can offer is to always be sure of who you are deep down." All of them nodded, and then the two of their teammates from the Arthurium Riders Guild stepped forward. They glanced back at them once, and then each stepped through a portal. The light went out, and a gem in the wall above the arch lit up. Morgan frowned at it, and Ta'ilara noticed his expression. The portal will remain closed until the person inside either passes the trial or dies. The light shows their state. If the light is bright, as it is now, they are still alive and at full health. The dimmer it gets, the closer to death they are, Ta'ilara told them. Morgan nodded, a way for those outside to know how those people inside were doing. Hexna took a deep breath and walked forward. She paused and turned to look at them. "I hope that I see you again," she told them. "Us too," Morgan answered. "Good luck." With that, she stepped through, leaving Lucius and Morgan, with Ta'ilara standing close by. "Why are you doing this?" Morgan asked. Lucius shrugged. He glanced at Ta'ilara, but then seemed to dismiss her presence. "A test fashioned for the individual. I want to see what I am, I guess. I've been confused my whole life, and I don't want to be any more." Morgan nodded. He understood that sentiment. He had felt similar in his life on Earth. Lucius walked forward, then turned and smiled at Morgan. "See you in a bit." With that, he walked through, leaving Morgan with Ta'ilara. "There is nothing for you to prove, you know," Ta'ilara told him. "You don't need to go through." Morgan met her eyes. "Oh, you are very wrong about that. I have everything to prove." She raised an eyebrow at him. "You think that your few years of life make you wiser than my hundreds?" Morgan smiled. "Age does not confer wisdom. I do have something to prove. Not to anyone here, but to myself, and to the one who created all of this." "The Great Lord?" Ta'ilara asked. "Him, yes." He wondered if he should tell her that Oxy was his father. He had come to respect Ta'ilara a great deal. He liked her quite a lot, actually. She was interesting, powerful, and something about her soothed him. But in the end, he decided against it. The two of them were not yet good enough friends for that. Perhaps one day he would. "You think the Great Lord cares about one ascended?" Ta'ilara asked, and he saw some of the real her peek through, the old Grand Mage who had grown dispassionate, bored of life. Morgan nodded resolutely. "Oh yes, the Great Lord cares about all ascended. He created all of this for us. This is a chance, unlike any that anyone else ever gets. You don't know this. You were born into this world. But any chosen could tell you that life outside of the Great Lord's influence is nothing. Oh, you can be happy. You can live your life in peace, never fearing death. But here you can reach for heights that people on other worlds only dream about. And even then, to them, such heights are impossible. What he has gifted you, us all, with, it is worth everything." Ta'ilara narrowed her eyes at him. "I was not under the impression that you spoke with him for long enough to form so many opinions, that you managed to gain such insight into the Great Lord's mind." Morgan shrugged. "We talked some, yes, but it is apparent everywhere in this world. You only need to pay attention." With that, Morgan stepped forward, but Ta'ilara stopped him before he could step through. "Morgan," she started, "be careful. I would hate to lose someone I can speak so freely with. The first friend I made in several decades." Morgan smiled. "Don't worry. I'll see you soon." He stepped through, and darkness swallowed him whole. Chapter 24.
Morgan ran through the burning forest. The boss monster was too strong. It broke the raid, scattered them, sent them running. It was chaos. Smoke and the red haze around everything prevented him from seeing much. But still he looked around frantically, looking for his friends among the others who were running away. A pillar of fire came down next to him, the force of the attack sending him flying through the air. The fire moved, incinerating everything in its way. A few of the running ascended got caught up in it, their bodies turning into twisted and burnt husks. Morgan smashed into a tree, then fell to the ground as trees in the distance exploded, a roar echoing in the distance. He looked at the dead bodies, but he recognized their armor as not his friends. He stood, his ribs protesting at the move, and continued running in the direction of the fighting. Through the smoke he saw a massive shape moving, flashes of spells, sounds of metal striking, cries of pain, and a roar of anger. He had to help, but he looked down to his left hand, only to see a horrible wound, ripped flesh, and his own bone. He'd lost Clint in the fighting, and now he was almost useless. The only thing he had left was his launcher and his 2 last grenades. The shape was moving away, the fighting moving through the forest even as Morgan raced after it. Dead bodies were sprawled along the way, among the broken trees, the twisted earth, and the shattered stone. He saw Richard the Bone Splitter, his armor rent in the middle as if some huge claw had smashed through it, disemboweling him and scattering his remains over the forest floor. Nisea was nearby, her round shield battered into scrap, half of her head missing, and the rest red and smoking. The scent made him gag, and he collapsed onto the ground, heaving. The sounds of battle were close, and he pushed himself off the ground, going further. The devastation was everywhere, but he didn't stop. He hadn't seen his friends yet, so there was hope. He had to find them, to find Vess. She was there somewhere, and he had to reach her. A loud thump shook the ground, and a whimpering cry filled the air just as Morgan passed a felled tree trunk that had been in his way. He saw in the distance a battlefield, a retreating form disappearing into the smoke, breaking the trees just by walking through them, leaving behind a scene of carnage. Morgan cried out as he saw a form lying limply on the ground. He ran to her, falling to his knees and grabbing her shoulders, turning her around. Vess groaned, half her face burned and twisted, her good eye opening up and looking at him. "Wait, I'll get a healing potion. It'll be all right," Morgan said as he tried to focus on his storage ring. Trying to pull out a healing potion. Vess opened her mouth to speak, her words barely audible, but still he heard them. "Where were you?" Morgan's heart stopped, and she collapsed in his arms, then turned into particles of blue light. Morgan tried to grab at them, to catch them and put them back together, but he couldn't. Another flash of light made him turn, and he saw Lucius's broken form collapse as well. Val was impaled on a tree branch, and his form dispersed a moment later. "No, no, 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 no," Morgan whispered to himself. He couldn't believe what was happening. It couldn't be true. They should have never come to the tower. They should have never. A brilliant flash of light filled the air above the treetops. Morgan looked and saw Ta'ilara flying in the distance, fire and light dancing around her. Streams of light and fire exploded out of her hands, spells flying down into the forest in a terrifying display of power. But then a pillar of red fire answered from the ground. It smashed into Ta'ilara, engulfing her whole. The pillar dispersed, and there was no sign of the Grand Mage to be seen. Morgan slumped, looking down at the ground. Why did I even try? How could I have thought that we would be special? That we would be able to climb the tower when no one else had? "You disappoint me," a voice said, and Morgan's head snapped back up. Oxalis stood there, his face expressionless. "You are weak," Oxalis told him. "Unworthy." "Please save them! Bring them back! Please, I'll do anything you want, just—" Oxalis snorted. "The weak perish, and the strong survive. I told you this already. This is the nature of all existence. If you wanted them to be safe, you should have been strong enough to make it so.
How could I? Morgan yelled in frustration, in anger. His head was hurting, pulsing rhythmically. Everything in this world is created to kill us, and you have created a world of suffering.
I created a world that lets the strong thrive.
The strong? Or just the cruel like you? Those who would abandon others, exploit them, walk over everyone to eat every breadcrumb you throw their way. Oxalis didn't answer. His eyes didn't move from Morgan's, and there was no compassion there, no mercy. Morgan knew that this thing in front of him was a true monster, a god of death and misery. How could you have done this to everyone? To me, Morgan whispered.
I need only the strong, those who have the will to look fate in the eye and tell it to go fuck off. Those who can defy everything and everyone to make their dreams a reality.
Morgan seethed, and he stood up, glaring at the god. Fuck you. And fuck your idiotic beliefs. My friends are dead because of you.
They are dead because you weren't strong enough.
Morgan wanted to scream at him, to put everything on him, but he realized that he couldn't. Oxalis was right. They had decided to go to the tower, but they had been too weak for it. I should have never let us come here. Weak. I'm weak. Yes. A loud stomp made him look to the side. The monster was coming back. He saw a small shape running in the distance, and he recognized Clara, that she was still alive. But he saw that her leg was injured, and the shadow in the smoke was moving toward her. She wasn't going to get away. Morgan gripped his launcher tight enough that his fingers turned white. I need to go, to try and save her. No, give up.
Will you run?
Oxalis asked. Morgan's legs were shaking. His entire body was shaking, and his head was pulsing harder now. He turned to look at Oxalis. If I run, would I live?
Yes, Oxalis said. Go, get stronger, so that this doesn't happen again.
Go, run, escape. I could live, if only I abandoned my friend. Survive. He wanted to live, and he nearly turned around and ran. But a blinding flash of pain hit his head. He hunched over from the pain, his breathing quickening. I can't let her die. Not her, too.
Leave her.
Morgan forced his feet to move, even though it felt like he was trying to move through quicksand. He made a step, then another, his head pulsing with each step. He left Oxalis behind and ran to Clara. The shadow loomed over her, and Morgan raised his launcher, firing both shots. 2 grenades smashed into its side, and then the shadow turned to look at Morgan, its red eyes blazing malevolently at him. Go! Morgan yelled. Run, Clara! His friend stumbled away, and Morgan faced the monster. It roared, a shadow in the form of a monster, and it flickered. Morgan blinked at that. There was something wrong. His head was foggy. How did we get here? When did we start fighting? Morgan couldn't remember. He hit his head a few times. It had to be a concussion or something. The monster was leaning down, its jaws opening, but Morgan felt as if he was in a dream. He looked around, seeing the devastation, Oxalis standing in the distance. Everything about it looked real, but something was wrong. I entered a portal. The trial. Morgan remembered, and then everything around him shook. The shadow monster disappeared, and he opened his eyes. Notifications filled his vision. Skill level up. Unyielding will 9. Skill level up. Unyielding will 20. His skill, that one that gave him extra resistance to mind effects, had leveled up. He thought the notifications away, and then he was looking at a bright ceiling. Slowly he stood up and found himself lying down in a large stone room with a tall and domed ceiling. He blinked at his surroundings, realizing that what he experienced had to be the test. "The first half of it," a voice said, and Morgan turned around, only to see a small, childlike being. He stared at it, surprised because he had seen its kind before, in video games and movies, in comic books. The being in front of him looked exactly like the aliens found often in Earth's pop culture. It had a small, childlike body with a larger, bulbous head. Its skin was gray, and its robe underscored its large, unblinking eyes. Morgan used Inspect. Fragment of Valanaru, Weaver of the Arasi, level 60. Once Valanaru ruled an empire, until she was brought low by the greatest telepath in existence. He didn't see anything about her abilities or skills, but he figured that was because she was such a high level. "What do you mean, the first half?" Morgan asked. "The illusion was to test your will, your conviction. The second part is to push you to grow stronger," Valanaru told him. Morgan blinked. "I passed the first test?" Morgan asked. He wasn't sure if he had, or if his skill had managed to reject what he was seeing. "You had spent most of your life alone, with no friends. If you had run away once the ones you cared about died, if you abandoned your last living friend, you would have failed. The test was meant to test if you had really changed, if you had made meaningful connections deep down." Morgan was shaking from what he had seen, but knowing that it wasn't real helped. He had always hoped that he was the kind of person that would do anything for his friends, for those he loved. Having it confirmed made him feel different. "And what is the next part of the test?" "To kill me," Valanaru told him. You don't seem like a monster to me," Morgan said, as he focused on her. He had fought monsters before that seemed like they were more, such as goblins who could talk, but there was a sense from them that told him that they were real monsters. He couldn't feel that from this person. "I am a fragment of a memory. My real self is dead, eons past. I am not real, but this does not mean that I am easily defeated. You are weak. Do not let your seeing through my illusion fool you. That was merely a test, and your will is not strong enough to endure my mind in combat." "What kind of a test is it, then, if I have no hope of winning?" Morgan asked, tensing up, his hand lowering to his launcher slowly. "The Great Lord believes that absolute adversity is the key to truly understanding oneself, to overcoming the boundaries people put up around themselves. Very few people are able to overcome such odds, and it is why many who attempt these trials do not succeed. You will either grow beyond the boundaries you had crafted for yourself, or you will die." "But this test is supposed to be fashioned specially for me, right? Did he create this for me?" Morgan asked. "No, the system did. It did so based on your ability and your background. Your father faced the real me long ago, in one of the more important moments of his life. This is why you face me. Ready yourself, as I cannot hold back." Then, as Morgan tried to reach his launcher, a mental attack slammed into his head. He could feel his unwielding skill blunt it, his will stat make it hit less, but she was right. He wasn't a match for her. He felt her mind enter his, and his body froze. She raised her hand, and a glowing ball of light burst into existence there. "I am sorry," she said. Morgan screamed inside his mind, fighting to move, to regain control over his own body. But it was as if he was trying to push out a mountain. The ball filled her palm, and then it struck out. A beam of light flew at him, and Morgan focused all of his will, never surrendering. He felt something shift, and then his vision dimmed. Color seemingly bled out of the world, and the beam slowed to only inching toward his chest slowly. The walls of the room around him disappeared, leaving only darkness, and everything but his opponent and her beam of light was gone. Mind space activated. Time dilation, 6,000%. A notification flashed in front of his eyes, and Morgan blinked. He remembered the trait that he had chosen, the legacy of the heart of the mountain. It had given him increased resistance to mental effects, and something else, the ability to create a mind space, only he had never figured out exactly what it was or how to do it. Now he knew. He wondered if he was facing this opponent because of that trait. Was this test supposed to push the abilities that he had gotten from the trait? It didn't matter. He could still see that the beam was moving, only incredibly slowly. He had bought himself time. Now he needed to figure out how to get out of it. He focused all of his mind on his skill, the unyielding will. He could feel it fighting the Weaver's influence, but it was too weak. If he had more will, if he had leveled up the skill before. But he hadn't, because he hadn't thought that he needed it. He tried everything he could, trying to find a way to free himself. He tried to activate his abilities and skills, but only his unyielding will answered. He mentally screamed in frustration. He could feel the tendrils of another mind inside of his own, stabbing deep and keeping him from accessing his power, his body. He felt helpless, more than he ever had before. "How is this a test?" he screamed at Oxy, knowing that he wouldn't help him even if he was watching, even if he could help with a wave of his hand. He truly understood his father in that moment. To Oxy, this was a test that could be overcome, something that had to be overcome for those who wanted to be as strong as he was. But Morgan wasn't a god. He was an ordinary man who wanted to make his father acknowledge him. He couldn't overcome such incredible odds alone. He had friends, people he loved and trusted. Everything great that he had done with help. He couldn't survive this alone. He needed help, and his entire mind filled with that desire. He knew that he wasn't like Oxalus, who believed that everyone should stand on their own. Morgan believed that standing shoulder to shoulder with others made him stronger. The beam was getting closer, and he could feel the heat of it on his skin. He didn't even know for how long he had been trying to escape. Minutes? Hours? It didn't matter. Nothing that he did was doing any good. And then, as he looked at the tendrils in his head, trying to push them out, he found something else. A connection. Not to his mind, but to his core. It led away from him, and he was surprised to see that it was pulling a tiny part of his energy out of his being. It was such a tiny flow that it was almost impossible to see, but Morgan focused on it, and then he felt something else inside of it, something reaching for him. He reached out and touched it, and felt a desperation, a need, a desire to help, and then joy as Morgan grasped it. A moment later, power flooded through him. He felt it feed into his skill, so much of it that he could barely comprehend it. A mind, massive and unyielding, great in every sense of the word, pushed into his tiny little brain. It entered gently, so as to not break him, and yet still wrecked everything. Then it spoke. "Offspring," it whispered, and nearly cracked his head in half. He felt it pull back a little more, trying to protect him from the power. It was like a giant trying to fit inside a tiny house. "My other half does not understand. He is in many ways smarter than I, and in others far inferior. You do not need to follow his path. Asking for help is not weakness. Do not let him convince you otherwise." Morgan could barely comprehend the words. They were not really words, more like thoughts, images, letters smashed together. But somehow he understood. "I am weak, but for this, I can help." His skill reached out, guided not by him, but by this other entity, and the tendrils of his opponent were cast out of his mind. He was free, and he felt time start to speed up again. The presence in his head started to pull back, leaving his mind. but it whispered to him as it left. "When you meet Iris, or my other half again, tell them that I wake." "Wait! Who are you?" Morgan asked. The presence paused, and then answered, "I am Moirai, fate and destiny." Morgan blinked, remembering something that he had been told every time he saw an entrance to a dungeon. "You're the spaceship?" Morgan asked, but the presence was pulling him back, and then it was gone. Color returned to the world. The room appeared again. Time sped up, and Morgan had no time left. He reached for his ability, the first one he found, and activated it. Power moved out of his core. Time sped up. The beam of light struck forward, and he felt it burning into his chest. Phase gravitic stomp activated, and his world turned to nothing. Interlude 2. Moirai watched the offspring of her other half fighting through a large forest. A part of her could feel that the offspring had moved far away, perhaps not as far as another universe, closer than that, but still, he was not above her. Nonetheless, the connection remained strong, not even losing a bit of the intensity. Moirai did not know how that was being accomplished, but then again she didn't understand everything, nor did she understand most of the things she saw through the connection with the offspring, even though she had seen the things he beheld before, in the memories of her other half. She did not care for such things. Trees and tiny monsters were of no consequence to a being like her, who lived in the great void that surrounded such tiny life. But watching the young child fumble as it fought was entertaining, if concerning. The offspring had proved to her that he was very weak, even weaker than the Krashenar hatchling. It was, if she was being honest, extremely embarrassing for her other half that one of his offspring was no stronger than a babe. That brought with it more problems. She needed the offspring in order to make contact, to let the others know that she was in fact recovering, if incredibly slowly. She could not do that if the offspring died. So she tried her best to focus her power, to let at least a tiny bit of it pass through the connection she had to every living thing, but always she was unsuccessful. So she could only do one thing: watch. And that she did. She watched the little offspring fight monsters with a group of other weaklings, saw them kill the monsters, saw them gather and talk about nonsense that she didn't understand. And then something different came. She saw him walk through a portal, one that led him somewhere else again, and there she felt something that was familiar to her. An attack on the mind, something she had a great deal of experience with. The offspring was being shown an illusion, and he was falling for it. That disappointed her. But she knew that the offspring didn't have any training in resisting such assaults, other than the crude shield built around his mind that even a child could break. But then, as the illusion ran its course, she saw the offspring realize what it was, and then defeat it. She cheered silently, in that little part of her mind that was awake. But the offspring was then faced with a different opponent. Moirai saw the little being in front of him, and fear for the child of her other half. She knew who that opponent was. She had seen it in the memories of her other half. She knew of Valanaru, weaver of the Arasi, the greatest telepath of her people. And she watched as conflict's end became inevitable. The weaver attacked the child's mind, and Moirai felt it. She was surprised again. Seeing how weak it was, she expected the child to push the attack out, but when she saw it settle into his mind, she realized that this was not the real weaver, as she would not have been so weak. This was just a memory given form, not even a memory of the real weaver. Then, Moirai saw the weaver shape an attack with the Shah. A pitiful beam, and yet she knew that the child would die. She pushed as hard as she ever had, trying to reach him even though she knew that she would never be able to do it in time. And then something changed. The connection between them shuddered, and Moirai found that she could push further. She grabbed hold of the change and rammed all of her miserable power through it, reaching for the child, and succeeded. She touched him mind to mind and understood. The boy had managed to activate his mind space, as his father and sister before him. It did seem like he had inherited something of his father after all. And so Moirai spoke, her initial sending nearly crushing the boy under her power. She pulled back quickly, as even the tiny bit of her mind was still too much for the boy. If she had tried to speak like that with her full power, there would have been nothing left of him. Softly, gently, she spoke to him, relishing being heard for the first time in a long time. Even that exhausted her. She didn't realize how hard it was to cast herself through the connection so far. And so she could feel herself slipping, being pulled back. Quickly she guided her power and pushed the invader out, giving the child a fighting chance. His mind space broke, and he snapped into motion. Moirai watched, hoping that he survived. Chapter 25. Morgan's ability cut off, and vision returned to his eyes. Everything around him in a circle at least 10 meters in diameter was cracked. The floor blocks were pulverized, and the circle was indented into the ground. His opponent, Valanaru, was crumpled into paste in front of him, caught with the edge of his power. He saw her dissolve into blue particles and disappear. His mind was barely holding on. Notifications were flashing in the corner of his eye, and he felt drained, and his chest hurt. Morgan looked down and blinked. "Oh, I'm dead," he said, and he fell down to his knees, looking at the hole where his heart used to be. His head swirled and he fell to the floor on his back. In a panic, he realized that the moment he stopped thinking, the moment he stopped, he would die and disappear like his opponent. He couldn't let that happen. Not now. Not after everything he'd gone through. He tried to focus on his hand, to pull out a healing potion out of his ring. If he managed to drink it, he would heal. As long as he wasn't dead, a healing potion could repair anything. But he couldn't move his arm. His vision was darkening, and he was starting to panic. And then he got an idea. He focused his mind on Klin and had it move. The symbiont moved, abandoning the form of an arm and turning into a tendril which slithered over his body and into the hole in his chest. Morgan remembered the experiments with Ta'ilara and told Klin to shift. It was slow, so slow, and he feared that it was going to be too late, but then he felt Klin begin to beat. A heart in his chest pumped blood. The symbiont had eaten the burned flesh around his wound, connected with the healthy veins, and pulled blood into a new heart. Morgan felt pain spread through him, a pressure build up in his head, and he gasped. He realized what had happened. He'd had Klin recreate one of the hearts that Ta'ilara had him consume, the heart of a frost wolf. It was stronger than his own, and it pumped blood too forcefully. He focused his mind on Klin, slowing the beating of his heart down. Then he stayed there on the floor, adjusting. He was in pain. He hadn't noticed before, but his chest ached, although as Klin connected to the nerves and everything else, it was slowly disappearing. He had Klin create new bones to connect with his real ones. Then he slowly stood up. He looked down, saw his left hand connected with his chest seamlessly. Klin had covered itself with skin, and there wasn't any sign of the wound. Yet Morgan knew that things were different. He could feel Klin, but it was as if he had a hole in his chest, which, to be fair, he did. He pulled out a healing potion, and then looked at it. A healing potion was supposed to heal any wound, but Morgan didn't drink from it. He had used one experimentally to see what would happen with Klin, and it hadn't regrown his hand. His body or his soul implant or God knows what had accepted Klin as part of him, and so the healing potion hadn't found anything to fix. Morgan wondered if he could even heal his chest. What would happen if he moved him out of his chest and drank? Would it heal him or not? Somehow, he didn't want to even try. He looked at Klin, trying to figure out what to do. If he tried to pull him out, he would probably die, but he couldn't have it in two places at the same time. Klin had a small core, around which all of the rest was built upon, yet he needed an arm. He sat on the ground, thinking. Since nothing came out to attack him, he figured that he had the time, so he tried to figure out how to get both his arm back and have a heart. He tried a few times to get Klin to copy its core, but it was unsuccessful every time. Then he realized that there was only one way. He focused on Klin and had it start to burrow a hole through his body, eating the inside of the chest up toward the shoulder. He wasn't touching the bone, just everything beneath the skin other than it. Once he reached the shoulder, he burrowed into the left arm and continued down, replacing his biceps and everything else until he connected with the hand. Then he sighed. He had lost a lot of his original body to the symbiont, and he was a bit wary about that, but he didn't think that he had any choice. Slowly, he pulled his arm out, reforming an arm. When he'd done so, he paused, checking to see if everything was working as intended. Klin seemed to be capable of following the signals that his brain was sending through the nerves, without his needing to focus consciously on it, which was excellent. The next thing he did was look at the flashing notifications. Your unyielding will skill has transformed into Mind Fortress. You are immune to mental attacks from opponents that have less will than you, and attacks from anyone else have only 50% effectiveness. New ability available, Mind Space. Using this ability slows down time by increasing your brain's processing. Time dilation up to 6,000%. Keeping the ability activated drains energy and mental power. Core Breakthrough. Your core has undergone a change. Your energy supplies are greater, and that energy is more effective. Klin, the mutated will, has evolved to Klin, Heart and Will. 2 more forms are available. Stat screen available. Trial of the Tower completed. Experience points awarded. Rewards spawned in the testing room. Morgan blinked. There were more notifications informing him of skill and ability level-ups. He looked at the experience points, and his eyes widened. He had gotten enough experience points to level, probably enough to reach level 50. But he looked around, seeing the chest behind him. He stood up, then looked at his arm. He wanted to alter Klin's form, but he was worried that it would go wrong now that it had changed. Still, he had to try. He focused on the form and activated it. Thankfully, only the part that was his arm changed, and Morgan sighed. There were more things that he would need to test out with Klin, but not now. He turned Klin back into an arm. He saw a glowing portal behind the chest, and headed that way. He opened the chest and looked inside. It was filled with ascension crystals, high-grade ones. With it, he could most likely extend his life for hundreds of years. It was an incredible amount of wealth, perhaps as much as the great guilds had. He put all the crystals into his storage, and was disappointed when he saw that there were no items. But he remembered what Ta Ilara said. The reward for passing this test was something else. The reward was learning yourself. Morgan could indeed feel a change in himself. He had survived something that he hadn't been supposed to, even though he'd had help. He let himself think on the thing that helped him. He couldn't even describe what he felt. It was beyond words. The most powerful thing that he had ever felt. And the things it said to him, he didn't understand them. He somehow comprehended the meanings, but it had not been communicating to him in words. It had been something else, a way of speaking that wasn't meant for minds like Morgan's, and his head still hurt from touching it. He looked into his core, seeing it glowing stronger, the 2 affinities swirling around each other. He tried to find the connection he saw, but he couldn't. as his energy was masking it. He was certain that it was still there, but no matter what he tried, there was no sign of it. He frowned, and then turned to his status screen before mentally pressing the button to enter his soul space. Sibylla greeted him, as always. "Master," she said. Morgan looked at her, seeing her sharpness. "Hello, Sibylla," Morgan started. "Can you explain to me what just happened?" He knew that his soul implant had some restrictions, things that it couldn't reveal, but he hoped that she could shed some light on who or what helped him. He was all for getting help, but he wasn't about to bind his soul to some demon or devil thingy. "Congratulations, Master. You've undergone a breakthrough. Your core has changed and gotten stronger. This is a rare occurrence, one which happens only under the greatest of stresses." Morgan frowned. "No, I mean the voice I heard in my head, the thing that helped me fight off the mind attack?" Sibylla tilted her head. "There was no thing in your head. Your core underwent a breakthrough. The resulting energy surge evolved your skill and helped you fight the attack off." No, that's not what happened. Something spoke to me in my mind. It told me that it would help. It called me offspring." "I have no record of such an incident." Her eyes started darting from side to side. "I am experiencing an error. I cannot view your mental state during the breakthrough. This is unusual, but only several breakthroughs have ever occurred, and there is insufficient data on their effects. The error is unusual, but within allowed parameters." Morgan blinked at her. He had never seen her speak so much, or in such a manner. He knew that she was probably something like an AI. Oxalis had told him that she was fashioned out of a piece of Morgan's soul, and something else. Every Ascended had one, to help control their power. Every time an Ascended used an ability, it was their soul implants that took over their bodies and executed it. The fact that she didn't know made Morgan wary. From its words, Morgan had made a few assumptions. It spoke about its other half, but from the way it had spoken, it made Morgan think that it was speaking about Oxalis. Morgan realized just how little he knew about his father. He didn't know anything. The being had helped him, but also told him not to listen to Oxalis, if it had been talking about him in the first place. Morgan didn't know what to think, but the being had helped him, had made him stronger even. He was sure that whatever happened to this core was the result of its power, not something that he'd done, as Sibylla suggested. Still, the being had mentioned someone else. "The being told me its name, Moirai, and it mentioned someone else. Sibylla, do you know who Iris is?" Morgan asked. Sibylla froze, her eyes blinking quickly. "I am not authorized to reveal that information." Morgan's eyes narrowed. He already had a suspicion about who that could be. He was tempted to try some other way to get information, maybe trick her into talking, but he knew that it was futile, so he abandoned any thought of attempting it. He turned to the side and pulled up his screens. Seeing that he could ascend, he did so, and then when he saw that he could do it again, he pressed the ascension button for the second time. He felt a change come over him, and he saw a new notification. "Congratulations! Your Enduring Heart of Symbiosis class has evolved into Enduring Will of Symbiosis. Congratulations! You've gained a new trait, Soul and Not a Body. You've changed your body, entering deeper into the bond with a symbiotic organism. You gain supreme will over your symbiont, and its body fully becomes a part of you as your soul now extends into it. Your symbiont can no longer act without being guided by your will. The symbiont is now considered on the same level as other parts of your body." Morgan blinked at the new information. He had known that his class was going to evolve. After level 50, there were no longer options, and you were locked into the choice that you made. He could also no longer pick traits, as he would get the ones connected with his class. The trait was interesting, although it didn't change much. Clin wouldn't be able to act without Morgan now, couldn't react when he was caught off guard like it had during the fight during the tournament. That might be a loss, but it made it so that it was more like a real part of him, as the trait indicated. He wasn't sure what it meant by the fact that his soul now extended into it. He hadn't been aware that it didn't before. He shook his head and turned his eyes to his screens. He had 5 attribute points to allocate, and he did that first, putting 3 in will and 2 in agility. Perhaps he was a bit spooked by the mental attacks, but it was still a good investment. His will helped him use his energy better. After he was finished, he accepted the changes and felt an energy fill him and change his body. He shook off the effect and looked at his stat screen. Strength, 31. Agility, 55. Constitution, 30. Intellect, 40. Will, 53. Wisdom, 30. Charisma, 10. Luck, 10. Satisfied with the changes, he moved on to look at his skill screen next. He had a lot of extra levels in his skills, which made them more effective, faster, easier to control. And with his new points, he looked at his changed skill, Mind Fortress. He leveled it up, spending all of his points to get it higher, since it started back from level 1, and then looked at his screens. Skills, Main. Elemental Alignment, Nature, 22, +1 rank guild buff. Elemental Alignment, Metal, 14, +1 rank guild buff. Hand-to-hand combat, 12. Throwing weapons, 13. Sharpshooter, 18. Grenadier, 16. Energy manipulation, 24. Mind Fortress, 11. Phytokinesis, 24. Gravikinesis, 18. Ferrokinesis, 7. Life Sense, 14. Nature Seismic Sense, 16. Skills, Crafting. Monster Lore, 10. Skinning, 16. Hunting, 12. Harvesting, 18. Herbalism, 20. Arcane Tinker, 10. Alchemy, 20. Arcane Horticulturist, 16. Skills, Miscellaneous. Language, Basic. Elvish. Inspect, 18. Inventor, 10. Acrobatics, 10. Medicine, 5. Chemistry, 12. Lightning Reflexes, 10. There were some changes, but not much overall besides some increases to his skill levels. Lastly, he looked at his abilities. Abilities, Main. Power Infusion, 15. Power Siphon, 15. Phase Dash, 18. Phase Shot, 10. Phased Gravitic Stomp, 12. Mass Exchange, 16. Momentum Shift, 9. Arcane Mark, 9. Accelerated Growth, 14. Iron Skin, 8. Plant Prison, 6. Mind Space, 2. Abilities, Secondary. Piercing Shot, 11. Scatter Shot, 6. Energy Arrow, 15. Exploding Arrow, 10. Rain of Arrows, 9. He had the new Mind Space ability available, and he moved it into his main tab. It was incredible, and if the descriptions were to be believed, it was something that his father had, an ability that he awakened, and had already saved his life once. Finally, Morgan turned to Clin's screens. Clin Heart and Will, Level 20. Rank, Legendary. Consume, 19. Clin is able to consume all matter. Anything that Clin had consumed, it can replicate. Basic Form 7. Clin is able to assume the form of a modified human arm. Sword of Dawning, Form 4. Clin is able to assume the form of the Sword of Dawning. Whispering Spirit Bow, Form 8. Clin is able to assume the form of the Whispering Spirit Bow. Clint had leveled, and he had 2 blank spaces for 2 new forms. But the thing that was most interesting to Morgan was the new window that showed him Clint's stats. Clint, Heart, and Will's stats. Strength, 60. Agility, 60. Constitution, 60. Intellect, 1. Will, 1. Wisdom, 1. Charisma, 0. Luck, 0. It had incredible physical stats, but its mental ones were non-existent, and it lacked charisma and luck. But Morgan was glad that he could finally see its stats. He could test out how they changed in different forms, if they even did. He wondered what would happen if he had Clint replace his entire body. Would he get the symbiont's stats? Most likely, yes, but he wouldn't be able to play with it. Getting 1 intellect and will would hurt bad, unless he left his own brain intact. Morgan wondered what part of his body governed which stat. He chuckled and put those thoughts aside. He glanced back at all the screens together, taking everything in, then dismissed them. He was done. He glanced at Sibylla, thinking on the being that helped him. He didn't know why she didn't detect it, but it didn't matter now. He had survived, and that was all there was to it. "Bye, Sibylla." "Bye, Master," she responded. He left his soul space and found himself back in the real world. Smiling, he turned toward the archway portal and stepped through. Chapter 26. Morgan walked out of the portal, the blinding light giving way to the sight of the forest, and Talia Lara glaring at him. "You took your time, didn't you?" she said. "What?" Morgan asked. "I've been inside for barely an hour. 2 at the most." Talia Lara shook her head. "It's been a week." Morgan blinked. "How? I'm sure I wasn't inside for that long." Talia Lara shrugged as he approached. "Time is a bit strange in the trials. The good news is that you are the final one out." Morgan blinked and then realized that he had a notification informing him that they had completed the 3rd quest, along with a big chunk of experience points. "Wait, what about the others?" Morgan asked quickly. 5 people finished the trial. We were lucky. We lost only 1, Talia Lara said. "Who?" Morgan asked, flashbacks from the illusion flashing in front of his eyes. "Emder, from the Ethereum Riders. One of his teammates took his spot and completed the trial in his stead," Talia Lara said. Morgan closed his eyes, sighing in relief, and then grimaced, ashamed of himself. A man had died, and he might not have known him well, but he deserved his respect. If the other trials were as tough as what he'd just went through, then just attempting it was worthy of respect. Morgan stopped in front of Talia Lara, and she raised a hand before placing it awkwardly on his shoulder. "I'm glad you came back," she said slowly. Morgan smiled. He could see that she didn't know how to act, how to show relief to him. It was funny, just a bit. She was far older than him, but also far worse at socializing. He never thought he would meet someone as bad as he was. He reached up and squeezed her hand. She let her hand linger, then pulled away a moment later. "Come, we should hurry back to camp. All the quests are done. Now all that's left are the bosses." They came back to the camp a while later, and Morgan reunited with his friends. There were shoulder and back claps from most everyone, and a tight hug from Vess, along with a promise that he would regret making her worry. Lucius and Hexna, who had also passed their tests, gave him knowing nods. Morgan could see in their eyes that they had been changed by the experience, as he had. Next came another planning session, where they went over the strategy for the next boss. They needed to kill the boss from the 2nd quest they finished in order to unlock the last one. They decided to wait for a few days for those who had gone through the trials to recover and to train with the strategy a bit more. Morgan took the time to adjust his forms, making sure that he didn't mess up his new heart when he changed between them. He also had Klin consume some matter to return to its prior mass distribution, since he'd had to stretch and thin some parts of it when he plugged the hole in his body. After, he created 2 new forms, one a shield and the other just a tendril that he could wrap around things. They weren't based on any items, but were only placeholders until he found something more suitable. Soon enough, the time came for them to take on the next boss. The raid was walking up a large incline, heading up to a plateau, rising up above the tree line. Morgan could see in every direction around them from here, and he was sure now that the forest spread everywhere. There were patches, holes, and structures, but beyond them, there was always more forest. It really did look like this was an entire world covered in it. As they reached the top, there was a wall of pale light, separating them from the boss. The moment they stepped through, they would enter the boss's area, and the fight would start. The arena for this one was different. It was the entire plateau, from which they could be thrown off. The wall was a sphere that would prevent them from going back down the incline, or fly too high into the sky, but they could be thrown off the platform, and from what Morgan heard, falling meant instant death. An ascendant would hit the wall and disintegrate. But they were all ready. Ragnar Rom looked over them all, and then nodded.
"Begin!"
he yelled, and jumped forward, everyone else following. They entered the massive platform, everyone heading to their assigned positions. The tanks rushed ahead, melee attackers behind them, while the ranged attackers and supports spread around the platform. The boss, the Death Harpy, screeched, and the barrier around them turned to pale red as the encounter started. The boss looked like one might imagine a harpy to look like, except that it towered over them. It had long wings that doubled as arms, a humanoid face with a beak, and legs of a bird of prey, and black feathers that covered nearly all of its form. The harpy had death and wind affinities, and used abilities that drained its opponents. The tanks taunted the boss, and it jumped, beat its wings and landed on top of them, forcing them to defend. Morgan started sending arrows its way as soon as they got its attention, and he cursed as he saw his arrows bounce off its feathers. The melee damagers reached it and started harrying its sides and back. The harpy was more responsive than the golem. When a melee attacker did enough damage to her, she would spin in a circle, sending out a blast of wind to push them away. Morgan and the others who could strike from a distance continued doing so. He was charging one of his stronger attacks when the harpy screeched and jumped into the air, changing focus. This boss would periodically change its form of attacks, and as it soared up, it locked onto a group of mages and dove at them. Morgan aimed and let his arrow fly. It smashed into its side, eliciting a cry of pain, and it veered off course, smashing into the ground next to the group it had planned to attack. Immediately, a flurry of attacks came its way. Its tough feathers protected it, but Morgan saw blood dropping on the ground. Then the harpy jumped into the air again, a whirlwind appearing around it, protecting it from attacks. And then the wind turned black.
"Shadow winds!"
Ragnar roared, and everyone jumped forward, running toward the middle of the room as supporters and mages raised walls. Walls of ice, of stone, of air, and of glowing light came into being behind the raid group, just as the harpy unleashed her attack. A howl filled the air, and a wave of wind came down on them. The few ascended that had the capability, like Lucius and Ta Ilara, were up in the air above the wall, and were watching as it came down. The wind smashed into the barriers erected in front of it to slow it down, but they didn't hold. The wind broke through and hit them. They had all braced themselves against the walls, but the wind still pushed them, smashing some into the walls behind them. They couldn't hide behind the walls since the wind could change directions and would find them no matter what. Morgan felt himself being pushed up and over the wall as the wind picked up, and he quickly changed his Klin form into the sword. Stabbing into the wall, he pushed himself back. Another ascended next to him screamed as he lost his grip and went up, but Morgan reached out and grabbed her. He saw Jalara looking back at him with wide eyes in her lizard face. Her claws bit into his hand as she held on to him with both of hers. Morgan saw a few people fly off, getting picked up by the wind and sent flying over the cliff. But the flyers came down, grabbing them and pulling them up. Then the black wind stopped, and they felt the after effects. Morgan felt lightheaded. The attack had weakened them all, and healers rushed to bring them back to top form as the harpy prepared to attack again. They prioritized the tanks, who jumped forward to meet the harpy as it dove. Morgan felt a power fill him and heal him as Jalara summoned a spirit hawk on her hand, and it beat its wings over Morgan, sending a wave of life energy into him. He didn't even have the time to thank her as the harpy began blasting waves of ordinary wind all over. It wasn't as powerful as the previous attack, but powerful enough to send people stumbling back. Morgan jumped to the side, using phase dash, and coming out in an area near the other damage dealers. He fired his acid arrows, weakening the harpy's feathers. It went wild. Darkness started rising from its feathers, and Morgan saw those in melee range falter. But then Richard the Bone Splitter roared and swung his massive sword. It cut into a weakened part of the harpy's feathers, above its knee, and cut into it, pushing through and cutting the limb off. The harpy roared and flapped her wings, throwing everyone back and soaring into the sky. Lucius sent lightning strikes at her as he flew around her, thunder cracking every time he swung his sword. Then Ta'ilara raised her hands and smashed them down, and a wall of air hit the harpy, sending her flying toward the ground. It impacted the floor, cracking it. Seeing that it was stunned, everyone attacked, and then Ragnar Rom stabbed one of his swords into the harpy's eye. The boss tried to move, to escape, but the onslaught was too much. Another mass-charged arrow left Morgan's bow and punched through the weakened part of her body, stabbing through its neck. The boss fell to the ground, and the red bled out of the barrier around them. The boss was down, and they had won, without losing anyone. They cheered. Chapter 27. The distribution of the boss's loot took place a day later back in their camp, and it was Morgan's turn to receive something. Not that he hadn't gotten anything so far. All of the ascension crystals and other resources that had dropped, like coins, potions, and elixirs, had been distributed evenly between every member of the raid. This time, however, the boss dropped something suitable for him: a set of 80 enchanted arrows, with 4 different enchantments of 20 arrows each. They were incredible, and while made out of metal, each had an enchantment that made them lighter. Unfortunately, this did interfere with his mass transfer ability, as the enchantment tried to make the arrow lighter even as he put more mass into it. And he had actually broken one of the arrows, or rather its enchantment, by trying to make it heavier. Still, one set was of incendiary arrows, and if he managed to put an arrow into a monster, it would burn up from the inside. The second set possessed a freezing enchantment, and like the incendiary arrows, it would freeze anything he managed to hit deeply. The third set were arrows that were spelled with invisibility, making them an incredible asset. Many monsters were fast enough to react and dodge arrow shots, but with these arrows doing so would be harder. The last set were arrows with a sonic enchantment, and when fired, they released a shrill sound as they flew through the air. But although his piece of loot was good, it was Lucius who got the best items: 2 swords to replace the 2 gladiuses that he had purchased in Amon Tor. He hadn't gone overboard with his weapons. Instead, he had purchased solid weapons that were of good quality and didn't have many enchantments aside from ones for strength and durability. The reason for this was because most of his abilities channeled lightning through his weapons, and channeling energy through enchanted items in such a manner could erode those enchantments. Like Val's Guandao, these swords could level, and they had a set bonus that let him have increased control over his energy. The 2 straight swords were exactly what he needed. The raid spent a few days in the camp, resting and preparing for the final boss. "Can you believe that we've been here for months?" Vess asked. Morgan shook his head. The last vanguards and Skyforce were sitting around the fire, and other teams were doing the same at other fires, everyone clustering in smaller groups. "It went by quickly," Jalara said.
"Yeah,"
Bordar added.
"Just one more boss,
And we are done with this cursed floor, Grav spat.
The others looked at him, seeing the anger in his face. Brashar and he had been close.
But then comes the second floor, Hexna said, and the third, and then the fourth. We won't all survive the tower.
The others looked at her, but no one said anything. They all knew that. Their group fell into a long silence, and Morgan just looked at the crackling fire.
What were your trials? Val asked. None of you said.
Morgan exchanged a look with Lucius and Hexna. The three of them hadn't discussed it between even themselves, but all of them had the same look. They knew that they'd gone through something that made them look at who they were deep inside, that they had all faced difficult obstacles.
Was it that terrible? Vess asked.
She had tried to get him to tell her, but he couldn't. She thought that he was afraid, but he just didn't want to remember how he felt when he saw her die, when he saw all of them die.
It was personal, Morgan said.
Well, aren't we all friends? Family, even?
Borodar spoke, his voice cracking just a bit. Morgan winced. He had taken Brashar's death hard, too. The big guy felt like he failed as a team leader.
We are, Morgan said, but didn't answer their questions.
Then Lucius spoke.
It wasn't terrible, Vess. Or maybe it was in a way. It just...
He stopped, and then sighed, lowering his head. Then he shook himself and looked them all in the eyes.
I had to, answer riddles.
Morgan blinked at him.
What?
Riddles? That was your test?
Well, yes,
Lucius said, bowing his head again. Morgan looked at him in disbelief.
What the shit, Lucius? I thought that you went through something hard and life-changing.
Morgan felt betrayed.
I had to watch my friends die, then fight a telepathic monster, and get my heart blown out. And he had a chat with the Sphinx? Were they at least hard riddles?
Lucius said as everyone looked at him expectantly.
Well, the first was, what is so fragile that saying its name breaks it?
The others looked at him, a few of them tilting their heads in thought. Morgan frowned.
The hell, that's easy. It's silence.
Lucius nodded, and the others all got that of course look on their faces.
The second riddle was, the more you take, the more you leave behind. What are they?
Oh, I know that one,
Borodar exclaimed immediately.
Footsteps!
Just so, Lucius said.
Bro, Morgan started. I hope that the third one was harder, because those were not at all.
Lucius shrugged and then spoke. The last was, a cloud was my mother, the wind is my father, my son is the cool stream, and my daughter is the fruit of the land. A rainbow is my bed, the earth my final resting place, and I'm the torment of man. Who am I?
No one knew the answer to this one immediately, which did make it seem somewhat harder. Morgan thought about it for a few moments, and then he figured it out. It's rain, right?
Lucius nodded. That was your trial?
Grav asked, looking almost insulted. Even Hexna was giving Lucius a strange look. By her expression, Morgan figured that she at least had gone through something hard. Lucius shifted uncomfortably, but didn't answer. Morgan frowned. Lucius didn't generally act in such a manner. He always had that stoic Roman vibe to him, and now he looked like someone kicked his puppy. Morgan narrowed his eyes. You're hiding something. There's more. Tell us. Lucius sighed, then met his eyes.
Fine. When I was little, whenever my brother came back from one of his trips, he would bring me a treat and a riddle.
If I guessed the riddle correctly, I would get the treat immediately. Otherwise, I had to wait until after dinner. That sounded a bit more personal, like what Morgan had to live through. It also made Lucius's brother seem a bit more human. Based on the stories, Morgan had been imagining a monster that sounded like something a good older brother would do.
So what? It made you remember your brother?
Val asked, frowning. Lucius shifted again. Well, the one that gave me the riddles was my brother. Everyone's eyes widened, but Lucius raised his hand to forestall questions. Not really my brother. An illusion of him, I'd guess. Everyone settled down. Did you get any treats? Morgan asked jokingly. Lucius looked away. Holy shit, you did, didn't you? Morgan laughed out loud, and the others joined in.
Well,
Graves started once they all calmed down.
I still don't think that was all that hard.
Lucius's eyes shifted, and Morgan caught it. Knowing his friend, he pressed again. That wasn't all, was it? You're not telling us something. No, that was it. A silly trial, really? Lucius said. You're acting so fishy right now, so I know you're not telling us something, Morgan said stubbornly. Finally, Lucius sighed. You are so annoying, Morgan. But fine. If you want to know, there was more to my trial. I had to fight and kill an opponent. Morgan grinned. He knew that there had to be more. So, like me, he'd had to fight. Was it this little gray telepathic child-looking thingy? With a big head? Lucius frowned. What? No, he said. Morgan saw the others turn to look at him. Did you have to fight a telepathic child-looking thingy? Grav asked gravely. Pfft, of course not, Morgan said, but by the way that they were looking at him, he doubted that they believed him. So, Val called, what did you have to fight? I had to fight Morgan, Lucius said. Say what again? Morgan asked blankly. You two fought each other? Vess asked, surprised. No, we didn't, Morgan said. I mean, I didn't fight him. So it had to have been an illusion, right? Lucius nodded his head. Yes, an illusion. Right, he answered, but he didn't want to meet Morgan's eyes. Wait, Morgan said. You knew that it was an illusion of me, right? Lucius didn't answer. He just looked at the fire. What? Morgan screamed. You thought that you were really fighting me? Lucius shifted in his seat on the log. Well, It attacked me. I had to defend myself. Oh my God, Morgan said. You killed me. I didn't kill you. You're here annoying me, obviously, so I couldn't have killed you, Lucius said. So that is why you've been avoiding him, Vess said. He's been avoiding me? Morgan asked her. You didn't notice? Val asked. Morgan blinked. No. Wait, this isn't about me. Well, it is, but he killed me. He put a hand over his heart. I can't believe it, he whispered. How could you? I didn't have a choice, Lucius said, raising his voice. I thought that only one of us could finish the trial, and you... It attacked me, Lucius bowed his head again. I guess that there was more to his trial as well. Just like I learned that I would stay and try to protect my friends instead of running. He learned that he was capable of killing his. It's okay, Morgan said after a beat. I forgive you. But just for the record, if you see me try and kill you again, then it's probably not the real me. Lucius raised his head to look at him, and Morgan saw that his words meant a lot to him. It looked like he had been feeling really guilty about it. Thank you, Morgan, Lucius said, sounding relieved. No problem, Morgan waved his hand. Anyway, if I was really going to try and kill you, I would do it from a couple of kilometers away. Plant a bomb or put an arrow in your head while you slept or something. I'm not crazy enough to try and fight you in the range of your swords." Everyone around the fire looked at him incredulously. Morgan noticed their looks. "What?" But Lucius just chuckled, and the atmosphere changed into something lighter.
"So," Val started, "what about you, Morgan? Aside from fighting a child, I mean?"
Everyone around the fire chuckled, and Morgan glowered at Val. It was a she, and she was not a child. She was just short. She could shoot laser beams out of her hand.
"Oh,"
Val said, his face turning serious.
"So you are telling us that you fought a little girl? Got it. Very brave of you."
Everyone laughed at that, and Morgan continued with his glowering.
"But seriously,"
Borodar chimed in,
"did you do anything else?"
Morgan glanced around, and then sighed. "I had to live through an illusion. A boss got loose and killed everyone, and I watched you all die. I was completely under a spell, and I didn't know that it wasn't real. I tried to save you, but I was too late." Vess reached out and squeezed his hand. "I'm sorry," she said. Morgan shrugged. He knew that it wasn't real now, but it had felt so at the time, and it would still take a while for him to get over it. "Oh, right. Clara was still alive. I did save her at least." Clara looked at him, surprised.
"You saved me?"
"Yeah. I mean, there was this voice telling me that I should let you die and save myself, but I didn't listen." Morgan grinned at her. "What can I say? I couldn't watch you die." Clara's face softened, but then Vess chimed in. "Morgan, you saved Clara, but not me?" Morgan met her eyes and, seeing the twinkling in them, he chuckled. "She's my bestest buddy in the whole wide world. I just sleep with you." Vess gasped and then smacked him, and everyone laughed as he tried to fight her off. I'm kidding! Sheesh, woman, you hit like a truck!" Then, after everyone had laughed their fill and calmed down, they all turned to look at Hexna. "I had a similar experience. I had to fight my parents," she said slowly. Everyone blinked at that. Morgan didn't know much about her past, but by the look that Borodar had on his face, there was some history there. Hexna didn't elaborate, and Borodar gave a little shake of his head, so Morgan didn't pry further. Just the fact that she had shared it with them meant that she had come to like Skyforce team as much as her own team, and perhaps in time she would open up more. But Morgan had to fill the silence, so he spoke the first thing that came to his mind. "Well, at least you weren't killed by someone you considered a friend." Morgan mock glared at Lucius, who spluttered and tried to defend himself again. They spoke for a short while more, and then retired to their tents. Tomorrow they were going to fight the last boss. Chapter 28. The raid stood assembled in front of the pale domed shield, covering the massive clearing in front of them. The boss was inside, sleeping, and monsters slept around it. The last boss, a corrupted hound, was large. Looking like a mutated wolf, its fur was dark, streaked with red lines that pulsed with power. The monsters around it were of many different types, but each was a corrupted version of the monsters that they had fought in the forest. Wolves, bears, foxes, boars. All of them were asleep, an army of monsters waiting for Ascended to fight. This last boss was different than the others. The ordinary raid bosses were easier to deal with. They had known abilities and known triggers for them, and would always react in the same manner. The corrupted hound would not. It was far more like a monster than any of the other bosses. They knew its abilities, sure, but they didn't know how it was going to react to their strategies. Regardless, the raid was prepared. Everyone knew their assignments, and were ready for the final fight. Then Ragnar Rom shouted, "Go!" Everyone stepped forward, entering the dome. The tanks were in front, and as soon as they entered, they charged forward. Behind them came the melee fighters, and then the ranged attackers. Morgan was in a group with his friends. Vess and Borodar were in front, leading the charge. Vess's bear was next to them, and Borodar's markings were glowing, his skin having reddened. Following them came Val and Lucius, the two of their remaining DPS. After that came the back line, Graveau, Clara, and Morgan, along with Hexna and Ta'ilara. And among them was Jolara as their only full healer. The monsters around the boss woke up as soon as they sensed enemies, and the dome around them turned red, preventing them from leaving. The boss rose up, towering over the other monsters. It was a giant hound that was the size of a large bus. It roared, a wave of red exploding out of its maw and filling the monsters around it. Morgan saw them start to glow red. The raid's tanks hit the front line of the charging monsters and stopped it cold. In front of Morgan, Vess sent a wave of force to stagger them as her bear smashed into them. Her summon was covered with ice spikes as she had used her trait power, Imbue Summon, on it. Borodar roared, and a wave of heat flew out of his form to singe the fur of the monsters in front of him. And then they joined the fight, Vess using her tall tower shield to cover Borodar as he swung his great axe around, smashing the monsters. Val and Lucius stood behind them, attacking any monsters that tried to flank them. Clara supported them with barriers and her buffs, swirling her staff and smashing their heads even as she cast her buffs to strengthen the rest of the team, and her slowing fields to slow the enemies down. Their group was surrounded by other teams on both sides. On their left was a team from the Ethereum Riders, and on their right was Ragnar Rom with the Fjordstar and the Call's Hammers, who were engaging the boss itself. The giant hound was fighting with Gandir, Ragnar Rom, and Nisea. All three of them were trying to keep it occupied while the rest were dealing with the monsters. Ta'ilara was up in the air, now holding a brilliant white staff in her hand and unleashing a barrage of fire down on the monsters. Morgan was firing his normal arrows, supporting the melee fighters. The monsters started to die, and as their corpses fell, red energy started seeping out of them and onto the ground. "Watch the corruption!" Ta'ilara yelled out as red patches started appearing on the ground. Morgan saw Vess and Borodar pull back, jumping out of the red patches, but a few of the other tanks weren't as fast, and Morgan saw red energy snap onto them and begin to sap their power. The healers cast their spells, healing them and removing the draining effects. A massive boar charged at Vess, and Morgan saw her brace and take the hit head-on. The monster smashed into her shield, pushing her back, her feet biting into the ground. The boar's charge was stopped, but then Vess activated one of her abilities, and red tendrils grew out of her shield, grabbing hold of the boar and keeping it fixed in place. Morgan jumped into the air and used his phase dash, floating upwards. As soon as he unfazed, he aimed his bow and started firing arrows. Even without activating his form's ability, he could fire them incredibly fast, and in a span of several seconds he fired 5 arrows, each stabbing into the boar's head, killing it. Vess released the boar, and then jumped to the side, smashing a wolf that had been trying to flank her. Morgan focused and used his gravikinesis to slow down his fall and landed back on the ground. He pulled one of his special fire arrows and fired over Borodar's shoulder, hitting a leaping wolf in the mouth. The canister broke in its throat, and the monster's mouth filled with fire. It fell to the ground and thrashed around as it burned from the inside. Val was a glowing comet of fire, cutting up monsters. Lucius flew above them, using his mobility to hit at any monster that tried to flank someone. Grav was shooting his grenades over the front line, raining fire on their heads. Hexna used smaller and tighter pillars of fire to burn monsters in the distance. Jolara kept her healing spirits in the air around her, while she held a pouch filled with powders in the other, throwing it over the heads of the fighters to scatter over the monsters. Morgan saw a wolf inhale a bit of the powder. Its eyes grew wide, and then it growled, beginning to attack anything around it. The fight against the monster horde was the greatest danger of this boss. They had to deal with them as soon as possible and focus on the hound, as their tanks wouldn't be able to keep it occupied all the time. The pools of corruption that were being left from the monsters quickly changed the battlefield too. creating entire sections where they couldn't tread. And then there was a massive roar, and Morgan turned around to see the boss dash forward and swipe at the tanks, sending them all staggering back. Immediately it turned and jumped across the battlefield, intent on taking another team down the line. Ta'ilara noticed, and her staff flashed as she stabbed it toward the leaping hound. A blast of air smashed into the boss's side, sending it tumbling away. Morgan looked around and, seeing the last of the monsters dying, knew that left only the boss. The corrupted hound got back to its feet and growled. Then, all of the pools of corruption started flowing toward it, and it grew. Red spikes grew out of its body, horns formed on top of its head as its red claws extended, and its fangs elongated before peeking through its maw. The raid reformed a formation in front of it, the tanks in the front, the fighters behind, and the rest behind everyone else. The boss jumped and Nisea stepped forward, her round shield raised. Energy rose from it, increasing the shield's size. The monster came at her and slammed into her shield. The earth cracked around her, but the monster was stopped. The fighters rushed its sides, throwing attacks that were cutting into its side. The hound whirled around, its claws swiping at everyone around it, but the healers and supporters were ready. Shields barred its way. Any injuries it inflicted were healed in instants by healers, all while balls of fire and spears of ice flew at it, a few even dealing damage. The boss whined and jumped back, then opened its mouth. "Beam!" Ragnar Rom yelled out as the tanks jumped in front of it while everyone else retreated behind them. Every tank used their most powerful defensive abilities. Clara dropped a massive dome on top of the entire raid. Mages raised walls of earth or ice, and other supports put walls of air or more barriers over the tanks. The monster's maw glowed with red power, and then it unleashed it. A beam of red energy smashed into their defenses. The barriers failed first, then the walls, and then finally the burst of energy hit the tanks. Everyone had their defensive abilities active. Vess was covered in blood-red crystals from head to toe, her shield in front of her with tendrils wrapped around her entire body. Other tanks were using their own abilities, and as the beam hit them and the earth was sundered, a large explosion sent a bright flash of light that blinded Morgan for a moment. He blinked several times to regain his vision, and then looked around. One of the tanks was down, and a healer rushed over to him, but Vess and Nisea remained standing. The monster didn't give them the time to recover, however. It jumped forward, heading for the tanks. But then from behind Vess, the bear jumped out, its form twisting into the eldritch abomination. Frosty mist trailed off its now whiter fur. Ice sheeted its claws, and horns and armor made out of ice appeared over it, even as its form twisted into an elongated monster. Its maw unhinged and split into 3 parts. Tendrils grew out of its neck, and a long tail which resembled a tendril like the ones on its neck snapped out. The abomination smashed into the boss, halting it, even though it was only about half the boss's size. Vess and Nisea jumped forward, hitting the boss from the flanks as the abomination bit down on the boss's legs. The fighters joined in, Ragnar Rom stabbing his 2 swords into its sides. Morgan charged a high-mass arrow and then set it to fly. His attack smashed into the boss's eye, obliterating it and taking a big chunk of its head with it. But the monster only grew angrier. The red glow around it increased, and then a sphere of power exploded out of its body, sending everyone flying away from it. Morgan was far away, and as the energy reached him, he phased to avoid being hit. As soon as he unphased, he saw the boss's maw ripping Vess's bear in half, keeping it high up in the air as it shook its head and sent blood and pieces of the abomination flying all around. The raid recovered just in time as the boss pounced. Grav launched a grenade at it and hit its side, sending it reeling as Morgan sent an acid arrow flying, splattering all over its shoulder and sizzling as it melted through the flesh. The monster was rampaging, attacking wildly, but the raid remained composed. They didn't press. They attacked slowly, whittling the boss down. Morgan wasn't attacking randomly. Instead, he kept his charged arrows knocked and phased, waiting for when the boss tried to attack someone who was exposed. It jumped forward, surprising the tanks and scattering them, heading for the healers in the back, and Morgan let his arrow fly. It noticed the attack and tried to evade, but the arrow hit it in the back end above its thigh, ripping flesh and cracking bone. Then the others reignited their attacks. The boss tried to retreat and counterattack, but the attacks from the raid didn't let up. Morgan activated his greater speed and sent 3 of his new incendiary arrows flying into it, followed by more acid and fire arrows. The new arrows stabbed into its neck and shoulder, and Morgan saw smoke coming out of the wounds, the flesh around insertion points twisting and burning from the inside. Ta'ilara smashed a spear made out of ice into its back, punching through it until it exited through its stomach and stabbed into the ground, fixing the boss in place. Gandir charged at its head, his large curved blade that resembled an odachi held behind him. As he neared the boss, he swiped upward. A wave of cold energy left his sword, and a pillar of ice rose up, engulfing the boss's head in ice. Borodar jumped forward, his axe held above his head and both his arms, and then he activated several abilities. His axe burst into flame, his hands bulged, and then his axe blazed forward as he used one of his momentum abilities. The axe smashed into the frozen head of the boss, and it exploded into pieces. A moment later, the boss's body slumped on the spear that kept it impaled, and the dome around them turned translucent again. A notification appeared in front of Morgan, and he sighed with relief. "Congratulations! Floor boss, Corrupted Hound, defeated. By defeating the final boss of the Great Forest Floor, you have opened the path forward. Return to any shrine to leave this floor." They'd done it. They'd completed the first floor of the tower. Morgan looked at his friends, seeing the happiness in them as well. And then he noticed chests starting to appear all around them. One appeared in front of him, and he realized that this had to be personalized loot. Eager to see what he'd received, he opened his chest even as everyone around him did the same. Inside he found some ascension crystals, and a single item. A bracelet, a strip of bent silver metal, with a nail-sized gem set in the center. He frowned and picked it up. Bracelet of Mass Storage, level 50. Requires Strength 30, Agility 30, Intellect 40, Will 40. A bracelet created in harmony. Allows bearer to store mass in the bracelet without affecting its weight. To store its mass, an object whose mass is being taken must be destroyed. Bearer can draw from this mass at any time. Can store mass equal to 10 times the weight of the bearer. +5 strength, +5 agility, +5 intelligence, +5 will. Morgan blinked at it. It was exactly what he needed. It would eliminate the need for him to take in mass from things around him, and since it was a bracelet, it was already in physical contact with him. He wouldn't need to pull his arm away to transfer mass, nor would he need to focus in order to use a skill. He could use his ability quickly and efficiently, and it could store quite a lot of mass. It looked like nearly a ton, since Morgan weighed almost 90 kilograms, and with every level he had been gaining just a bit more as his body was improving, getting stronger. Not to mention Klin, who could change its weight. He smiled and put the bracelet on. The raid group stood in front of a shrine. 2 portals glowed before them, and the guardian of the tower stood next to them.
"Congratulations, Ascended. The red portal will take you to the next floor, the blue one back out of the tower. If you choose to leave, know that you will have a limited time before you may return, without having to clear the first floor again."
Ragnar Rom bowed, and the guardian turned around, leaving them alone. Ragnar turned, looking at the raid.
"We've finished the first floor," he said slowly. "But not without a cost. The tower is a dangerous place, and no matter how powerful an Ascended is, they can still die. We will honor our fallen teammates' memories by continuing on, by climbing higher and higher, by reaching places no one before has. But for now, we will leave the tower,
Relax for a month or two, plan for the next floor, and restock our supplies. Sell the gear that we don't need, and buy new gear."
Ragnar Rom looked around, seeing that everyone was listening to him.
"Come, we deserve some rest."
With that, he turned, and a line formed for them to leave the tower. Morgan looked around his friends. "We did it! Can you believe it?" Morgan asked. Vess shook her head. "We have all reached level 50. That's what I can't believe. That seemed like a dream." "Reaching high levels happens one of two ways," Ta'ilara said, joining the conversation. "An ascended either spends decades slowly grinding and leveling safely, or they surge forward in bursts while overcoming greater dangers. You are all in the second category, and the one that has a large death rate. Remember that. We lost people here who had already been to the tower, who had climbed all the way to the 3rd floor. No one is safe. That is what makes the Tower of Power so terrifying for many high-level ascended." Morgan and the others nodded their heads. They were all aware that they had suffered losses, and that they owed the fact that they were light to the two guilds which had spent a lot of resources to equip and prepare them. Without them, it would have been far worse, which only made Morgan fear what was going to come after the 3rd floor, when they no longer had any idea what they were to face. He shook his head. For now, there was no reason to dwell on that. They reached the portal and walked through, and a moment later Morgan was looking at the city of Amantur, stretching all around up to the horizon. Morgan took a deep breath and then continued walking with the raid group as they headed down the stairs that led to the tower. He had made the first step toward achieving his goal of meeting his father again. There were still many more steps to take, but he knew that one day he would get there. He just needed to figure out what he wanted to do once he did. Epilogue. Kai Chao Vin watched his opponents. They were both on their knees, exhausted. The group that had arrived on this floor had been powerful. There had been 7 of them at the start. With years of failures, some had asked to leave, to be allowed back on the floors that they had already passed, to live out their lives. Vin had agreed. They did not have that which the heart of the mountain were looking for, and they had achieved a deed worthy of acknowledgement. He did not allow them back to their world, of course, as they would be far too powerful for it, and that could lead to issues. But the other worlds that served as the floors of the tower held powerful warriors, where they find equals. But 2 had refused to leave, and had been attempting to get by him ever since they arrived. They were strong, incredibly so. The system that the Heart of the Mountain and his spirit advisor fashioned was incredibly efficient. It granted them power, but the Heart of the Mountain did not desire just people with power. If that were so, he could have raised 1,000 warriors with a wave of his hand. No, he wanted what his daughter had achieved, a power that not even he possessed, that of a spirit artist, the power that filled Kai Chao Vin. The 2 before him were lacking. They were missing the one thing that made a spirit artist great, a true connection between the spirit and the soul. The system crafted by Heart of the Mountain was meant to emulate the early steps of the path, to build a powerful body without the need for decades of training, to refine power, and to give access to techniques without the user's real understanding of them. Vin did not know if it was even possible for these ascended to bridge the gap. In order to do so, they would need an understanding of themselves that he had not yet seen from anyone who had reached this floor. Many had in the past, few in recent years, but never had Vin seen anyone close to making a breakthrough. Still, they had time. If they could find only one, they could see what worked. In time, they would refine the process and allow the creation of spirit artists without the need for decades or more of work.
"Varala!"
one of them called out to the other. The woman raised her head, looking at her husband.
"We can't do this anymore." "Enough," the man Raynor said.
The woman bowed her head, and Vin could see her thinking. But then she shook her head and turned to look at the man. "Raynor, I can't stop. We need to get out of here, back to Vestella and Valserum. I need to see them, to tell them why." She stopped and closed her eyes. Vin didn't interfere, but only watched the two silently as they conversed. He was aware of most of their story, how they had abandoned their children out of necessity to climb the tower, and how they wanted to go back to them. The only way for that to happen, however, was through him. He had told them that the only way for them to pass was if they could get past him, and that was true. The reality was that they weren't going to pass him, not unless they managed to make a breakthrough. But he doubted that they would. They would never manage to defeat him, not even if they managed to do that which he was watching for. He was so far beyond them that he might as well be a god. It was not fair, but adversity pushed people. Vin had seen it, had seen moments of great need and desire change people, and yet so far no one had managed to complete the goal of the experiment. The two conversed a bit, silently, and then turned to look at Vin. "Please, honored guardian, we would only need a moment. Let us speak with our children, and we will forsake our very lives," the woman Varala pleaded. It was not the first time they had pleaded such a thing of him. Regardless, they had only two choices: fight him until they succeeded, or go back to one of the floors they had completed that didn't have a portal to their world. Not that it would matter, even if they went to the one that did have it. To go back or stay on a floor meant that that which gave them power would be removed. They would no longer have the system's help, and would have to learn how to use their power on their own. Vin opened his mouth to speak, but then a voice spoke inside his head, and Vin paused. "Vin." A voice, one that he recognized, said. "Honored Elder," Vin answered, Heart of the Mountain. "What do you need of me?" The two were looking at him intently. They had seen the change in him, but Vin did not react outwardly. The Heart of the Mountain spoke and told him what he wanted. Vin asked a few questions, trying to get a better understanding of what the father of Vin's greatest teacher wanted of him, and he finally understood. As Heart of the Mountain's presence pulled out of Vin's head, he focused his eyes on the two in front of him. "The two of you," Vin began, "do not have that which is required to be allowed to move forward." He saw the two slump, their eyes filling with defeat. "But," Vin added, and the two raised their heads, hope blossoming inside. That is, the great Lord has spoken to me. You do not have that which he needs, but you have shown a great level of determination and skill." The two looked at him with wide eyes filled with shock. "The great Lord spoke with you?" the woman whispered. Vin nodded. "As you have reached so far, he has decided to allow you another choice." "What choice?" Raynor asked. "To serve the tower, and serve me. This will make it impossible for you to ever go back to your world again. You will be privy to secrets and truths that very few on your world even suspect." The woman's face fell. "So we will never see our children again?" Vin met their eyes, and then he spoke. "I can promise that if you do agree, you will see them again." Confusion filled their eyes then. "What do you mean? You said that we wouldn't be able to go back to our world." "There would be no need to go back. Your children are climbing the tower," Vin told them. Their eyes widened. "They are ascended?" Raynor asked. "Oh no," Varala cried. "How? We left them in the one place where we were sure they wouldn't have the opportunity to ascend, let alone reach the level of power to enter the tower." Vin shrugged.
I do not know the details. But should you accept, you will see them again. But understand this, you will not meet them as their parents, but as agents of the tower. You will not be allowed to interfere with their climb, to aid them, or to convince them to abandon it.
The two looked at each other, still processing the news.
Now, make a choice,
Vin told them. And they did. This concludes The Great Raid by Ivan Cal.